Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Negotiation. Medusa gave Xiao Ming the same feeling that Jia Xingtian had given him in Jiama Sacred City, clearly being at peak Do Emperor. As for the two behind her, the bald snake person was only slightly weaker than Medusa, and his strength should be in high star Do Emperor. And the snake woman beside the man, on the other hand, was about the same as Yu Mei, in the Do King realm. The first moment Xiao Ming saw Medusa, and the other two also saw Xiao Ming. However, the three of them were a little surprised by Xiao Ming's young appearance, especially Queen Medusa, since her realm was the highest among them all. Moreover, the snake's own physique was cold, so she clearly sensed the extremely hot flame aura on Xiao Ming's body. Having traversed the Tager Desert for decades, it was the first time Medusa felt such a fiery aura on a person. This made her narrow her eyes. It was not known what she was thinking. "Your Majesty." When Yu Mei saw Medusa, she immediately bowed respectfully. Queen Medusa nodded slightly, then wagged her snake tail and walked over to the purple crystal throne that sat atop the high dais in the center of the great hall and sat down. With a glance at the few people still standing, Queen Medusa raised her hand and said softly, "Be seated." "Thank you, Your Majesty." As Yu Mei and the others sat down, Medusa rested her face on her right hand and asked with an even tone, "Yu Mei, you left yesterday, but why did you come back suddenly today? You even brought a human into the sacred city. Don't you know that humans are not allowed to set foot in the sacred city?" At Medusa's question, Yu Mei, who had just sat down, unhurriedly stood up and replied, "Your Majesty, this man is a 6th-tier alchemist, and since he wanted to come to the sacred city in exchange for a Sanstatura, he asked me to bring him to the sacred city to see you, Your Majesty." Medusa nodded softly at this, accepting her statement without saying anything. However, the bald snake person sitting closest to her seat on the throne frowned and said, "Oh, asking for the Sanstatura? Since when did you become so friendly with human scum, Yu Mei? The Sanstatura is very valuable to our clan. Why don't you tell him to go back where he came from first? For this little whitey to have the strength of a Do King at this age is already extremely unbelievable, plus a 6th-tier alchemist? You haven't taken a liking to this little whitey, have you?" Obviously, the bald snake person did not believe Yu Mei's words, and there was a lot of gunpowder in his words, but of course, this gunpowder was mainly directed at Xiao Ming. This made Xiao Ming frown. It is true that just as Yu Mei said, most of the strongest snake people are not friendly to humans. At the bald man's questions, Yu Mei frowned, then stretched and smiled. "The Grand Commander doesn't know anything. Master Xiao Ming is stronger than me and didn't attack the Mei snake tribe before I returned to the tribe, so he shouldn't have any hostility towards the snake people, and besides, he is an elder of the alchemy department of the Jianan Academy. The Grand Commander should have heard of the name of the Jianan Academy." You are confused. This man needed you for something, that's why he didn't attack your Mei snake tribe. If he didn't need you, let's see how he would have treated you. Humans are very cunning. After so many years of fighting humans, have you still not seen their character clearly? The Grand Commander smiled disdainfully. And this man said he wanted a Sanstatura, but which 6th-tier alchemist would risk so much to enter our tribe just for a simple medicinal herb? If you think about it, it's not something possible. I'm afraid this person has an ulterior motive. Hearing the Grand Commander say this, Yu Mei was also somewhat at a loss. However, she still did not believe that the Grand Commander was right. Therefore, she turned her gaze directly to Medusa, who was sitting on the throne. "That's all." Medusa stopped the Grand Commander's words. Upon being stopped by Queen Medusa, the Grand Commander immediately shut his mouth. Medusa turned her gaze towards Xiao Ming and said, "Human, you heard the conversation just now. Our snake people tribe does not welcome humans. However, remembering that you are someone brought by Yu Mei, this queen does not want to make things difficult for you. My tribe's Sanstatura are all rationed. one less and one of our gifted tribe members won't be able to fuse with a magical snake-type beast. As long as you can pull out a similar herb and promise to make a pill for my snake people tribe once, I can do you the favor and trade you the Sans Datura. How about it? This. Xiao Ming felt speechless. Although he had a lot of medicinal herbs in his storage ring, he really didn't have any medicinal herbs that would help the snake people fuse with snakes, so how could he exchange something? After thinking about it, Xiao Ming took out a jade box from his storage ring. The moment Xiao Ming took out the jade box, Queen Medusa and Yu Mei immediately felt the urge to open the jade box as if there was something inside that contained a deadly attraction for them. Feeling this impulse that she seemed to have never felt before, Medusa looked at the jade box with some surprise and said, "What is this?" Xiao Ming did not stop and opened the jade box indifferently. Medusa and the others only felt the deadly charm become even stronger, and their eyes were fixed on the revealed medicinal herb. The revealed medicinal herb was in the shape of a foot-sized green snake with a crystalline body, and under the light of the moonstone in the Great Hall, a dark green liquid could be seen flowing inside. Looking at the medicinal herb, the Grand Commander swallowed hard and said, "Human, what kind of medicinal herb is this?" Xiao Ming looked at the four people staring at the jade box in his hand and smiled slightly. "You must have heard of the name of this medicinal herb. Its name is Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit. TL, named in Chapter 41, it's really the Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit." Yu Mei and the others were a little surprised at these words, and then felt somewhat relieved. No wonder this medicinal herb attracted them so much. It was a very rare medicinal herb, and if it was refined into a pill, the effect was even more extraordinary. This medicinal herb was naturally of little use to humans, but to the snake people tribe, it was comparable to a divine medicine. Although the snake spirit sacred fruit had a miraculous effect on snake-type magical beasts, the rarity of this medicinal herb was so high that Yu Mei and the others had only read a few words about this medicinal herb in the snake people tribe's secret books. "Human, do you really want to exchange the snake spirit sacred fruit for the Sans Datura?" Medusa's eyes sparkled as she asked. "This is natural, I don't have any herbs similar to Sans Datura with me besides this medicinal herb." "Well, we agree on this matter, however, I have one more condition." "What is the condition?" "Refine it into a pill that will help me evolve." Xiao Ming twisted his lips wordlessly at her words. The snake spirit sacred fruit was the same as body transformation grass, although both possessed certain effects if consumed directly. For them to work on a Doe emperor like Medusa, they still had to be refined into a pill. The pill refined from the snake spirit sacred fruit, called the Snake Sacred Soul Advancement Pill, was not much lower in tier, and was also a 7th tier high-level pill. Even if he could refine it, he wouldn't do it. For a simple Sans Datura, it was already enough to give the snake spirit sacred fruit in return, wasn't it? So Xiao Ming immediately said, "Queen Medusa, I'm only a mere 6th tier alchemist, the pill that can help you evolve is 7th tier, I'm afraid I can't refine it." "Hee, naturally, I know, however, you can reach 6th tier alchemist at this age, with the support of my snake people tribe, 7th tier won't take you more than a few years." Medusa looked at Xiao Ming, her red lips drew a thin bow, and suddenly, her exquisite face was filled with a seductive aura. Her frown and smile caused the snake people Grand Commander below her to be distracted, and the look of adoration in his eyes was not hidden in the slightest. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Hidden title. Medusa's smile was so charming and seductive, but Xiao Ming had no intention of appreciating this touching scene. The meaning of Medusa's words made Xiao Ming's face turn cold, and he said without the slightest fluctuation in his tone, "Queen Medusa, what do you mean by this? The snake spirit sacred fruit in exchange for the Sans Datura is more beneficial than harmful to you. This is not enough to you, and you still want to imprison me in the snake people tribe. Hee, you can't say I'm imprisoning you, I just want you to help us refine the pill. Don't worry, after you help us, we will naturally let you go. Moreover, we will take care of the ingredients for the pill." "What if I don't agree?" "Disagree?" Medusa said nothing, but the Grand Commander, not far from her seat, coldly sneered and said, "Agreeing is your only option. Do you think you can get out of here by being a mere doe king?" After saying that, the Grand Commander stood up, and with a flick of his snake tail, he turned into a black shadow and shot out towards Xiao Ming. Seeing the Grand Commander's movement, Yu Mei could not stand still. Xiao Ming was brought by her to the sacred city, she did not want anything to happen to Xiao Ming here. So she immediately stood up and tried to stop the Grand Commander, but Medusa, who was on the top of the amethyst throne, only looked at her faintly, causing her to immediately stop her actions. Queen Medusa's meaning was clear, telling Yu Mei not to interfere with the Grand Commander. Yu Mei still held Xiao Ming in high regard. He gave her a different feeling than other human powerhouses she had seen before, and he was also the most beautiful person she had ever seen. That was why she had stood up just now, but under Medusa's orders, although she had some reluctance in her heart, she could only watch helplessly as the Grand Commander beat Xiao Ming. After all, she and Xiao Ming had just met today, and no matter how highly she thought of him, it would not make her disobey Queen Medusa's orders. "I can't change Her Majesty's decision, I just hope that the Grand Commander won't hit him too hard." Yu Mei sighed lightly in her heart. Looking at the bald Grand Commander flying towards him, Xiao Ming coldly snorted and moved his hand to put the snake spirit sacred fruit in his storage ring. After Xiao Ming finished this action, the Grand Commander had already appeared in front of him. Looking at Xiao Ming's defined and handsome face, the corner of the Grand Commander's mouth drew a frightening arc as he clenched his right hand and punched towards him, and in an instant, a loud bang was heard. "Son of a bitch, I haven't liked your nasty looks for a long time, let's see if you don't die this time." As expected, his fist struck Xiao Ming, who was sitting down, but he showed no joy. As he watched his fist smash through Xiao Ming's head, turning his seat into dust, his face was unusually ugly. Was it the afterimage left by excessive speed? "This stinking brat is just a doe king, how can he be so fast?" Looking at the slowly dissipating Xiao Ming in front of him, before the Grand Commander had time to look around and figure out where Xiao Ming was, he felt a strong breeze coming from behind his head. "Humph! So what if you're fast? It's just a dream if you're thinking of fighting me with your speed alone." With a cold snort, the Grand Commander swung his tail, and a dense piece of snake scales emerged from his tail, glowing with green dough chi mixed with cold energy. The snake tail fiercely smashed against the place where the strong breeze was coming from. Boom! The moment they came into contact, a dull and low sound thundered out, and a terrifying energy ripple fiercely spread out, causing both Xiao Ming and the bald Grand Commander to retreat several steps back in quick succession. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was smashing into the Grand Commander without going to a disadvantage, Medusa and Yu Mei showed a bit of surprise in their gaze. They did not expect that Xiao Ming could actually have such accomplishments in his physical body, which was no worse than those Doe Emperor who specialized in body training. Feeling a slight tingle in his tail from the collision with Xiao Ming, a trace of surprise flashed in the Grand Commander's eyes, which quickly faded away. Only to see him glaring at Xiao Ming who stood in front of him, a grimace on his face. I didn't expect you little brat to have a few skills, I really underestimated you, but I would like to see how long you can last in front of me." After saying that, the Grand Commander approached Xiao Ming again. After looking at Medusa, who remained calm on top of the amethyst throne, and then at the Grand Commander who was chasing after him, the coldness in Xiao Ming's eyes grew heavier and heavier. "Looks like a peaceful settlement isn't going to work, humph, in that case, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that Medusa hasn't made a move yet to teach this asshole snake people commander who's been talking out of his ass a lesson." Xiao Ming had been putting up with the Grand Commander for some time now, seeing that he was full of malice towards him from the very first moment, as if he owed him money and had not paid him back. With his mind set on teaching the Grand Commander a lesson, Xiao Ming's back vibrated and a burst of silver lightning appeared in the Great Hall as he dodged the Grand Commander's attack with terrifying speed and flew out. Trying to flee. The Grand Commander, who had blocked the attack, had a grim look on his face, and his back also vibrated as green-colored wings appeared on his back. "Humph, I'm going to see where you can escape." After saying this, the Grand Commander flew out of the Great Hall like a black shadow. Just as he rushed out of the Great Hall, the Grand Commander realized that Xiao Ming was not fleeing in the distance as he had imagined, but was waiting for him in midair. "Human, aren't you going to flee?" "Flee? Hat, I feel the need to teach a noisy baldy like you a lesson first," Xiao Ming said indifferently. The Grand Commander smiled angrily at his words. "Humph, arrogant." As he said that, the green-colored dou qi on his body rose even more violently by almost 3 meters or more, and then, a powerful pressure shot out. Looking from afar, it seemed as if it was a green-colored giant. "Whether it is arrogance or not, you will know later." Looking lightly at the bald Grand Commander, Xiao Ming said mockingly in his heart. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, 10,000 Beasts Transformation. Xiao Ming's hand moved rapidly as he slowly recited the words in his heart, and when the last word fell, the seal on his hand abruptly froze, and majestic red flames surged furiously from Xiao Ming's body, engulfing him in flames. A second later, the aura on Xiao Ming's body completely retracted into his body, so that an instant later, his aura gushed out like a volcano that had broken the shackles of the earth. Flaming red dou qi erupted from Xiao Ming's body and pierced through the sky. The hot flames directly caused the temperature of the sacred city around him to rapidly rise. At this moment, Xiao Ming's aura had already far surpassed the level of a Dou King, and when measured vaguely, it was at least enough to be comparable to a 4-star Dou Emperor. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Medusa looked at Xiao Ming in the sky and thought to herself, "He really does have a heavenly flame." Previously, Queen Medusa was very surprised that the fire attribute Dou Qi inside Xiao Ming's body was so strong. With the brain circuitry of an ordinary person, it was naturally hard to think that Xiao Ming possessed a heavenly flame. However, Medusa had been tangled up these past few days on whether or not to use the tribe's secret method to ascend to Dou Ancestor, and this secret method would require a heavenly flame. Therefore, the first thing Medusa associated was that the fire attribute in Xiao Ming's body was so strong due to some kind of flame, and that this flame was most likely a heavenly flame. This was why she had forced Xiao Ming to stay earlier, in order to provoke him into making a move, and to her surprise, she was actually right. Of course, forcing him to stay was not just to check if he had a heavenly flame, but to make the other party actually stay. The Snake People race's secret method was extremely risky, and now that she could get her hands on a pill that avoided those risks, she naturally wanted to use the method that wasn't risky. People who could refine 7th-tier pills were rare in the northwestern region, and those were existences that the Snake People tribe could not mess with. If Xiao Ming fled, who would she find to refine this pill? Xiao Ming not only had a heavenly flame, he would also be able to refine 7th-tier pills in the future. With all that, Queen Medusa had even less intention of letting Xiao Ming leave, and if Xiao Ming failed to refine the pill, she could still borrow the heavenly flame from the other party to evolve. In short, Queen Medusa wanted both. Although the move to force Xiao Ming to stay might offend the Jianan Academy. However, the Jianan Academy was so far away from the Tager Desert, that by the time they found out that Xiao Ming had not appeared for a long time, she would probably have already advanced to Dou Ancestor a long time ago. There was no need for her to fear the Jianan Academy when she advanced to Dou Ancestor. Even if she failed to advance, Queen Medusa had nothing to fear. This was because, although Queen Medusa intended to keep Xiao Ming in the Snake People tribe, she did not intend to mistreat him. As long as the Jianan Academy came looking for him, the Snake People tribe would let him go and provide proper compensation. Although there were some risks, they were insignificant compared to the opportunity to advance to Dou Ancestor and her tribe's departure from the harsh environment of the Tager Desert. No one knew what Queen Medusa was thinking, and overhead, the majestic aura of Xiao Ming and the Grand Commander swept across the entire sacred city of the Snake People race, attracting the attention of everyone in the city. That's the Grand Commander. He's taking on a human. What's going on? How could a human enter the sacred city? I know. This human seems to have been brought in by Commander Yu Mei. Humans are sinister, cunning, and despicable scums. The Grand Commander is doing a good job, I hope he teaches him a lesson. He. Although, Xiao Ming's aura was very majestic and he was an expert at first glance. However, those snake peoples were not worried in the least and had great confidence in the strength of their bald Grand Commander. It was reasonable that the snake people tribe had nothing to worry about. Currently, the sacred city had gathered 2 Dou emperors and 2 Dou kings from their own snake people race, both Dou emperors being high star, and Medusa was even at the peak of Dou emperor. With this strength, what else were they to worry about when the other party was only one person? Therefore, there was only gloating on their faces at Xiao Ming's upcoming unfortunate fate. Of course, Xiao Ming having an unfortunate fate was nothing more than their own delusion. I was thinking about what gave you so much confidence, so it turned out to be the secret technique to increase your strength for a short period of time. The green-colored Dou Qi condensed into a substance around the bald Grand Commander's body, as he looked at Xiao Ming, whose strength had increased tremendously. His face had a hint of disdain. This kind of secret technique to increase strength for a short period of time was actually very powerful, and the Snake People tribe also had this kind of secret technique. However, this kind of secret technique did not usually last for a long time. Moreover, after using the secret technique, the other party's aura was still not as strong as his, so, was that all? Just with that alone, was he planning to teach him a lesson? What a joke! Boom! After sucking all the released flames back into his body and raising his aura a little more, and feeling the surge of power inside his body, Xiao Ming did not say a word in retaliation. Instead, his silver wings behind his back vibrated, and only a beam of light was seen, and in the next instant, he appeared above the Grand Commander's head, his right leg filled with red flames, as he fiercely kicked towards the Grand Commander. Damn it, this speed! Actually, it's twice as fast as before. The Grand Commander was shocked by Xiao Ming's speed. He hurriedly raised his hands to resist Xiao Ming's attack, and bang! Under the gaze of thousands of snake people, the Grand Commander was kicked from the sky to the ground by Xiao Ming, kicking up chunks of sand and dust. Seeing this scene, the snake people fell silent. Why was it so different from how they had imagined it? At the entrance of the Great Hall, Queen Medusa chuckled and said, "You have a little strength, but still, you will have to stay with us." Xiao Ming also knew that this kind of attack would at most cause the other party to suffer some light injuries, but to teach him a lesson, it was still far from being enough. With a wave of Xiao Ming's palm, a small red energy sword appeared in his hand. With a seemingly random technique, he fixed the small sword in the sky, and in an instant, the sky was covered with small red swords. Xiao Ming was using the Hai De Dou technique, for Hell's Sword formation. "You damned human scum, you were hiding your strength earlier." And at this moment, a shout rang out and the Grand Commander appeared above the sky again. Only at this moment, the Grand Commander did not have the same calm as before, his arms were completely black and many black scales had fallen off. The Grand Commander was really annoyed at this moment. The strength of Xiao Ming's attack just now was more than a level higher than when he was in the Great Hall before, and so was his speed. That was why he was taken by surprise and was knocked to the ground by his opponent, and the flames enveloping his body were also very terrifying, and could easily disperse his yin-cold Dou Qi. Having suffered a loss at this moment, the Grand Commander was no longer so careless, and with a wave of his right hand, his aura suddenly became more intense. His toes lightly tapped the void, shooting his body upwards more than 10 meters. His hands formed seals at lightning speed, and a low cry rang out, "Snake skill, 10,000 snake bite." As the voice fell, tens of thousands of snakes made of green energy appeared in the sky, and with a soft movement of his palm, the snakes shot out towards Xiao Ming like lightning. From the observer's point of view, it looked like a dense rain of green snakes. Insignificant trick. This kind of scattered energy attack could only be considered a nuisance to someone of Xiao Ming's level. It was impossible to cause damage, it must be some kind of deception of the Grand Commander in making this kind of attack. However, Xiao Ming did not care. With a wave of his right hand, the small red swords he had released earlier began to destroy the green snakes. Chi chi! Under everyone's gaze, the small red swords collided with the green snakes, causing the green snakes to be vaporized the moment they touched any of the small red swords. How is that possible? The Grand Commander had an incredulous look on his face. There is nothing impossible. How are you going to compare my swords made with heavenly flame wisps with your little snakes that you have created with ordinary do chi? Ordinary do chi is simply garbage in front of a heavenly flame. Xiao Ming shook his head and without moving, he released a small sword in his hand that merged with the stream of swords. A white spot on that small sword was extremely difficult for anyone to notice. Under the blows of the stream of swords, the small snakes released by the Grand Commander quickly disappeared, leaving only a small dark green snake resisting the siege of the small swords. I knew your bald head was thinking of playing a trick on me, humph. Although he didn't know what use the small snake had, Xiao Ming snorted coldly and decided to get rid of it. Seeing that the little green snake couldn't hold on much longer, the Grand Commander's face changed greatly and he immediately formed a seal to retrieve it in his hand. When the red swords lost their target, Xiao Ming's expression did not change and his hands formed a seal. Those red swords immediately fused, the energy between heaven and earth converged on those swords, making them successfully fused, thus, creating a red sword of a size of 20 meters, which appeared before everyone's eyes. Red flames burned on the red sword, and the terrifying temperature made the space around it seem to distort. Without pausing for a moment, Xiao Ming waved his right hand and the red giant sword flew towards the Grand Commander. Title: Breakdown of Negotiations Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Hidden title: The red sword struck gave the Grand Commander a great feeling of oppression, and the heat from the red flames of the red sword caused small beads of sweat to soak his face. The power of the red sword was terrifying, but the Grand Commander was not too frightened, and after a cold snort, he dodged as he violently threw the small green snake in his hand into the air. Snake Spirit Manifestation. At the Grand Commander's mutter, the light in his palm suddenly glowed and in an instant, a pillar of green energy, several meters in size, shot out from his palm. As soon as the pillar of green energy shot out of his palm, it intertwined with the small snake in the air and, in a few moments, a huge ball of green energy appeared in the sky. As this huge ball of energy appeared, a fierce wind rose in the Snake People Tribe sacred city, and an aura filled with blood and violence emerged from the ball. Go! Seeing this move, Xiao Ming did not hesitate to let the red giant sword immediately attack the energy ball, and in the blink of an eye, the giant sword smashed into the energy ball. Boom! A huge rumbling sound rang through the air, causing many of the weaker snake people to cover their ears. A huge ripple of energy erupted from the clash between the two attacks. Looking at the giant sword, which was consuming energy at a great speed, Xiao Ming frowned, but in his heart, he did not intend to consume the giant sword in this manner, as it would have a great use later on. As soon as his mind moved, dozens of flames appeared around his body. Xiao Ming's hands immediately moved again, and in the blink of an eye, the flames merged together and a huge colorful seal appeared in front of his body. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, he whispered to himself and pushed the colored seal with both palms towards the energy ball. At the same time, the giant sword moved out of the way. Boom! There was another rumbling sound, and the sky filled with flames. The green energy ball was surrounded by a ball of flames, and the ball inside could not be seen clearly. A few seconds later, the flames disappeared and the energy ball vanished, leaving only the small green snake thrown into the air by the bald Grand Commander. What happened? The snake people below were puzzled. As soon as doubts arose, they suddenly noticed that the small snake had begun to writhe, and moments later, it had transformed into a green energy snake over 30 meters long. Whoosh! As soon as the green snake appeared, the gusts of wind in the sacred city became even stronger, with gusts of wind visible to the naked eye swirling rapidly around the green snake. and a whooshing sound echoed throughout the Snake People tribe's sacred city. Looking at the huge snake made of green energy in the sky, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with astonishment. He did not expect that under the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal's attack, this snake could still maintain such power. This snake must be this Baldi's spirit companion. Tisk, it's a bit troublesome. I can't keep going like this, I'll make it quick. Otherwise, it will be hard to escape later. Looking at the charming Medusa, who was staring at him, Xiao Ming exhaled softly and took a red sword in his hand, fiercely gripping the hilt. His aura suddenly became as sharp as the edge of a sword. Xiao Ming stepped into the void, and his body instantly appeared above the giant snake's head, and in the same instant, he kicked the giant snake's head down, causing it to fall more than 10 meters. Looking at Xiao Ming striking the giant snake, the Grand Commander sneered and wanted to step forward to surround Xiao Ming with the help of the giant snake. But before his feet could move, his face changed slightly. The huge red sword that had collided with the energy ball earlier was heading towards his face. With a swift movement, the Grand Commander narrowly dodged the giant sword's attack, but the red flames covering the sword made brief contact with the green-colored do chi diffusing from his body. This damn flame is so terrifying! The Grand Commander muttered to himself solemnly, but before he could do anything else, he realized that the giant sword was once again heading in his direction. The speed of the giant sword did not match its huge body at all, instead, it was extremely fast. For a moment, the Grand Commander was obstructed by the giant sword. Not far away, Xiao Ming held the red sword in his hand. Flames surrounded the sword as he slashed the snake spirit summoned by the Grand Commander until it turned into an illusory form. It's not like the snake spirit had no desire to attack Xiao Ming, but every time it attacked, the silver wings on Xiao Ming's back vibrated, causing it to strike only an afterimage. Seeing that the snake spirit's attacks were unsuccessful and it was only struck at Xiao Ming's hands, the Grand Commander was a bit anxious. If things continued like this, his snake spirit companion would definitely be seriously injured. If the snake spirit was seriously injured, he, who was connected with a soul link to the snake spirit, would be no better off. With a ruthless look, the Grand Commander planned to first finish off the giant sword that stood in his way. As the red sword approached him, the Grand Commander stopped and instead of dodging it, he made a seal with his hands, wall of 10,000 serpents. As his voice fell, the energy of the sky and earth in front of the Grand Commander was swept away and merged into small dense snakes. As soon as the small snakes appeared, each of them intertwined with the other, and in the blink of an eye, a wall of small green snakes appeared in front of the Grand Commander. The red giant sword was blocked by the wall of snakes, and the snakes made of energy from the wall kept disappearing under the giant sword's attacks, while the red giant sword, which had consumed a lot of energy earlier, also started to become illusory. Seeing the red giant sword become illusory, a smile appeared on the Grand Commander's face. His right hand was ready to strike, and when the wall of snakes disappeared, he sent a punch towards the giant sword. Boom! The giant sword shattered into countless pieces under this blow. Seeing this scene, the smile on the Grand Commander's face grew a little bigger. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was not far away, his eyes turned sinister. Now, I can finally finish off that human scum. Not far away, Xiao Ming, who was violently punching the giant snake, heard the commotion and looked at the Grand Commander in front of the shattered giant sword. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. You'd taken too long, now that you've given me the chance. Spirit, finish that baldy off. With a single movement of his mind, a tiny white spot hidden in the remnant red energy of the shattered sword shot towards the Grand Commander's forehead with lightning speed. What is this thing? The Grand Commander, who was about to head over to teach Xiao Ming a lesson, turned his face suddenly, and with no time to dodge, his right palm hurriedly rose to block in the direction the spirit was heading, while his body instinctively tried to dodge. Wham! The green do chi from the Grand Commander's hand was no match for the spirit's attack. The spirit easily pierced through the Grand Commander's palm, then his forearm, elbow, and arm, before the spirit exited his body through his right shoulder. Ah! With this kind of attack, the Grand Commander couldn't help but scream. He just felt the inside of his arm turn to a pulp. His right arm was crippled, and without a pill, he might not recover for more than 10 years, or he might even be crippled for life. Before he could tremble with rage, the Grand Commander felt himself covered by a huge shadow. His face changed as he tried to flee. But it was too late, and a giant white snake coiled around the Grand Commander. The entangled Grand Commander's right arm was already crippled, so he only used the strength of his left arm to fight, but the next moment, a silver beam of light appeared right in front of him. It was Xiao Ming who had appeared at this moment. Human scum! The Grand Commander was about to curse angrily. Xiao Ming raised his right hand, directly striking the Grand Commander's mouth, leaving it half open and slightly tilted. Slap! The bald Grand Commander stood as he was left, slack-jawed. No damned human had ever dared to punch him in the face in his life. The Grand Commander's face turned red with anger. And he was about to try cursing again. Human SCU. Slap. Human S. Slap. You. Slap. Giving the Grand Commander several slaps in a row, and seeing that the Grand Commander's big mouth was even more crooked, with some teeth missing, as well as his eyes, which were starting to turn white, Xiao Ming smiled. Then, he looked towards Queen Medusa, who had appeared not far away from him at some point. Queen Medusa, why was your Grand Commander's mouth bigger than his strength? Down below, the snake people in the center of the sacred city were all a bit stunned, staring in disbelief at the Grand Commander who had been captured. How could it be possible that, in the blink of an eye, the Grand Commander had been captured? This Grand Commander was not a false one, was he? Title: The Grand Commander was defeated. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Sealing the Dochi. The snake people on the ground showed great consternation at the capture of the bald Grand Commander with the strength of a Do Emperor. The same was true for Queen Medusa in the air. No one had expected Xiao Ming to have hidden a trump card in his attack, just like the Grand Commander did. This caused them not to react until the Grand Commander was captured, and even Queen Medusa, who was the quickest to react, only managed to get a little closer to the Grand Commander and did not have time to rescue him. Of course, this does not mean that Queen Medusa did not react quickly, only that Xiao Ming was faster. Looking at the Grand Commander, who was enveloped by the giant white snake, while rolling his eyes and bleeding from his right arm, Queen Medusa said with a cold face, "Human, if you release the Grand Commander, I will let you go. You can't last much longer with your secret technique, right? If you want the Sanstatura, we can exchange it for you." After making the spirit become a thin thread to bind the bald Grand Commander, Xiao Ming laughingly said, "Hehe, how long can my secret technique last? It's not for your Excellency Medusa to worry about. If you want this Grand Commander of yours to stay alive, prepare the Sanstatura, and the day after tomorrow, wait for me at the oasis near the May Snake tribe. By the way, I hope you're not thinking of ambushing me somewhere. I don't need to remind your Majesty of the power of an alchemist's soul, do I?" After saying this, without waiting for Queen Medusa's reply, Xiao Ming held the Grand Commander with his right hand, and with a flick of his silver wings, he turned into a silver light, shooting off into the distance. The snake people on top of the city wall did not dare to attack because Xiao Ming was holding the Grand Commander, while Queen Medusa chased him for a while, but found that Xiao Ming quickly disappeared from her sight, forcing Queen Medusa to stop. Behind, Huashir and Yu Mei, who had Do King strength, were also following closely behind her. "Your Majesty, where is that human?" Huashir asked cautiously as she looked at Queen Medusa with a bearish face, and paused in midair. "He ran away. He was very fast. He must have practiced some kind of Do technique that allows him to increase his speed." Looking at Huashir, Queen Medusa said in a deep voice, "Ah, what shall we do about the Grand Commander?" Huashir's complexion turned ugly. The snake people didn't have many strong people, there were only a dozen Do Kings and Do Emperors, and the loss of a high-star Do Emperor could be said to hurt the core of the Snake People tribe. What else can we do? We'll give him the Sand Statura in exchange for the Grand Commander. Queen Medusa sighed and said somewhat helplessly. To be honest, she was a little surprised that things had developed to this point. The Snake People were generally more powerful than humans at the same stage, and the Grand Commander was even a great realm higher than Xiao Ming, and yet, Xiao Ming still captured him. Queen Medusa did not know whether to say that the Grand Commander was too useless, or that the other party was too strong. She knew that it was not possible to say that the Grand Commander was too weak. She herself had fought against the Grand Commander and knew that, although the Grand Commander's strength was not as good as hers, he was still a powerhouse among the Do Emperor, so she could only accept that Xiao Ming was too strong. However, if she exchanged the Sand Statura for the Grand Commander, it was obvious that she would not get the Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit, let alone the refined pill with it. After thinking about it, Queen Medusa asked Yu Mei, "What other information do you know about this human, other than his name and being from the Jianan Academy?" Upon hearing Medusa's question, Yu Mei hesitated for a moment and said, "He did not reveal any other information. However, my tribe is in the direction of the Jiama Empire, and it is possible that the other party is from there." Someone from the Jiama Empire? If this is true, this person possessing this strength at a young age, he must possess considerable fame within the Jiama Empire, why not? Hua Xier had a bold idea. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Queen Medusa. "Forget it, the internal environment of the Jiama Empire is complicated, there are many strong people, and the other party is a sixth-tier alchemist with great attractiveness. Trying to find trouble in the other party's territory is definitely asking for trouble. Then, should we ambush him at the place the other party said? As long as he is in the Tager Desert, we have some secret techniques that can hide our breath very well. Even if the other party is an alchemist, it will be hard to detect us. We can't take that risk. Let's talk while we go to the place to retrieve the Grand Commander. Oh, by the way, go to the treasury and take a few more herbs, let's see if we can exchange them for that Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit," said Medusa with a frown. "Got it." After taking the bald Great Commander and flying for a long time, Xiao Ming's speed began to slow down until he landed in a part of the desert. At this time, Xiao Ming's aura was a little weak. These were the sequels after using Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. However, Xiao Ming didn't mind too much. He first probed behind him and made sure no one was following him, then casually threw the bald Great Commander to the ground. The bald Grand Commander was thrown towards the ground, colliding with his crippled arm, and the intense pain caused him to wake up with a loud cry. "Ah! Shut up! Or I'll slap you!" The screaming abruptly ended at Xiao Ming's warning. Seemingly embarrassed at his reaction, the bald Grand Commander looked at Xiao Ming in front of him in shame and humiliation. Slap! As he approached, Xiao Ming slapped him. This slap was so powerful that it directly buzzed the bald Grand Commander's brain, causing the left half of the face that came in contact with the palm to swell. After a while, the Grand Commander finally came to his senses and once again glared at Xiao Ming fiercely. Xiao Ming raised his hand again and gave him another slap. After 2 minutes of repetition, the Grand Commander began to see several Xiao Mings in front of him and no longer dared to show his vicious gaze. Rubbing his somewhat sore palm, Xiao Ming muttered to himself. "This Grand Commander's cheek is really thick, my hand is a little sore from the beating." Xiao Ming slapped the Grand Commander's face purely to get back at him for his previous insults, so he only used a little physical strength, but being able to make his hand feel some pain also showed that the bald Grand Commander's physique was not bad. Looking at the Grand Commander who was shrugging his head like a quail, Xiao Ming shook his head and took out a pill from his storage ring. As an alchemist, Xiao Ming's ring possessed several qi return and wound healing pills. Of course, he had no intention of giving this pill to the Grand Commander, but put it directly into his mouth. Feeling that his do qi was recovering, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then, his soul power surged, searching for some caves nearby. A minute later, Xiao Ming opened his eyes and disappeared, taking the Grand Commander with him. The next time he appeared, he was already in one of the caves nearby. After driving the third-ranked scorpion out of the cave, Xiao Ming threw the Grand Commander to the ground again, then found a clean spot, sat down cross-legged and used his dou qi to heal his wounds. The cave was silent, not a sound could be heard. The Grand Commander who was lying on the ground looked at Xiao Ming who was motionless but his qi was slowly recovering, his eyes were constantly rolling and he was inwardly anxious. This human's wounds are recovering, no, I have to find a way to escape from here. The Grand Commander tried to stretch his arms, trying to stretch the spirit that enveloped him. However, no matter how hard he tried, the spirit would not budge, but rather the movement hurt his wound more, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Seeing that he could not withdraw the spirit from around his body, the Grand Commander had another idea, so he began to twist his body and crawl out of the cave. The snake people had many secret techniques, one of which was the ability to exchange their position with the snakes they came in contact with, and there was no lack of snake species in the Tagar Desert. As long as he managed to get out of the cave, he could easily find snakes and use the secret technique to escape. After crawling like a worm, the Grand Commander had exhausted all his strength, but he was finally about to get out of the cave. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's voice rang in his ears. "If I were you, I wouldn't have done this, Baldy. When did you get here?" The Grand Commander's movements froze. Xiao Ming laughed lightly and did not respond, instead dragged the other party's tail into the depths of the cave. Throwing the Grand Commander to the ground, Xiao Ming's hands swiftly moved as the dou qi fused in his hands, traces of flames floating on them. You! What do you want to do? I'm warning you not to act recklessly." The bald Grand Commander shouted with a stern tone. Xiao Ming coldly snorted as his hands stopped and a strange seal entered the Grand Commander's body. As soon as the seal entered his body, the Grand Commander only felt an unprecedented emptiness throughout his body. "Human, you actually sealed my dou qi. Oh, who told you to be dishonest? This secret sealing technique was taught to me by my master, which uses a trace of heavenly flame on it, unless I personally remove the seal or you take a 6th tier pill to undo it, otherwise, you will only be a Dou Grand Master for the rest of your life." Xiao Ming laughed playfully. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Returning to Rock Desert City. Hehe, don't worry, although I won't undo the seal for you, whether or not you can find a 6th tier pill to lift the seal depends on your fate. In fact, the Grand Commander's seal could not be lifted by an ordinary 6th tier pill, but also required the cooperation of an alchemist who could skillfully manipulate the heavenly flame, otherwise, the medicinal power of the 6th tier pill would only end up being devoured by the heavenly flame trace that Xiao Ming had left on his body and then explode. At that moment, the fate of this Baldy who was currently just a Dou Grand Master would be obvious. Xiao Ming did not say it out loud, who would be foolish enough to tell the enemy the method to undo it. The Grand Commander was enraged at his words. The Snake People tribe didn't have any alchemists, and the human empires around the Tagar Desert were all enemies of the Snake People tribe. Where would he find a 6th tier pill? Did he really have to be a Dou Grand Master all his life? This was unacceptable to the mighty Grand Commander, who couldn't help but scream in rage. Despicable human! I'm despicable! Xiao Ming shook his head wordlessly. You, who were the ones who started it, are the despicable ones. He had come with no ill intentions, yet because of Medusa's greed, things had ended up this way. The most important thing was that this time he had suffered no real loss, otherwise, things would not end with just a Grand Commander. Without bothering to say anything else to this mindless Grand Commander, Xiao Ming remembered that the spirit was still attached to the Grand Commander's body. Receiving Xiao Ming's thought, the spirit enveloping the Grand Commander turned into a white light and flew towards Xiao Ming, circling around him happily several times before finally disappearing into Xiao Ming's body. Looking at the indignant Grand Commander, Xiao Ming pulled a band of beastskin from his ring and tied him tightly. Then, he found something to stuff his mouth with. Only then did he sit cross-legged in his previous position. A day later, in the afternoon, at a small oasis 20 miles west of the May Snake tribe. Under the glare of the setting sun, the desert beyond the oasis was filled with yellow sand. Thousands of miles of continuous rolling dunes staggered high and low like frozen waves, their smooth lines revealing their extraordinary charm, their particularly spectacular grandeur. Queen Medusa and Yume, however, were in no mood to appreciate this view, to which they had been accustomed since birth. They felt nothing but endless disgust at this sight. Yume turned her head once more and looked up at the sky, but there was no sign of Xiao Ming. "Your Majesty, we've been waiting for a day and the other party still hasn't arrived. Why don't you go back to the May Snake tribe first and leave the matter of retrieving the Grand Commander to me?" "Just you? The other party was able to capture the Grand Commander. With your strength, I'm afraid the human will capture you too," Queen Medusa said as she looked at Yume. Yume heard the words and said a little embarrassed, "I don't think so, I don't have any problem with him." Yume, who had spent a day with Xiao Ming, felt that she could still communicate with him. Previously, with the matter of the Grand Commander, she had wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but Queen Medusa had stopped her. "You have not, but our snake people race does have a problem with him. Humans covet our women and often kidnap them, so there's no guarantee he doesn't have some idea about you." Medusa shook her head. The reason the Snake People tribe had been able to survive under the siege of the human empires was through unity, and offending a Snake People commander could easily attract the other Snake People commanders. So when she heard this, although he didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing, Yume said nothing more. They waited until after sunset and still did not see Xiao Ming's figure. Just as Yume was about to speak, a black shadow came flying in from afar. The person who approached was none other than Xiao Ming, whose hand still carried the bald head whose aura was withered. "Your Majesty, the other side is here." At the same time Queen Medusa and Yume were communicating. Xiao Ming, who was in the air, also saw Queen Medusa and Yume. Casually tossing the Grand Commander to the ground, Xiao Ming said, "Where is the sand statura I need?" Queen Medusa frowned and looked at the Grand Commander motionless on the ground. In her perception, the Grand Commander's aura was only in the Do Grand Master realm. "What did you do to him?" "Nothing, I just made him a little more honest." Queen Medusa would not let Xiao Ming deceive her, and after carefully perceiving, she suddenly spoke. "Did you seal his Do Chi?" "Yes." "Undo the seal so you can obtain the sand statura." "Forget it then." Xiao Ming shook his head, bent down, carried the Grand Commander, and tried to leave. Seeing his action, Medusa couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, but the Grand Commander, being a Do Emperor, had to be saved, so her cold voice rang out, "Wait, let him go." Xiao Ming looked at her and did not move. Understanding Xiao Ming's meaning, Queen Medusa took out a jade box from her storage ring. "This is the sand statura you wanted. Open it and show it to me." Queen Medusa opened the jade box, and Xiao Ming looked at it to make sure the jade box contained the sand statura. "Throw it to me." "No, give him to me first." At this point, Medusa did not budge. "How about you throw the jade box and I'll throw the baldy?" "Fine. I'll count to 3 and we throw them at the same time. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Ming and Queen Medusa threw what they had in their hands at the same time. A silver light flashed and Xiao Ming got the object faster than Queen Medusa. Without staying too long, Xiao Ming turned back into a silver light, quickly disappearing into the oasis. When Queen Medusa received the Grand Commander and turned to look at Xiao Ming's location, she could only see a silver light. This made her feel secretly annoyed. The snake spirit sacred fruit was lost. Yume bent down and checked the bald Grand Commander's injuries before informing Queen Medusa. "The Grand Commander has a crushed bone fracture in his right arm is now crippled. If it doesn't heal, all his strength will be reduced by 40%. In addition, Xiao Ming has sealed the Grand Commander's Do Qi, without lifting the seal, the Grand Commander. Yu Mei paused and did not continue. Medusa herself knew about sealing techniques and knew what Yu Mei meant. If the seal was not lifted, the Grand Commander would be left with the strength of a Do Grand Master. I know, after I return to the sacred city I will look for the great elders and see what they can do. The secret sealing technique had always been strange and unpredictable, very difficult to undo, and Queen Medusa couldn't think of any good solutions. Yu Mei nodded and asked again, Your Majesty, why didn't you exchange the snake spirit sacred fruit with him? Queen Medusa certainly wanted to do so. At first she wanted to use other medicinal herbs and Sanstatura to exchange the Grand Commander with the snake spirit sacred fruit. However, she gave up this plan after seeing the state Xiao Ming had the Grand Commander in, since it was more likely that the other party would also ask her for the other medicinal herbs in exchange for the Grand Commander. To avoid this situation, she first exchanged the Grand Commander. But after exchanging the Grand Commander, the other party fled and it was too late to suggest the exchange. Without answering Yu Mei's question, Queen Medusa directly told Yu Mei to wake up the bald head and take him out of the oasis. A few days later, Xiao Ming appeared on the streets of Rock Desert City, walked slowly, and soon arrived at the door of an inn. As soon as he entered, he saw Ziyan and the other girls sitting on some chairs. And all the people around them were looking at them with some astonishment. Sitting on the chairs, Ziyan suddenly sniffed several times, then her eyes lit up and she turned her head to look at the door. Seeing Xiao Ming looking at them with a smile, Ziyan immediately jumped up and flew into Xiao Ming's arms, her little head bobbing constantly. Xiao Ming, you're finally back. Qinglin and Xiao Yixian were attracted by Ziyan's movements and also saw Xiao Ming. The two of them rushed up to greet him. Young master, you're back. Qinglin's soft voice rang in his ears. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded his head. You didn't have any accidents on your trip to the Snake People tribe this time, did you? Are you injured somewhere? Xiao Yixian looked up and down Xiao Ming's body, there was no lack of concern in her tone. No. Xiao Ming waved his hand with a smile and said, this trip was quite smooth. Xiao Yixian looked at him suspiciously, her instincts told her that his trip was not as smooth as he said, but finding nothing, she could only suppress her worry as she walked towards him together with Qinglin. Qinglin didn't think so much about it, she was just happy that her young master was back. The people in the inn looked at this handsome young man who had suddenly appeared, surrounded by three beauties, and they all couldn't help but feel a little envious and jealous. But they didn't dare to say anything provocative either. Not that there hadn't been people who had tried to hit on these three girls and even tried to take them by force, relying on their strength. When they thought about what had happened to those people, everyone could not help but tremble, and their gazes towards Ziyan in Xiao Ming's arms were filled with fear. Many people felt admiration for Xiao Ming. Someone capable of making such a terrifying person act like a spoiled girl, it was really impossible not to admire him. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Traveling to the Green Lotus Core Flame. Patting Ziyan's little head, Xiao Ming led them back to the table and sat down. While I was away, nothing happened to you, right? Smiling at Qinglin, who was pouring him water, Xiao Ming asked. With me around, what can happen? Ziyan grumbled. That's true, but why are they so afraid of you? Picking up his glass of water and taking a sip, Xiao Ming pointed to the people around them and asked. Xiao Yixian answered the question, that's because a few days ago, some people came looking for trouble and Ziyan taught them a lesson. After that, these people became like this. That's right, Sister Ziyan is awesome, she wiped out those people in a single blow. Qinglin said admiringly from the side. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Ziyan's blows were equal to leaving them severely injured or crippled, no wonder they looked at her like that. After taking another sip of water, Xiao Ming no longer continued with the topic and asked Ziyan. Has anything happened in the east of the city? No, it has remained the same as before. That's fine, later I will go to the east of the city to look for the heavenly flame, I will take Qinglin with me. Hey! Qinglin gaped at his words, then reacted and said nervously, young master, what can Qinglin do by going? Qinglin can't help young master that much, let sister Ziyan accompany you. I want to go. Hearing that Xiao Ming had just returned and wanted to go out again, and without taking her, Ziyan puffed out her cheeks unhappily and said. I didn't say I wouldn't let you go. Xiao Ming sighed and turned to look at Xiao Yixian, you should come too. It didn't matter if he brought 1 or 3 people, either way, they weren't going to go down into the magma, and with Ziyan watching, he could rest easy. Xiao Yixian smiled and nodded. After taking another sip of water, Xiao Ming led Ziyan and the girls to the east of the city. The desert was vast and the yellow sand was raging. Xiao Ming, are you sure this is the right place? Ziyan looked at the flat desert in front of her in confusion. The terrain here was extremely ordinary, without any features that could attract attention. Sites similar to this kind of sandy, flat terrain could be seen everywhere in the vast desert, and it was hard to imagine that this inconspicuous place had a heavenly flame hidden away. Didn't I tell you it's underground? Xiao Ming said in a low voice. If it's underground, then how will we go down? We can't just dig randomly, right? Asked Xiao Yixian. It's not a big problem. Xiao Ming did not have the slightest concern and said as he immediately closed his eyes, an invisible and powerful soul power spread out from his forehead in all directions. In an instant, all the movements around him were clearly transmitted to his brain. A few moments later, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. Did you find it? Yes, follow me. With that, Xiao Ming headed in a northerly direction, followed by Ziyan and the girls, and soon the 4 of them arrived at an area where the ground was slightly sunken. After stopping, Xiao Ming raised his hand and threw a punch, and red energy flew out of his fist. Immediately, a hole of about 2 meters appeared in the sunken ground, and when he took a look inside the hole, it was pitch black, and a faint heat was rising from it. This hole should take us underground. Xiao Yixian slowly approached the dark entrance of the cave, waved her palm and a moonlight stone appeared in her hand, then threw it into the cave. The faint, bright light emitted by the moonstone took several turns in the black hole before disappearing completely. Should we go inside? Asked Ziyan as he slowly approached the edge of the hole. Sure. Then I'll go in first and explore the path. After Ziyan finished speaking, she did not delay and jumped into the black hole with a smooth leap. Seeing Ziyan jump, Xiao Ming turned his head and beckoned to Qinglin, who was next to him. Seeing Xiao Ming's gesture, Qinglin hurriedly trotted over to him, her pair of curious turquoise pupils looking at him excitedly. After a brief glance at those enchanting turquoise pupils, Xiao Ming moved his arm and, amid Qinglin's stunned gaze, Xiao Ming held her waist and smiled. The environment in the hole is unknown, you are too young and your current strength is a bit lacking, please stay in my arms for a while. Seeing herself submerged in Xiao Ming's arms, Qinglin's little face gradually turned red, she lowered her little face and nodded her head softly, but in her heart, she secretly said, young master smells so good. Xiao Ming did not know Qinglin's thoughts. Holding Qinglin, he gestured to Xiao Yixian and jumped into the hole. In the middle of the dark passageway, Xiao Ming held Qinglin tightly in his arms, their bodies slid down along with the slope of the hole, chasing Ziyan in front of them. Behind them, Xiao Yixian held a moonlight stone, from which a faint light emanated, allowing her to discern if there were any obstacles in the way. A moment later, with a faint muffled sound, Xiao Ming landed firmly on the ground. After setting Qinglin down on the ground, Xiao Ming turned around and caught Xiao Yixian, who was coming unsteadily behind him. Thank you. Xiao Yixian smelled the unique scent of Xiao Ming's body, pulled her hair back which was a bit messy, then smiled and thanked him. Looking ahead, she saw a dozen dark passages appear in front of them. So, this passage is not a straight line, there are actually a dozen more passages. Indeed, there are a dozen passages. These passages must have been opened by a snake-like magical beast. There is still some of its aura left, and judging from the aura, this little snake must be a fourth-rank magical beast. Ziyan, who was in front of the passages, had her eyes closed, and hearing Xiao Yixian speak, she turned her head and said. Hearing this, Xiao Ming thought in his heart, these passages were probably opened by that two-headed flame spirit serpent. I just don't know why is that snake running around so restlessly. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming turned to Ziyan. Can you find where that snake dwells? Of course I can. Ziyan smiled. As an ancient void dragon, her perception of other magical beasts' aura was stronger than Xiao Ming's. Distinguishing the nests of magical beasts was just a small matter. Xiao Ming smiled upon hearing her words. That magical beast has dug so many holes here, it must be extremely familiar with this place. You lead the way forward. First we need to find that magical beast in its nest, then we will communicate with it, and we should be able to know the exact location of the heavenly flame. All the girls nodded at his words, feeling that they made a lot of sense. Ziyan identified the entrance to the cave for a moment, then pointed her small finger toward a passage to the left and said softly, this must be the passage. Xiao Ming's eyes went to the dark passage, which was clearly extremely deep. After seeing the situation, he entered without hesitation. Well done, follow me. In the dark and deep passage, there seemed to be no concept of time. Everyone advanced with some discomfort. The passage seemed to never end. As the distance became deeper and deeper, a faint burning heat covered Xiao Ming and the girls' bodies, finally turning into a high temperature. Xiao Ming even felt that the dou qi in his body had become a little more active. Xiao Ming, who was walking in front, looked back at Ziyan and the girls behind him. The fire attribute energy here is too high, can you girls hold on? No problem. Ziyan had no problem. Inside Qinglin's body, a cold energy was also continuously released, covering her, so she was also calm. However, Xiao Yixian's face was sweating heavily. Seeing her like this, Xiao Ming's mind stirred. Xiao Yixian suddenly felt refreshed and was a little shocked to see the small milky white water droplets that radiated cold air, endlessly swirling around her. What is this? It's called cold ice marrow. Xiao Ming smiled kindly at her and didn't explain too much. Instead, he turned to the front and walked into the passageway. Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Ming's back, and her heart gradually filled with warmth. As the passageway reached the end, everyone's speed increased, quickly crossing the final distance. Standing at the end of the passageway, looking at the fiery red world appearing in front of him, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Ming's mouth. In the huge space, the fiery red magma slowly flowed into it. From time to time there were huge bubbles emerging from the magma, but a moment later, it would burst, causing the fiery magma to shoot out, as beautifully as a fiery red firework. Standing at the end of the tiny passageway, looking at the almost endless world of magma in front of them, both Qinglin and Xiao Yixian were slightly shocked, and both involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Because she was protected by Xiao Ming's cold ice marrow, Xiao Yixian felt very refreshed now and said in astonishment. I didn't expect such a terrifying place to be hidden underground in the east of the ordinary rock desert city. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Two-Headed Flame Spirit Serpent. The subterranean magma is, of course, terrifying. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Xiao Yixian nodded and then thought of another question. Looking from left to right, she asked doubtfully. The living environment here is so horrible, so where does the aforementioned magical beast dwell? It can't live in the magma, can it? Young master, Sister Xiener, that magic beast really seems to be inside the magma, said Qinglin as she clung to Ziyan, with her green eyes staring at the endless burning magma. Ziyan, who was being held by her, looked at Qinglin in surprise. That little snake is indeed in the magma. I didn't expect you to be able to perceive it too. Tisk tisk, this should be thanks to your eyes. I must say, your eyes are not bad at all. Ziyan had long since sensed the location of the little snake, however, she did not bother to say anything as she believed that Xiao Ming had also discovered it. In fact, Xiao Ming had also discovered it long ago. Staring at a certain part of the continuously falling magma, Xiao Ming told Ziyan and the girls to wait for a while, then with a great leap, his entire body appeared on the surface of the magma, and the beautiful silver wings on his back slowly vibrated. Hiss! A sharp hiss sounded from beneath the fiery red magma, and a huge black shadow shot violently towards Xiao Ming in the air. The magma that flew out everywhere shook the calm magma lake, causing plumes of magma to shoot out of it into the sky, which was truly spectacular. The speed of the black shadow was also extremely fast, and the moment the sound ceased, its huge body showed a speed that did not match its size, and in an instant, it reached Xiao Ming, its ferocious mouth opened, and attacked using its sharp fangs. On the shore, although they knew that Xiao Ming's strength was extraordinary, seeing this scene, Qinglin and Xiao Yixian could not help but feel a little worried. Hehe, your courage is commendable. Facing the black shadow's attack, Xiao Ming did not panic and just threw a punch at the black shadow. This punch did not have any dou qi attached to it, it simply relied on physical strength, and a violent bang rang out. With a loud sound, the sky was filled with blood-red magma splashes, and the two-headed flame spirit serpent, whose strength was 4th rank, mercilessly smashed into the magma. Half a second later, a magical beast emerged on the surface of the magma. This magical beast was a snake-like beast, extremely long, at least 40 to 50 feet long, and its entire body was fiery red. Looking from a distance, it seemed like a round fire jade. Its entire body was covered with palm-sized, red-colored scales. Branching out from the region of its long neck were 2 sinister heads. It was none other than the two-headed flame spirit serpent. Manipulating his dou qi into a giant hand, Xiao Ming lifted this two-headed flame spirit serpent, then flew back to the edge of the magma. Young master, you are really awesome. You killed that evil thing that was attacking people with a single move. Looking at Xiao Ming as he flew back to the end of the passageway, Qingling's little face blushed with excitement. In her opinion, this snake had attacked her young master for no reason, which was enough to deserve to be beaten to death. Then Xiao Ming killed this thing in one move, which was very impressive. This little snake is not dead yet, it just fainted. Xiao Ming said with a smile. He still had to rely on this snakehead to find the green lotus core flame, so how could he kill it? So he deliberately controlled the strength of his strike, only to knock this snakehead unconscious. Xiao Ming, you left this little snake alive to give it to Qinglin, right? Ziyan used a questioning phrase, but her tone was confident. Considering Qinglin's performance upon entering this place, Ziyan quickly thought of what Xiao Ming had told them last time, that Qinglin's eyes had a magical effect to enslave snake-like magical beasts. That's right. Xiao Ming nodded his head and signaled Qinglin, Qinglin, come here. Qinglin quickly arrived at Xiao Ming's side upon hearing his words, looking at the huge body of the two-headed flame spirit serpent beside Xiao Ming, she couldn't help but grab the corner of Xiao Ming's robe. Young master. It's okay, don't be afraid. Xiao Ming moved a little closer to Qinglin and stroked her little head to comfort her, then turned the two-headed flame spirit serpent's head so that it could look at Qinglin. Xiao Ming rested his hand on the two-headed flame spirit serpent's head, and with a slight force on his hand, the two-headed flame spirit serpent seemed to be stimulated, and its pupils began to focus. When the two-headed flame spirit serpent regained consciousness and saw Qinglin in front of it, it unconsciously wanted to hiss. But just as it tried to open its mouth, it realized that it could not open it, and a hand was resting on its head. Seeing that the owner of the hand was the human who had just knocked it unconscious, the two-headed flame spirit serpent's eyes filled with extreme fear and its whole body swung wildly trying to pull away. But no matter how hard the two-headed flame spirit serpent struggled, its body was trapped to death, and it couldn't even move ahead. Qinglin, just make your eyes match its eyes. Hearing Xiao Ming say this, Qinglin timidly nodded before her gaze locked onto the two-headed flame spirit serpent nearby. As soon as she aligned her eyes with those of the two-headed flame spirit serpent, Qinglin realized that the two-headed flame spirit serpent's huge diamond-shaped pupils, which were not closed, were filled with violent, bloodthirsty murderous intent. This caused Qinglin to startle, and with her emotions fluctuating, 3 dark green spots suddenly emerged next to her turquoise pupils. The 3 green spots that appeared this time were much lighter than the ones Xiao Ming had seen last time, and even, if one looked carefully, one could find that these 3 dark green spots appeared to be like 3 small flower buds. The 3 dark green spots in Qinglin's pupils suddenly glowed, and the 3 spots, in an instant, transformed into 3 extremely small green flowers. With the appearance of this strange green flower, a strong light shot out from it, illuminating the two-headed flame spirit serpent in front of it. Being illuminated by the strange glow, the huge body of the two-headed flame spirit serpent suddenly stiffened, and its 2 pairs of huge eyes looked at the girl in front of it with a slightly frightened look. The strange glow slowly moved over the two-headed flame spirit serpent's body and finally stopped in the center of the foreheads of the 2 snake heads. When the strange glow stopped moving, it began to slowly shrink, and as the range of the strange glow became smaller and smaller, the light contained within it became more and more intense. When the light reached the size of a palm, it stopped shrinking, and with a burst of light, 2 tiny green flowers were etched on the 2 heads of the two-headed flame spirit serpent. When the flowers appeared, the strange light began to gradually disappear, and after a while, the tiny dark green flowers on Qinglin's turquoise pupils quickly faded, and in just an instant, they returned to their previous emerald green color. After her pupils returned to normal, Qinglin's body trembled for a while and her eyelids gradually closed, finally collapsing into Xiao Ming's arms. After Qinglin collapsed, the eyes of the huge 2-headed flame spirit serpent, however, remained somewhat dull. Only, every time its eyes swept across Qinglin, the fierceness and murderous intent in them would involuntarily disappear, and instead, they were replaced by a gentle gaze. But at this moment, Xiao Ming kicked it into the magma. The 2-headed flame spirit serpent fire that was kicked into the magma let out a hiss, but after seeing Xiao Ming's gaze, its 2 heads couldn't help but shrink back, obviously afraid of Xiao Ming. Ignoring the 2-headed flame spirit serpent below, Xiao Ming looked at Qinglin. Did something happen to Qinglin? Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Green Lotus Core Flame. Did something happen to Qinglin? Xiao Yixian looked at Qinglin in Xiao Ming's arms, took a few steps forward, and asked with some concern. There's nothing serious, it's just that when she activated her triple jade green snake flower pupils to subdue that magical beast, she consumed a lot of energy, and she should be able to wake up soon. Xiao Yixian listened to his words and let out a sigh of relief. After so many days together, she was already very fond of this little sister, and it was great that nothing had happened to her. It's good that everything is fine, but this triple jade green snake flower pupils is so monstrous. Qinglin is not even a Do practitioner, but she was able to subdue a 4th-rank magical beast. Xiao Yixian said in astonishment. Not because Xiao Ming used only 1 strike to defeat the 2-headed flame spirit serpent meant that it was weak. If other ordinary low-star Do kings came here, one feared that they would not be able to deal with this magical beast. I don't know the name of this magical beast. Xiao Yixian took a few steps closer to Xiao Ming and said softly. This magic beast is called 2-headed flame spirit serpent. It usually grows in extremely hot places and feeds by devouring magma. It has a large evolution range. When it is born it is only a 1st-rank magical beast, but if it has enough time, it is able to evolve into a 6th-rank magic beast which is comparable to a Do Emperor powerhouse. With this 4th-ranked one, I don't know how long it has been in this place. Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian continued to chat while waiting for Qinglin to wake up, and some time later, Qinglin, still in Xiao Ming's arms, slowly woke up, shaking her sleepy little head. She lifted it up to look at Xiao Ming who was holding her, her little face turned slightly red, while her slender fingers rubbed her temples. Xiao Ming was the first to notice. He lowered his head and said, Qinglin, do you feel any discomfort? No. Qinglin shook her small head and then added, young master, Qinglin knows where the heavenly flame is. It's because of that two-headed flame spirit serpent, isn't it? Qinglin nodded, pursed her little mouth, and smiled. Suddenly, she freed herself from Xiao Ming's embrace and trotted towards the entrance of the passageway, then turned around, put her delicate hands around her little mouth, and shouted, come here. Hearing Qinglin's shout, the huge two-headed flame spirit serpent in the magma lake suddenly moved and then swam slowly toward the entrance of the passageway. When the two-headed flame spirit serpent swam in front of Qinglin, it meekly lowered its head. Young master, I seem to have established a strange connection with it, I can sense its intention, it knows where that heavenly flame is. Qinglin pointed at the meek and obedient two-headed flame spirit serpent in front of her and smiled at Xiao Ming, as if expecting to be praised. Well done! Xiao Ming smiled and praised her. Communicate with it and have it take us to the heavenly flame's location. Qinglin closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them and swept her gaze around the surroundings, and finally pointed wryly to the magma lake below and said coyly, he said that the heavenly flame is down there. What? Xiao Yixian, who was next to Xiao Ming, was a little surprised, under the magma? She didn't expect the heavenly flame to be hidden under the magma. Did Xiao Ming have to dive down to find it? Wouldn't that be looking for death? Although Xiao Yixian knew Xiao Ming's strength, she couldn't help but worry, which caused her to subconsciously hold his robe tightly. Even Ziyan frowned slightly. After all, under the magma, no one knew what might be there. Looking at the girl's behavior, Xiao Ming was moved. It's just magma, you don't need to worry. If he was an ordinary Do King, Xiao Ming would definitely not choose to enter the magma depths, but with his rise of twin spirits and heavenly flame protection, entering the magma depths was not a problem. Seeing Xiao Ming's confident look, Xiao Yixian felt a bit more relieved, and after realizing that she was holding Xiao Ming's robe tightly, her face turned a bit red as she slowly withdrew her hand. After explaining to the three girls, Xiao Ming stepped back a bit and directly summoned the 10,000 beast flame, and scarlet flames covered his entire body. After doing so, Xiao Ming took a step forward, and amidst Qinglin and Xiao Yixian's worried gazes, his entire body plunged into the magma. But soon, Xiao Ming surfaced again. With his body floating in the fiery magma, the red magma slowly flowed around Xiao Ming, a huge bubble slowly surged beside him, then with a bang, some magma splashed towards Xiao Ming's face, but in an instant, it was swallowed by the 10,000 beast flame on the surface of his body. Qinglin, have the two-headed flame spirit serpent lead me to the location of the heavenly flame. Looking at Xiao Ming, whose face was calm, Qinglin's face relaxed slightly, then she nodded gently, closing her eyes slightly as she passed an order to the two-headed flame spirit serpent. Upon receiving Qinglin's command, a flash of reluctance clearly crossed the two-headed flame spirit serpent's huge pupils, but being under control, it could only let out a hiss towards Xiao Ming, then dived into the magma, disappearing from everyone's sight. Xiao Ming also followed its example and disappeared into the depths of the magma. The magma was fiery red, but with the protection of the 10,000 beast flame, Xiao Ming could see some of his surroundings. Under the protection of the 10,000 beast flame surrounding him, all the temperature of the outside world dispersed, and a somewhat cool feeling hovered over his body, without feeling the scorching heat at all. In the fiery red magma world, undercurrents arise, and occasionally there are some extremely fierce undercurrents coming from some unknown places. These undercurrents all contain extremely enormous energy. But fortunately, the two-headed flame spirit serpent is very familiar with this place and is able to find the most suitable route to dive before the undercurrents arrive. In this fiery red world, there seemed to be no other creatures than the two-headed flame spirit serpent. Of course, it could also be because the two-headed flame spirit serpent had purposely guided Xiao Ming to avoid those creatures. Even if the living conditions here were very harsh, to the level that even a Supreme Lord level magical beast with the strength of the amethyst-winged Lion King could not come and move freely in a place like this. Still, Xiao Ming did not doubt the possibility that there were other magical beasts living in the magma. After all, there was a group of lizard men living underneath the Jianan Academy, and that was the best example, and of course, the two-headed flame spirit serpent itself in front of him was as well. It didn't matter if there were other magical beasts living in this magma, either way, under the leadership of the two-headed flame spirit serpent, Xiao Ming didn't encounter any mishaps along the way. As he continued to dive towards the seemingly endless bottom of the magma, even with the protection of the 10,000 beast flame, Xiao Ming was able to vaguely sense that the temperature outside was increasing almost exponentially. In the fiery red magma, all five senses seemed to have been deprived. Even the concept of time was also gradually deprived. Without knowing how much time had passed, when the dou qi in Xiao Ming's body had been fairly consumed, he found that the fiery red magma around him had, at some point, turned slightly greenish. The dou qi in my body has been mostly consumed, and I haven't even seen the shadow of the heavenly flame. It's not that easy to descend to the bottom of this magma. Xiao Ming sighed, then with a movement of his mind, the spirit within him began to slowly emit dou qi to replenish the consumption, and with the replenishment of the spirit, Xiao Ming's dou qi soon recovered to normal. After recovering his dou qi, Xiao Ming looked at the green-colored magma around him and said, "All the magma has started to turn green, so I guess the place where I am is near the green lotus core flame. Let's make the two-headed flame spirit serpent speed up." Thinking of this, Xiao Ming urged the two-headed flame spirit serpent ahead. Under Xiao Ming's urging, the two-headed flame spirit serpent waved its tail and its speed shot up twice. 20 minutes later, the two-headed flame spirit serpent that swam rapidly in front of Xiao Ming stopped abruptly. As Xiao Ming stopped beside it, his gaze locked onto something with a large greenish glow not far away. Xiao Ming fixed his eyes on the green glow wrapped in magma, and surprisingly, he could faintly see, in the middle of that green glow, a green lotus flower, gently standing upright. "Hee, the green lotus core flame, I finally found you." The green lotus core flame, which ranks 19th in the heavenly flame ranking, is formed deep underground and has undergone the polishing, melting, pressing, and carving of the planet's flame. When fully formed, its color leans to the greenish side and the lotus core forms a cluster of green flames, called green lotus flame or green lotus core flame. The strength of this flame is unpredictable. When near volcanoes, it can cause them to erupt, forming a Mayara, destructive force. Hiss! Beside him, the two-headed flame spirit serpent hissed with its huge mouth. Xiao Ming looked back and found that this magical beast was looking at the green glow with fear in its huge eyes, and its huge body was trembling. Ignoring the two-headed flame spirit serpent, Xiao Ming slowly swam towards the area enveloped by the green light. As his body entered the green light, the temperature around his body strangely decreased. Knowing that this was a phenomenon caused by the energy of the surrounding magma being absorbed by the green lotus core flame, Xiao Ming did not take it seriously. His eyes looked directly at the green lotus flower in the center. The green lotus had 8 leaves. These 8 green-colored leaves were like the most perfect green jade that had formed naturally. To the naked eye, it appeared crystalline, giving people the desire to hold it and not let go. Inside the lotus, there appeared to be a small lotus platform of about 2 or 3 feet. A small fluorescent light was coming out of small holes in the lotus platform. This light seemed to come from the lotus seeds formed by the purest fire-like energy that was agglomerated. At the bottom of the green-colored lotus, there was a very narrow and long stem and root. The stem and root were covered with extremely small tentacles. As these tentacles swayed, Xiao Ming could clearly feel its greed, uncontrollably absorbing the surrounding wildfire-type energy. This green-colored lotus was simply suspended in this endless magma. It was like a duckweed in the vast ocean, wandering everywhere. If it wasn't for the two-headed flame spirit serpent leading the way, with Xiao Ming's skills, even if it took 10 days or half a month, it wouldn't have been possible to find a relatively small green lotus flower in such a huge area. I also don't know how Medusa managed to find this heavenly flame originally. After muttering for a moment, Xiao Ming carefully avoided the roots and tentacles of the green lotus and arrived above it. In the center of the small lotus platform, there was a hole the size of a fist, and in the hole was a green flame, burning brightly. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Meet Hai Badong again. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with the green lotus core flame, Xiao Ming did not rush to pick it up directly. Instead, he took out a small jade knife from his storage ring and aimed at the part of the lotus platform that was connected to the root, and dropped it with his hand. Immediately, the green lotus that was as perfect as a work of art fell down. After the lotus left the lotus platform, the green light around it became smaller and smaller. Seeing the green lotus fall, Xiao Ming's palm rushed to grab it, then let it float and turn in front of him. His gaze swept over it, his face full of astonishment. This green lotus is truly a treasure. The green lotus core flame does not have the violent nature of a heavenly flame within it. This green lotus core flame has absorbed so much energy from the earth for so long, it contains enough energy for me to break through to Do Emperor, and I wonder how many more stars it will allow me to advance after it. Exhaling slightly, suppressing the joy in his heart, Xiao Ming held the green lotus and beckoned the two-headed flame spirit serpent in the distance, then followed it from behind, and hurried back from the route from where they had arrived earlier. Young master will be out soon. At the entrance of the passageway, Qinglin looked at the calm surface of the magma lake with a joyful expression. Plop! Before Qinglin's voice finished ringing, the sound of water breaking echoed in the middle of the space. The three of them rushed to look into the magma, only to see Xiao Ming's figure appear engulfed in flames. With a flash, Xiao Ming appeared in front of the three, his hand still holding the green lotus. You're back, young master! Is this the heavenly flame? The gazes of Ziyan and the other girls were attracted by the green lotus in Xiao Ming's hand, especially Xiao Yixian, who among the solutions to her physique, one of them required 3 kinds of heavenly flame. At first, this condition was extremely hard, but now it no longer seemed to be a problem. All that was needed was a monster core of a rank 7 sky poison dragon scorpion beast. This heavenly flame is called Green Lotus Core Flame. It is the 19th in the heavenly flame ranking. With it, I should be able to break through to Do Emperor. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Congratulations, young master. Qinglin heard this and hastened to congratulate him. On the other hand, Ziyan beside her was a little helpless, thinking that when they first met, Xiao Ming was even shorter than her and his cultivation level was even lower. It was unexpected that in just a few years, Xiao Ming had grown a lot. It was fine for him to grow taller, but his strength was also superior to hers, and now he was about to break through to the Do Emperor that she had been longing for. Breaking through to Do Emperor usually takes a long time. This time, taking advantage of Xiao Ming's breakthrough by devouring the heavenly flame, maybe I can go out to look for medicinal herbs, then the herbs will all be mine, he he he. Thinking about the medicinal herbs she will get when she goes out later, Ziyan started laughing out loud. Looking at Ziyan laughing by herself, seeming to be planning another mischief, Xiao Ming shook his head and said to Xiao Yixian and Qinglin, "You're all right, this time the heavenly flame has been successfully found. This place is incredibly hot, let's go out first, go back and pack up, then we will leave Desert City." After saying that, Xiao Ming led the green lotus towards the passageway. Looking at Xiao Ming, who turned around and left, Ziyan came back to her senses and chased after him, taking one of his hands. Qinglin, meanwhile, hurriedly whistled into the magma lake, and instantly, above the forehead of the two-headed flame spirit serpent that was in the lake, a green glow emerged, and moments later, the huge body quickly shrank before turning into a sliver of green light and flying towards Qinglin's sleeve. Stroking her sleeve, a small smile emerged on Qinglin's little face as she softly said, "Don't cause trouble in the future, or young master will get angry and I'll throw you out." Hiss! The slight hiss was slightly tinged with discontent. The two-headed flame spirit serpent did not seem satisfied with its master's favoritism. Hee hee. Covering her small mouth and laughing softly, Qinglin put her little hands behind her back, then gave little jumps and ran together with Xiao Yixian, who was waiting for her, to chase after Xiao Ming. The four of them gradually disappeared into the darkness of the passageway. Desert City. Inside the store, a moonlight stone, emitting a bright light, illuminated the store quite brightly. It was still furnished in the same way as before. The damage caused by the last battle had been perfectly repaired, and behind the counter piled with maps, the old man bent his head and carefully drew the map in his hands. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps outside the door attracted Hai Badong's attention. Creak! The door to the room opened and a few figures came in. The ones who came were none other than Xiao Ming and the girls. "It's you. How is it, have you found the medicinal herb I need?" Seeing the visitors, Hai Badong was overjoyed. Hai Badong's gaze swept over Xiao Ming and the girls, and finally settled on the green lotus next to Xiao Ming. Could this be a heavenly flame? A thought flashed quickly in his heart, causing a hint of shock to appear on Hai Badong's face, and the look he gave Xiao Ming once again was filled with a trace of inexplicable emotions. "Here, this is the sand datura you need. For this item, I have sealed a Do Emperor from the other side, and formed a great enmity with them." With a flick of his finger, a pale yellow plant appeared in Xiao Ming's palm. The plant looked rather strange. It coiled as if it were a long yellow snake, and on the top of the plant was the snake's raised head, and above the snake's head, a fist-sized lump protruded slightly, and in this lump was where the essence of the whole plant was most dense. "Your Excellency the Ice Emperor, I have brought the medicinal material for you, that copy of the remnant map. Isn't it time for you to give it to me?" "Seal a Do Emperor from the other side?" Hai Badong smiled stiffly at his words. He didn't feel that the other party was lying, rather, he felt that Xiao Ming was warning him with these words. After thinking about it, Hai Badong walked towards a side door, only to return a moment later. In his hand, he held a piece of map. "Master Xiao Ming, this is the map you need. Now, about the pill, hee hee." Hai Badong rubbed his fingers together and smiled nervously. After receiving the map from Hai Badong's hand and examining it to make sure it was the real thing, Xiao Ming was satisfied and put it in his storage ring. "Since I have already promised to help you refine the pill, I naturally won't break my promise. However, this matter will have to be delayed a bit." Hai Badong's face froze at his words. Looking at Hai Badong, whose face stiffened, Xiao Ming pointed at the green lotus in his hand. "I need to devour this heavenly flame before I can help you refine it." At these words, Hai Badong's face stiffened even more. He could understand an alchemist devouring a heavenly flame, but didn't Xiao Ming already have a heavenly flame? How would he devour another one now? Although he wasn't an alchemist, Hai Badong knew that alchemists couldn't devour two heavenly flames. "Master Xiao Ming, it's dangerous for you to devour two heavenly flames. It's something different." Xiao Ming shook his head and didn't explain too much. "You don't have to worry about me exploding and dying and not being able to help you refine the pill. I haven't lived long enough." Being exposed by Xiao Ming, Hai Badong smiled embarrassedly. "Master Xiao Ming is joking. Since Master wants to devour heavenly flame first, then come with me." When Hai Badong finished speaking, he walked towards the side door. Xiao Ming told Ziyan and the other girls a few words. Since their retreat to devour the heavenly flame might take a very long time, Xiao Ming had made arrangements for Ziyan and the other girls a long time ago. Now he was just repeating a little to them. Seeing that Ziyan and the other girls had everything clear, Xiao Ming carried the green lotus and followed behind Hai Badong. Entering through the side door, a corridor appeared. The light in the corridor was slightly dim. He followed Hai Badong for a distance, then stopped outside a stone room at the back of the corridor. As he pushed the door of the room, a faint light shone. Inside the room, perhaps due to frequent cleaning, it looked quite clean and tidy, and there was nothing wrong with using it as a place to devour the heavenly flame. Little brother, is this place okay? Hai Badong asked with a smile, and after seeing Xiao Ming nod, then continued, since that's the case, then you can retreat here, little brother, during this time, you'll get the peaceful atmosphere you need, and absolutely no one will disturb you. Nodding with a smile, Xiao Ming looked at Hai Badong who was leaving, and softly closed the door to the room, then examined the chamber with his soul power to make sure there was no danger before walking to the center futon with the green lotus in hand and sitting down. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Simulation, Devouring begins. Holding the green lotus, Xiao Ming did not immediately set out to devour the green lotus core flame, but set it aside. He hadn't had the time to use the simulation opportunity, and before devouring the green lotus core flame and breaking through, it was better to use it. Xiao Ming whispered in his heart, Simulator, start the simulation. Ding, the current number of simulations is 1. Simulation begins. Day 1, you have arrived at Desert City. Day 2, you are secluded in Desert City to improve your cultivation. Day 3, you spend a day in a map store in Desert City. Day 4, you are in Desert City. Day 156, you emerge from your seclusion and your cultivation improves a lot. After opening the stone door of the secret room, the old man, known as the Ice Emperor, trembles a little under your power. After leaving the seclusion, you don't see Ziyan, and you feel a little strange. Day 157, you have refined a breaking adversity pill. Day 158, you instructed Xiao Yixian, who possesses the woeful poison body, and Qing Lin, who possesses the triple jade green snake flower pupils in their cultivation. Looking at the two who had advanced far in their realm, you couldn't help but secretly sigh at the horror of special physiques. No wonder someone refined an artificial woeful poison body. Day 165, you met Ziyan. The other party even told you that she had made a good friend. At the same time she took out snake tobacco and cloud desert spirit fruit from among her storage ring, and asked you to help her refine them into pills. Day 169, you returned to the Xiao family and everyone in the clan welcomed you happily. Day 170, you took a bath in the hot springs at the back of the mountain, and a snake tried to sneak up on you, but you killed it as soon as it came near. Day 171, you were wandering around Wutan City and saw a girl begging with her destitute father, you casually tossed them a gold coin. Day 330, you are wandering around the Black Corner region and get a bargain, buying a fragment of a secret technique, the 9 transformations true spirit, for 1,000 gold coins. Day 460, you want to find the acceptance soul through your master's contacts, as well as the monster core of a 7th rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast. Day 461, you and the deputy headmaster's granddaughter stroll through the outer academy. Day 490, you learn by chance that the cartography pavilion in Black Seal City possesses the remnant map of the purifying demonic lotus flame, and you head to Black Seal City. Day 2490, you enter a cave left by a Do Venerate. Day 2491, you killed a lot in the cave and obtained 3 D-class technique scrolls, the intermediate Dido technique, Dragon Snake Forge Body, High Dido technique, Deluo Seal and the High Dichi method, Fenjiun Yu. Day 2492, you killed 3 Do ancestors blocking your path. Day 2980, you have met a sensual-looking Do Venerate woman who has become infatuated with you and started stalking you. Day 3333, you are relieved that you did not see the Do Venerate woman today, and before long, a clan of magical beasts arrives at your door asking you to refine the 7th tier pill, the body transformation pill. Day 3490, you have nothing to do, you are very calm, drinking tea by the lake when suddenly you have an epiphany. Your soul has a glimmer of spirituality. Your soul realm has reached the spirit realm. Day 3650, you learn that there is a soul skill to cultivate the soul somewhere, and you set off towards it. End of simulation. Talent items are being selected. Currently available, 1 gold coin, acceptance soul, acquired woeful poison body. Please select 1. The simulator text flashed through Xiao Ming's mind in an instant, but he had already memorized it. Xiao Ming did not pay attention to the rewards of the simulation, but remembered the contents of the simulation and fell into contemplation. Was the remnant map of the purifying demonic lotus flame in the possession of the cartography pavilion? Xiao Ming had some printouts from the cartography pavilion of the Black Seal City. Once he had obtained the remnant map of the nether poison flame in the cartography pavilion, and the rest was obtained with the help of the simulator. There is another heavenly flame remnant map at the cartography pavilion, not bad for a map store. After taking this matter into account, Xiao Ming remembered something else. From what the simulator revealed, it could be seen that it was very difficult to break through into the spirit realm. In this simulation, his advancement into the spirit realm depended entirely on the epiphany. His soul realm had already reached the great completion of the mortal realm long ago, but the barrier from the mortal realm to the spirit realm had blocked him directly for more than 10 years. One can imagine how difficult it was to break through this barrier. In previous simulations, there was very little mention of his soul realm. It was difficult for him to get a specific mention of how to break through the spirit realm once, and now that he got it, it was through the epiphany, which left Xiao Ming not knowing what to say. Alas, if only the exact location of that place with the soul skill was shown, that way, knowing the location, I could know if that place truly has the soul skill, and maybe I could simulate it and get it. Unfortunately, the later the simulator simulates life, the greater the deviation, but if I miss this chance, I don't know when the next one will be. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming didn't give it any more thought, but pondered over the 3 options. 1 gold coin was definitely something that was directly ignored. The choice naturally came down to choosing between the acceptance soul and the acquired woeful poison body. The acquired woeful poison body was different from Xiao Yixian's innate woeful poison body, which did not have an upper limit for growth. The acquired instead, its strength basically could not be increased once it reached a certain point, and its growth rate, moreover, could not be compared to that of Xiao Yixian's innate woeful poison body. The possessor of the acquired woeful poison body, Bing He, was only a 4-star Dou Venerate after cultivating for his entire life. Even so, this physique is not without advantages. For example, this acquired physique would not erupt, and for other people to use it, it would be quite good, but for himself, Xiao Ming was not very interested. So after thinking for a moment, he said softly, "Simulator, I choose the acceptance soul." Although the acceptance soul was not as good as a special physique, it was still a treasure very hard to find, and it was not bad to get it. As soon as Xiao Ming's voice fell, a faint grey light suddenly came from the void in front of him. The grey light floated in the air for a while before softly falling down. Xiao Ming quickly caught it, and the light dissipated, revealing what was hidden inside. It was a grey-colored stone that was around the size of a thumb. The stone was as smooth as jade and did not have the slightest flaw. In the middle of the stone, there was a pale blue glow that was slowly wiggling, much like a small worm that possessed a life force. After taking a curious look at what this acceptance soul looked like, Xiao Ming put it in his storage ring as his interest waned. Speaking of which, after the simulation in the imperial capital, he had gotten a few things, but the only things that were considered good for him were 2 7th-tier pill recipes, a bottle of core-quenching body milk, and this acceptance soul. After putting the acceptance soul in his storage ring, Xiao Ming cast his gaze over the green lotus to the side. He stood up and approached the green lotus. His eyes looked towards the fist-sized hole in the center of the small lotus platform, and inside the hole, a green-colored flame was burning brightly. The green lotus core flame, let's begin. Xiao Ming's palm rested on the bottom of the green lotus platform, and his soul power quickly swept over it, carefully separating the entire green lotus platform from the green lotus core flame. Without the shackles of the green lotus platform, the extremely small green flame suddenly increased several times, and in just a split second, the green flame turned into a ball of flames, suspended in midair. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Emerging from the seclusion without waiting for the flames to burst forth, Xiao Ming, who had long had experience in devouring heavenly flames, covered his entire right palm with red flames and opened it slightly, picking up the green lotus core flame in midair. When his palm opened again, a thread of green-colored magma-like liquid twisted in his palm. This thread of green-colored magma, which emitted a terrifying temperature, was naturally the seed of the green lotus core flame. The speed with which Xiao Ming did this was so fast that anyone who saw it would have to say something like, "How experienced!" Looking at the flame in his palm, Xiao Ming blinked. Although this green lotus core flame had no spiritual intelligence, it contained much more energy than the fallen heart flame and 10,000 beast flame he had devoured, both of which were only seedlings. Without the birth of spiritual intelligence, even if it has more energy, it is useless, and can only resign itself to being refined and absorbed by me. Xiao Ming's incomparably handsome face showed a bright smile as he sat back down on top of the futon, the palm of his hand holding the seed slowly lifted up, and after a moment's pause, he threw it forcefully towards his open mouth. At the same time, his body shook violently as if struck by lightning, and his face, which had a healthy rosy tone, suddenly turned pale. Xiao Ming's eyes slowly closed as his mind slowly sank into his body, forcing himself to endure the burning pain coming from his body. As his mind sank into his body, a nebulous sensory interface appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. In the many meridians inside his body, the green magma that had previously entered his body had already transformed into small wisps of green flames, which contained terrifying energy and moved randomly through his meridians, wanting to burn everything in its path to nothingness in an instant. Luckily, Xiao Ming had other flames inside his body to protect his meridians, so nothing happened to him for the time being. Of course, if he allowed this situation to continue and the flames continued to collide, his body would burn up sooner or later. Xiao Ming did not delay, and as soon as his mind moved, the spirit within him began to sweep through his body, absorbing all the wisps of green flames he could find, which had separated from the green magma. Just like the 10,000 beast flame and the fallen heart flame before, those separated heavenly flame sources could not resist the spirit at all. After 10 minutes, the heavenly flame source in Xiao Ming's body was devoured. The spirit inside Xiao Ming's body also changed to a green color, a sign that the green lotus core flame source had not yet been digested. With a thought, the spirit returned to the place where it had been before, and Xiao Ming also began to execute his qi method to help the spirit refine the heavenly flame. After a long time, the spirit inside Xiao Ming's body regained its pure white color. With a slight tremor, the pure dou qi continued to flow out of him slowly and converged towards Xiao Ming's meridians. As Xiao Ming's mind moved, an invisible flame suddenly appeared beside the spirit without any warning, and this flame was none other than the fallen heart flame. After the appearance of the fallen heart flame, all the pure dou qi exhaled by the spirit was calcined by the fallen heart flame before it could converge to Xiao Ming's meridians. The pure dou qi that had been calcined by the fallen heart flame decreased in volume, but became higher in quality, and after it had merged into Xiao Ming's meridians, it did not make Xiao Ming's dou qi unstable. Time passed in a dull constant repetition of exhaling dou qi, calcining it, and absorbing it. But as time passed, Xiao Ming's aura gradually grew stronger. In the secret room, a pair of eyes that had been closed for 5 months slowly opened with a slight tremor. The dark eyes shone in the darkness like lightning in the night sky, and at this moment, even the air seemed to make a subtle crackling sound inside the dark room. With the opening of these eyes, a majestic aura, which had long been silent, finally raised its head like an awakened lion and charged across the room toward the sky. A mighty rumble shook the sky and the ground of Desert City. This aura was so overwhelming that it attracted the attention of many people in Desert City. However, because this aura was so frightening, no one came to investigate. They simply turned their attention to the map store where Hai Badong was. Finally, under this majestic aura, which was several times stronger than before, the entire room trembled slightly, and a spider web-like crack spread from the futon where the young man was sitting, eventually spreading to all corners of the dark room. The appearance of these cracks caused the room to begin to shake slightly. It was as if it was going to collapse at any moment. Ka! The futon Xiao Ming was sitting on suddenly resounded with a small sound, and then a small crack suddenly appeared, and finally, with a low sound, the futon exploded into dust. The floor underneath was not spared, as 1 foot of the floor turned to dust. The black-robed young man sitting on it did not move at all, his legs were crossed in the void and he was suspended in mid-air without the slightest external influence. Is this what it feels like to be a Do Emperor? Xiao Ming slowly stretched out his hands, feeling the majestic Do Qi in his body like a mountain torrent, and a faint arc formed from the corner of his mouth. Unlike the strength that was forcibly enhanced using secret techniques, at this moment, a feeling of grandeur that heaven and earth were in the palm of his hand surged in his heart, while his soul power spread out from his body like a storm along the 4 directions at lightning speed. The majestic soul power quickly spread out of the secret room, spreading throughout Desert City, but it did not stop there, but continued to spread across the desert outside of Desert City. As the soul power spread, countless scenes flashed in Xiao Ming's mind. The majestic soul power spread over a radius of 100 miles, but it seemed to have a certain limit, so when Xiao Ming's soul power reached a certain sand dune, it was difficult to advance another centimeter. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's mind moved, and the soul power that had spread out immediately retracted like a tidal wave, and in just a few breaths, everything had retracted into his body. When the soul power returned to his body, Xiao Ming bowed his head slightly and exhaled a long sigh. Unfortunately, even breaking through to a 3-star Do Emperor, the soul power really didn't grow much. This is really... Before the words finished coming out of his mouth, kaka! A sound was heard. Under the sound, the secret room finally couldn't take it anymore. Rumble, 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 rumble. With a loud sound, the whole room collapsed, filling the entire hallway with dust and smoke. Step, step, step. At the loud sound, 3 figures appeared in the middle of the hallway. Young Mast. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Qinglin entered the hallway, she felt choked by the dust and smoke filling it and couldn't help but cough. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hurricane wind surged from inside the passageway, blowing out all the smoke that filled it. At that moment, the figure of the young man appeared in the girl's eyes. The young man had long, straight black hair, sword-shaped eyebrows, clear black eyes with a penetrating gaze and slightly pursed lips. His whole face boasted distinctive features, handsome, but without losing his masculine aura. He stood with an indescribable halo. This person was none other than Xiao Ming. Young Master. Seeing Xiao Ming unharmed, a smile appeared on Qinglin's face as she hurriedly ran towards him. Xiao Yixian and Hai Badong also followed closely behind her. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Helping Xiao Yixian Qinglin. Looking at Qinglin who ran towards him, Xiao Ming smiled and stroked her head before turning his gaze towards Xiao Yixian. During the time I've been in seclusion, nothing should have gone wrong, right? And where is Ziyan? How come I haven't seen her? There was no problem during the time you were in seclusion, except that not long after you went into seclusion, Ziyan would run out from time to time and come back a few days later. This time, Ziyan has been away for more than 20 days, so she should be back soon. Xiao Yixian stared at Xiao Ming's face, pulled her hair back, and said softly. Xiao Ming only nodded softly at her words and did not ask about Ziyan again. Ziyan's character was originally very restless, one could not expect her to stay in Desert City all the time, and it was within Xiao Ming's expectations for her to go out. Off to the side, Hai Badong looked at Xiao Ming, who was talking to Xiao Yixian, and his eyelids jumped in astonishment. He really didn't expect Xiao Ming to be in seclusion for so long devouring the heavenly flame, and that he would be a Do Emperor as soon as he came out. Can one increase cultivation by devouring the heavenly flame? Why wasn't the energy from the surrounding heavens and earth attracted when he broke through to Do Emperor? It was reasonable that the energy needed for a Do King to break through to Do Emperor was so great that it would cause a small energy storm when it was building up. Back then, he had spent over a year in seclusion in order to break through to Do Emperor, and that scene was still fresh in his mind. It was nothing like Xiao Ming, who did not emit any sound during his breakthrough and only let out his aura after it. Looking at his aura, it seemed like it had been a while since he broke through to Do Emperor. For this kid to have this strength at his age, what a monster! Looking at Xiao Ming, who was still talking to Xiao Yixian, Hai Badong took 2 steps forward and a smile appeared on his old face. Master Xiao Ming, congratulations on your breakthrough to Do Emperor in this seclusion. Your Excellency the Ice Emperor is very polite, please don't blame me for damaging your secret room with this breakthrough, and thank you for taking care of both Xiao Yixian and Qinglin these days. Xiao Ming said with a smile. In Ziyan's absence, Hai Badong had given a lot of help to Xiao Yixian and Qinglin with the intention of befriending Xiao Ming, all of which Xiao Ming had already learned through the conversation he had just had. Hehe, that's what I should do. The smile on Hai Badong's face grew a little bigger. Now that Master has come out of seclusion, this old man's pills. Oh, the pills. I just made a breakthrough today. Wait until I get familiar with my strength, and tomorrow I'll help you refine it. Although he was a little disappointed that Xiao Ming did not refine it immediately, Hai Badong also did not say much more. After all, the other party had just come out of seclusion, and it was normal for the other party to need to calm his mood. Anyway, his cultivation had been sealed for decades, one more day wouldn't matter. In that case, I won't bother you any longer, youths. With that, Hai Badong smiled somewhat mischievously before leaving the hallway. Hai Badong's words caused both Xiao Yixian and Qinglin to blush slightly, but they said nothing. Xiao Ming, meanwhile, raised his eyebrows and muttered something like, "So old and such a pervert," then looked at Xiao Yixian who was in front of him. "Let's go to your room first to talk about some things concerning your cultivation." Follow me." Xiao Yixian's room was appealing and elegant, with a light fragrance filling the air. Sitting in a chair, Xiao Ming took a sip of the tea handed to him by Qinglin. Only then did he look at Xiao Yixian. "Your strength has reached 5-star Do Master, your strength is progressing extremely fast, is there anything different about your body?" "At the moment, it is still in the same state as before, there is no discomfort." Xiao Yixian shook her head and said. In the original story, when Xiao Yixian had reached Do Ancestor, the woeful poison body had only been partially controlled and had a tendency to erupt completely. However, now, even though Xiao Yixian's strength was progressing extremely fast, there was still a possibility that the woeful poison body would erupt. "Although I didn't have any major problems, however, my body has already started to show the woeful poison body's own toxicity. The last time Xiaolin, Qinglin's magical beast, touched me, it took several days to recover. By the way, Xiaoling is that 2-headed flame spirit serpent." Xiao Ming was stunned at her words. The 2-headed flame spirit serpentine was a 4th-rank magical beast. Xiao Yixian's woeful poison body, did it really have this level of toxicity already? Thinking about this, Xiao Ming directly grabbed Xiao Yixian's right hand. Xiao Yixian unconsciously tried to dodge, but with Xiao Ming's speed, how could she dodge? "Xiao Ming, you..." Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Ming with worry in her eyes. "You don't have to worry about your poisonous body hurting me." Xiao Ming carefully sensed and observed Xiao Yixian's body condition, and did not worry about the toxicity being transmitted when it came into contact with Xiao Yixian's skin. As soon as those poisons entered Xiao Ming's body, they were dissolved into energy by the do qi of his body, leaving no trace of them. Xiao Ming's qi method was the rise of twin spirits, and using the dual techniques together not only allowed him to nourish the spirit, but also to nourish himself. In addition to providing a strong physical body and an amount of do qi that far exceeded that of ordinary qi methods, Xiao Ming also had a strong resistance to other special elements, so this toxicity was not a threat to Xiao Ming. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that Xiao Yixian's current strength was too low. If Xiao Yixian's current strength was the same as Xiao Ming's, then he would not be able to touch Xiao Yixian at will, as the woeful poison body was not just a casual name. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was carefully examining her with a calm expression, and feeling the temperature of his hand, Xiao Yixian felt her cheeks grow warm, but the next moment, Xiao Ming's words left her heart cold. If I am correct, your woeful poison body is about to erupt for the first time. After probing Xiao Yixian's physical condition, Xiao Ming released her hand and said, "What? Will Sister Xiener be all right?" Qing Yi, who had stood silently by his side, asked with some anxiety. Xiao Yixian's face was a little pale as her gaze was fixed on Xiao Ming. "It is not dangerous, you will just feel pain. This may be because you have ingested too many poisons recently and many of these poisons remain in your body and have not been fully refined." Xiao Ming reflected. Xiao Ming could be called a master alchemist now, and he could be considered to know a lot about these things. When the woeful poison body erupted while being highly developed, it was because the poison was too strong and the person with the woeful poison body could no longer prevent it from erupting. But in the case of Xiao Yixian, it was because she was too weak and did not have enough control over the poison. The most optimal point of this type of physique was when it grew to the middle stage, where one would not have to worry about the eruption and could control the poison power well, and the strength would also be quite good. It is in the early and late stages, on the other hand, when one would have to suffer. When Xiao Yixian heard that it was nothing serious, her face regained a little color. And at this moment, Xiao Ming said again, "If it was a late-stage woeful poison body eruption, then I may not have much to do, but at this stage it can still be suppressed." "In which way?" "You can use heavenly treasures to cleanse your marrow and refine your bones to make some of the residual unabsorbed toxins disappear, and in the later time, you can simply train against people more often and practice your control over the poison. This method only works when your strength is not high, it won't work later, now is the right time. It just so happens that I have heavenly treasures that can cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, there is no time to waste, go and prepare a barrel of water, I will help you remove some toxins later." "Okay." Xiao Yixian nodded her head and prepared to leave. Xiao Yixian's departure caused the room to fall silent, at which point Xiao Ming turned his gaze towards Qing Lin. Only after looking at Qing Lin until her little face turned red did Xiao Ming withdraw his gaze. Compared to Doqi near zero level of cultivation when they first met, Qing Lin's strength was progressing rapidly. At this moment, she was already at the 8-star Do disciple. Sigh, these special physiques are so terrifying. If I had this kind of physique when I was 4 years old, I'd be a Do venerate by now. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Ming chatted with Qing Lin about things unrelated to cultivation. A few moments later, Xiao Yixian entered carrying a wooden barrel. In the Do Master realm, for Xiao Yixian, carrying a wooden barrel full of water was nothing. Setting the barrel down, Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Ming. "What should I do now?" "I will first mix the medicinal liquid for you." Xiao Ming walked over to the wooden barrel, waved his palm and a pure white jade bottle appeared, he lightly weighed it and then took off the lid. Immediately, a faint emerald mist floated up and finally condensed over the mouth of the bottle, it seemed that it would not dissipate for a long time. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Cleansing the marrow and refining the bones. Xiao Ming took a deep breath of this mist and felt a faint warm current flowing through his soul, and could not help but smile and sigh in admiration, saying, "As expected of a spiritual substance that condenses the power of the earth, it is surprisingly so pure and dense, and only a spiritual substance of this level has the miraculous effect of cleansing the marrow and refining the bones." Xiao Yixian beside him also looked curiously at the pill bottle that emitted a thick fog. "This is the core-quenching body milk." After explaining to the curious Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming slightly tilted the jade jar and carefully poured a few drops of liquid into the wooden barrel. Upon pouring the drops of core-quenching body milk, the clear water in the wooden barrel immediately transformed into an emerald color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a faint mist gradually seeped from the surface of the water, which remained for a long time, giving it an extremely bizarre appearance. Placing the jade vial in its storage ring, Xiao Ming waved his palm again. A plant with a fiery red body and many tentacles on its roots appeared in his hand. With a wave of his palm, a fiery red flame formed on his palm, and flaming red birds rose up. In a few moments, the plant quickly withered and finally became a drop of red liquid. After using the flame to refine the red liquid several times, Xiao Ming snapped his finger and the red liquid fell into the wooden barrel. As the drop of red liquid fell, the surface of the water, which was originally emerald in color, slowly changed to a darker shade. After doing this, Xiao Ming's palm glowed with white light and another medicinal herb appeared in his hand. After a few minutes of refinement, the medicinal herb also became a drop of greenish liquid and fell into the wooden bucket, making the water also have a faint cyan color. One by one, medicinal herbs of different appearances were continuously taken out by Xiao Ming, refined, and thrown into the barrel. An hour later, dozens of herbs had turned into different colored liquids and were thrown into the wooden barrel. After refining the last of the herbs, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the wooden barrel and saw the colorful water surface. With his current alchemy skills, it was easy to configure this kind of medicinal liquid with enough ingredients. Alright, take off your clothes and get in there, and don't get out until the color of the water becomes transparent again. Ah! Xiao Yixian, who was watching him mesmerized to the side, turned completely red when she heard this, her two hands clutching the corners of her clothes, feeling a little lost. Beside her, Qinglin, who had heard his words, was also startled and could not keep her eyes from darting between Xiao Yixian and Xiao Ming. Sorry, it's not my intention to take advantage of you, the core quenching body milk's energy is too big, and with your current strength, it's impossible to take it directly orally, so you can only do it this way, and even then, it must be combined with other medicinal materials before it can have the effect of cleansing the marrow and refining the bones. Besides, in order to prevent you from being overwhelmed by the medicinal power contained in the medicinal liquid, I have to watch you on the side, I hope you can understand. Xiao Ming spoke with a serious expression, feeling a bit helpless, but it was his duty to look after Xiao Yixian's well-being. I know. Xiao Yixian forcefully suppressed the embarrassment in her heart and whispered. As a doctor, she knew how valuable the medicinal materials Xiao Ming had taken out earlier were, especially the core-quenching body milk, which could cleanse the marrow and refine the bones. She also understood that it was really not Xiao Ming's intention to take advantage of her, and she only reacted like that due to embarrassment. She could not forgive herself if Xiao Ming wasted so many medicinal materials due to her own inability. Didn't we talk that we would all follow Xiao Ming in the future? It won't matter if he gets to see a little too much, will it? Thinking about the conversations she had in these 5 months with Ziyan and Qinglin, Xiao Yixian's face became determined. Seeing that Xiao Yixian had made up her mind, Xiao Ming turned around. Call me after you are inside the wooden barrel. And at this moment, Qinglin quietly walked out of the room, not before looking meaningfully at Xiao Yixian. Looking at Xiao Ming's back, Xiao Yixian lightly bit her red lips and moved her delicate hands to her lower back, gradually untying the white ribbon tied around her waist, and the robe covering her body slowly slid down. After a while, a jade-white body, curvaceous and exquisite, was exposed in the room. With her hands protecting her important parts, Xiao Yixian's gaze once again turned to Xiao Ming's back. Her pretty and delicate face looked slightly flushed, with her eyes flashing with different emotions. Turning to look at the colorful medicinal liquid, Xiao Yixian took a deep breath, clenched her silver teeth, closed her eyes, and dived into the wooden barrel with a leap. Splash! With the sound of falling water, Xiao Yixian's white and delicate body was completely submerged in the medicinal liquid. As soon as she entered the medicinal liquid, Xiao Yixian's body trembled heavily, and then, she completely understood why Xiao Ming had to watch from the side. She could feel that, at this moment, Countless strands of pure energy in the watery liquid were forcibly pouring into her body along the slightly open pores of her body. The intense pain made her involuntarily grunt. At that moment, Xiao Ming heard the sound of falling water, and a complicated look appeared on his face. Before his expression relaxed a little, he let out a light laugh. I'm not intentionally trying to take advantage of her, what am I afraid of? Approaching the edge of the wooden barrel, Xiao Ming quickly said, cultivate your qi method, and try to hold on as long as possible. Cleaning the tendons and marrow is not that easy. After you have succeeded, not only you will wash away some of the toxins left in your body, it will also be beneficial to your future cultivation. Xiao Yixian nodded her head vigorously and then began to close her eyes to cultivate. Seeing Xiao Yixian inside the barrel, Xiao Ming's eyes couldn't help but get a little warm, but he quickly averted his gaze, only focusing on sensing her condition. At this moment, most of Xiao Yixian's delicate body was covered by the multicolored medicinal liquid, so it was not that he had seen her naked body, but the small upper half of her exposed white round breasts were really eye-catching. The surface of the multicolored liquid in the wooden barrel suddenly gushed with small bubbles, and a few moments later, the bubbles appeared more and more frequently until all the medicinal liquid inside the barrel boiled to a full boil. In the wooden barrel, the medicinal liquid circulated rapidly, and incomparably pure energy seeped out of the medicinal liquid, finally pouring into Xiao Yixian's body in a steady stream. Xiao Yixian's body was red, constantly trembling, beads of sweat continuously fell towards the barrel, and the corner of her mouth had vague traces of blood. She had obviously bitten off part of her lip. Xiao Ming's soul power surged, silently observing the state of Xiao Yixian's body. As soon as Xiao Yixian showed the slightest sign that she could not continue, he would take measures so that she would not be harmed. Time passed slowly. After a while, the multicolored medicinal liquid in the wooden barrel returned to a state of crystal clear water, exposing Xiao Yixian's delicate jade-white body. However, Xiao Ming's spiritual sense focused on the inside of Xiao Yixian's body, and the various colors that originally covered her body had completely disappeared, and the bones, meridians, and other places on her body faintly emitted a faint fluorescent light, looking like white jade. I didn't expect Xiao Yixian to have so much willpower, to actually absorb the energy of this medicinal liquid completely. He had set up the medicinal liquid himself, so of course, Xiao Ming knew how uncomfortable it was to immerse in it. He could only say that Xiao Yixian had strong willpower. At this moment, Xiao Yixian, who was cultivating in the wooden barrel, moved, her cherry-colored lips opened slightly, and a puff of grey mist was exhaled. The wooden barrel came into contact with the grey mist and immediately corroded, causing a large hole to open up. The clear water from the wooden barrel came out of the large hole, exposing Xiao Yixian's body. After expelling the unabsorbed residual toxins from her own body, Xiao Yixian also discovered her situation. Blushing with embarrassment, she covered the important parts of her body. And at this moment, Xiao Ming had already turned his head away. Coughing softly, Xiao Ming said, "Since you are done with your cultivation, I will go out while you clean your room." After saying that, Xiao Ming hurriedly left the room. All that was left behind was Xiao Yixian's pretty blushing face. After a while, the only sound that could be heard in the silent room was Xiao Yixian's faint voice. "He saw me." Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Refining the Breaking Adversity Pill. Xiao Ming hurried out of the room. Outside the door, Hai Badong, who had been waiting for him for a long time, immediately greeted him. "Master Xiao Ming, about the pill. I will refine it immediately, take me to a room." "Ah, fine, then follow me." Hai Badong was surprised by Xiao Ming's haste, but of course, he would not stop to question him when he would finally go to refine his pill. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He really feared that Xiao Ming would come out and say that he was tired, and would talk about it tomorrow. Fortunately, Xiao Ming didn't do that. Hai Badong led Xiao Ming into another hallway. He finally arrived at the center of a secluded room. Xiao Ming casually sat down on a chair, his eyes looked towards Hai Badong, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he slowly said, "Pill recipe, medicinal materials. Sometimes, it seems to me that you alchemists are truly enviable. This seal-breaking pill recipe was something that took me a lot of effort to get. To my misfortune, the first time I will use it, it will have to change ownership." The pain on his face was not feigned. No one but him knew of the effort he had put in to obtain this recipe. The value of a recipe that could break the seal was hard to estimate, and if he really wanted to estimate its value, he feared it would be no less than an intermediate ditchy method. Keeping a warm smile on his face, Xiao Ming smilingly accepted the ancient pill recipe that Hai Badong had reluctantly handed him. His gaze swept over it, and the 3 faint black characters of the breaking adversity pill flashed before his eyes. The breaking adversity pill, 6th tier pill, has the miraculous effect of breaking most seals. After taking it, one can also form a resistance against such seals in the body. In the future, if one encounters such seals again, one will have a slight chance of being exempted from them. Not bad at all. Of course, it's not bad. Back then, to obtain this recipe, the price I paid, it still makes my heart ache when I think about it now. Looking at Xiao Ming, Hai Badong smiled bitterly and said, "Hehe, no matter the price, compared to being able to restore your strength as a Dou Emperor, this all seems worthless." After dipping his soul power into the pill recipe and flipping through the contents that had been recorded, Xiao Ming comforted him and then, in front of Hai Badong, unceremoniously took this ancient pill recipe and put it away in his storage ring. The rules of the alchemist world were such that the recipe now belonged to Xiao Ming. When Hai Badong saw Xiao Ming's action, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch a little, and after a long while, he could only shake his head in depression. Perhaps because he feared failure, most of the herbs prepared by Hai Badong were gathered into about 2 or 3 portions and placed on the table, which was full of them. After putting away the recipe and carefully going through the numerous herbs, Xiao Ming nodded slightly after not finding anything missing. Looking at Hai Badong, who was staring at him, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Your Excellency the Ice Emperor, I think you should also know that matters like pill refinement have a failure rate. Refining this 6th tier pill, although I am a 6th tier alchemist, I dare not give you a guarantee, so if the refinement fails, then I know, you won't be responsible, right? You alchemists are all like that, you are so strong, could I still force you to stay if you fail?" Hearing his words, Hai Badong waved his hand and sighed. "It's good that you understand, you can leave, and remember not to let anyone bother me." "I understand." As Hai Badong walked out of the room, Xiao Ming waved his hand and the door to the room closed. Bang! With a light sound, the 10,000 beast cauldron was released by Xiao Ming. With a flick of his fingers, a red flame was thrown into the medicinal cauldron by Xiao Ming, and when the fire was almost ready, Xiao Ming's palm quickly waved over the table, grabbed the medicinal herbs one by one, and then threw them into the medicinal cauldron. As soon as these herbs entered the medicinal cauldron, they would be surrounded by Xiao Ming's flames and refined, finally turning into different colored medicinal liquid droplets. During the whole process, Xiao Ming's face was very relaxed. The difficulty of refining the breaking adversity pill was not high among 6th tier pills, and Xiao Ming could refine it with ease. The time of sunset came in the middle of the tidy room. The dark red medicinal cauldron was slowly spinning in the air, with red flames fluttering violently in it. As it spun, the space around it emitted small continuous waves of energy. These waves of energy, centered on the medicinal cauldron, formed a circle and gradually spread out in all directions, quietly dispersing just as they touched the walls. Inside the burning medicinal cauldron, a thumb-sized purple pill prototype took shape as the flames burned, and at a certain point, an intense fragrance suddenly emanated from the cauldron, filling the room for a long time. Xiao Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron, sensed that it was almost time, and with a wave of his palm, the flames from the cauldron surged, and in an instant, the purple pill prototype was completely enveloped in it, beginning the final round of intense burning. The flames only rose for a flicker before being quickly dispersed, and with the dispersal of the flames, a round, thumb-sized pill appeared inside the cauldron, faintly glowing purple in color. The moment the purple pill appeared, a fierce ripple of energy shot out from within the pill, which was partially intercepted as it passed through the 10,000 beast cauldron, but the rest still seeped out and rushed mercilessly in all directions. Ignoring the fluctuations formed by the pill, Xiao Ming's hand made a movement, and the purple pill descended and landed obediently in his palm. The surface of this pill was a faint purple color, round and full of luster. On the surface of the pill there seemed to be a strange pattern that had not been created artificially, and these patterns twisted and turned like a special image with a deeper meaning. When one looked at this breaking adversity pill closely, one could feel the strange power contained in it. This power was the main ingredient that could break the seal. Xiao Ming did not add any additional ingredients to the pill. Sometimes professional ethics were still necessary, and even if Hai Badong regained his strength, it would not be good enough for him to warm up. The pills were put into a jade jar, and the pill cauldron in the room, as well as the remaining herbs, were put into his storage ring. After that, Xiao Ming left his room. Hai Badong had already been waiting outside the room for a long time, and judging from his appearance, he should have stayed the whole day and never moved. As soon as Xiao Ming's figure appeared, Hai Badong couldn't wait to approach. "Master Xiao Ming, was the fluctuation just now from the pill that was refined?" Xiao Ming lightly waved his palm, and a jade bottle was thrown towards Hai Badong. "Here, this is the pill you need." Looking at the jade bottle that had been thrown to him, Hai Badong almost used his hands and feet to catch it, holding it carefully as if carrying his own child. His eyes looked at the purple pill inside the jade bottle, and a hint of ecstasy arose on his pale, old face. Looking at Hai Badong, who was clutching the jade vial with a face full of ecstasy, Xiao Ming laughed lightly and smiled. "I've already refined the pill, now you can taste the effect." "Okay." Hai Badong held the jade bottle tightly, his old face full of impatience. He had no doubt about the authenticity of the pill. During the time of Xiao Ming's seclusion, he had long since inquired about Xiao Ming's reputation through some of his contacts. In fact, there was no need to do much digging. It could be said that the current Xiao Ming was famous in the Jiama Empire, a once-in-a-thousand-years monstrous talent, the youngest sixth-tier alchemist, and the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Association. All of these titles were spread throughout Jiama Empire. Desert City, being on the border of the Jiama Empire, took a little longer to receive news from inside the empire. Moreover, Hai Badong had been hiding and drawing maps, so he used to be indifferent to those matters, so he was not familiar with Xiao Ming before and had to go ask specifically. After knowing Xiao Ming's identity, Hai Badong had no doubts about Xiao Ming's pill refining ability. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Zia Yan's return. When he thought that his cultivation, which had been sealed for many years, would soon be restored, a pleasant smile appeared on Hai Badong's face. He carefully put the jade bottle in his storage ring, and then said to Xiao Ming, "Master Xiao Ming, I will be secluding myself in a subterranean room. After breaking the seal later, this room will also prevent the aura from leaking too much so that some unnecessary troubles can be avoided." "What kind of trouble can there be? People from Desert City would dare to come and cause trouble?" Thinking like this, Xiao Ming did not say anything, but let out a light laugh. "You can make any arrangements you see fit, then I'll take my leave. I don't know how long it will take to undo the seal. Master can make any arrangements you wish within the tent." In the meantime, with these words, Hai Badong left the hallway. When Hai Badong's somewhat hunched back disappeared before his eyes, Xiao Ming let out a slight sigh, then gathered his courage and took a step out of the hallway. He was going to look for Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. In the hallway, the lighting was not very strong, and there was only one lamp that dimly illuminated every 3 meters away. The hallway was not very large, but the degree of twists and turns was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After a few turns around the corridor, the uniform atmosphere surrounding it made people feel slightly tired. However, Xiao Ming had already passed through this hallway twice before, so he felt nothing. The soft sound of footsteps slowly echoed in the long corridor for a long time, sounding vaguely eerie. A moment later, Xiao Ming came to a room and knocked on the door. "Please come in." Xiao Yixian's voice sounded from inside the door. Creak. Xiao Ming pushed the door and entered. Xiao Yixian's room was no different from the one he had seen yesterday. The water stains left by the marrow cleaning and bone refinement had also been cleaned. At this moment, in addition to Xiao Yixian, who was dressed in white, there was also Qing Lin, who was dressed in deep green. When they saw Xiao Ming enter, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, who were chatting at the table, stood up and greeted Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, "No need for such courtesy, have a seat." With that, Xiao Ming also sat down next to the table. The room immediately became quiet, and a touch of ambiguity permeated this slightly uncomfortable atmosphere. Qing Lin sensed this somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere and opened her beautiful eyes, thinking, what happened in the morning with young master and sister Xiener to make them behave like this? After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ming turned to look at Xiao Yixian and asked, "Xiao Yixian, how was the effect of the medicinal bath?" When Xiao Yixian heard his words, the mood she was trying to maintain was immediately broken, and a red haze covered her flawless white face as she recalled what had happened in the morning. Although she felt a little embarrassed at the thought of the morning scene, she still whispered, "After cleansing the marrow and refining the bones, my body now feels much lighter, and the toxins that had not been absorbed into my body were eliminated. In addition to that, after absorbing the pure energy inside the medicinal liquid, my strength has also greatly improved and has reached 9-star Do Master. I just need to test my skin toxicity." Skin toxicity. Without any surprise at Xiao Yixian's improved strength, Xiao Ming merely muttered softly before beckoning to Qing Lin. Immediately, Qing Lin walked over to Xiao Ming. "Young master, how can Qing Lin help you? Lend me your two-headed flame spirit serpent." "Of course." Qing Lin smiled and, without hesitation, immediately extended her right hand. On her wrist, the two-headed flame spirit serpent was showing its teeth to Xiao Ming. In response, Xiao Ming merely looked at it and the two-headed flame spirit serpent immediately turned honest. After taking a look at the honest two-headed flame spirit serpent in Qing Lin's hand, Xiao Ming realized that its aura was a little weaker than the last time he looked at it in the subterranean magma, so it should have been absorbed by Qing Lin. All the snake-type magical beasts that were controlled by Qing Lin would be like this. Without worrying about this change, Xiao Ming brought it directly to Xiao Yixian's hand and said, "Touch it and test your toxicity." Hiss. The fourth-rank magical beast had already opened its spiritual wisdom, and although it could not speak, it could understand the words. As soon as Xiao Ming's voice fell, the two-headed flame spirit serpent could not help but hiss. At this moment, the two-headed flame spirit serpent felt very bad. The last time it accidentally touched this human a little, it was very uncomfortable for several days. This time, it can't let her touch it. Its limbs kept twisting and struggling in Xiao Ming's palm, but it was useless. Xiao Ming's body after seclusion had improved drastically, and an ordinary 6th-rank magic beast was no stronger than Xiao Ming's body. What could a small 4th-rank magical beast do? Amidst the desperate gaze of the two-headed flame spirit serpent, Xiao Yixian's finger pressed its snake body, and instantly, the two-headed flame spirit serpent became flaccid, as if lacking energy. Carrying the snake's tail and waving it in front of his eyes, Xiao Ming roughly comprehended the toxicity of the skin on Xiao Yixian's body. It could poison a Do Grandmaster that had no antidote and was capable of making a Do spirit collapse. It was similar to before the marrow cleansing and bone refinement. This was not something Xiao Ming would have expected. After feeding the two-headed flame spirit serpent with an antidote pill and throwing it to Qing Lin, Xiao Ming told Xiao Yixian the result. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Yixian replied with a faint smile, "It's already enough for me not to suffer from my poison body's eruption, everything else is just additional benefits." Clearly, Xiao Yixian was not too disappointed. The two of them, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian, slowly forgot about the previous awkwardness and began to talk very happily about some things inside the room, when not long after, a strong aura came from not far away. What happened? Xiao Yixian spoke with some surprise. It must be Hai Badong undoing his seal and regaining his Do Emperor strength. Xiao Ming said as he stood up, let's go take a look. Xiao Ming hadn't even reached the subterranean room with Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin when he met Hai Badong in the hallway. Seeing Xiao Ming, Hai Badong, whose strength had recovered, thanked him again. He also had no ill intentions. After all, Xiao Ming was very strong and very generous to him, and Hai Badong was not an insensitive person. On the contrary, he immediately said that he would take Xiao Ming to the Mitre family with him, and when he returned to the clan, he would be given all the medicinal materials he had promised earlier. In response, Xiao Ming only said that he had to wait for Ziyan to return and could not leave for the time being. Hearing this, Hai Badong, who had regained his strength and did not want to stay in Desert City to continue selling maps, could only stay. In the following days, Xiao Ming stayed at Hai Badong's store, teaching some Do techniques to Qing Lin, as well as helping Xiao Yixian exercise her control over the poison. These days, Xiao Ming's relationship with Xiao Yixian had become closer, due to the fact that whenever Xiao Yixian took a break from training, the two of them would chat about their life experiences. Xiao Ming learned about Xiao Yixian's childhood, and how she became a doctor in the small store in Qingshan town, though a part of him felt that Xiao Yixian was hiding something. However, he had secrets too, so he didn't mind too much about it. Xiao Yixian, on the other hand, had always been very curious about how Xiao Ming, who was younger than her, was so powerful. However, since she had agreed to follow him, she had not had the opportunity to ask him. In the 5 months that Xiao Ming had been in seclusion, she had also learned a few things about him from Ziyan, but Ziyan only seemed to like to talk about their time together robbing and intimidating the magical beasts around the inner academy, which left Xiao Yixian speechless. In these days, Xiao Yixian learned that Xiao Ming was an orphan like her. She also learned about his experiences in the Xiao clan, as well as the first time he learned alchemy with the help of his master, and his adventure at his young age at the dangerous Black Corner region. The fascination in Xiao Yixian's eyes could not be hidden. Xiao Ming's experiences were truly interesting to her, who, in comparison, had had a much duller life. Spending her best moments in this short period of time, along with Xiao Ming, Ziyan, and Qing Lin, who had now become her little sister. Every time she thought about the latter, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. If this physique of hers, which made her feel disgusted in the past, would help her protect her new family, she wouldn't mind becoming feared for turning into a powerful poison master. Even if it meant giving up saving lives as a doctor. One morning, Ziyan finally returned to Hai Badong's store. As soon as Ziyan entered the tent, she saw Xiao Ming, who was instructing Xiao Yixian, and immediately asked joyfully. Xiao Ming, when did you come out of seclusion? Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian stopped their movements. After telling Xiao Yixian to go ahead and take her rest on her own, Xiao Ming approached Ziyan and pinched her soft cheeks. I came out of seclusion a few days ago. I told you to keep a good eye on Xianer and Qing Lin. It's okay if you go away from time to time, but why did you go away for a month straight this time? Do you still want the medicinal herbs I promised you? Pinching Ziyan's small face, Xiao Ming pretended to be serious and said. The pills you left me earlier will run out soon. To grow in strength, I can only go out to fetch more medicinal herbs. Because Xiao Ming pinched her face, Ziyan's words were unclear. Besides, here is that old snowman, nothing would happen to Xiao Yixian and Qing Linear. Xiao Ming almost laughed when he heard Ziyan's excuses. The pills he gave to Ziyan were a very large amount. If she had eaten them regularly, she definitely wouldn't have finished them so fast. It was definitely because Ziyan, the gluttonous one, was craving them, and that was why she ate them so fast. Although he knew it was so, Xiao Ming didn't say anything else. He just shook his head and let go of her cheeks. Forget it, I won't bother with you. He he he, Xiao Ming, I knew you were the best. Ziyan said after jumping into Xiao Ming's arms and inhaling deeply. Now tell me, why did you take so long to come back this time? Asked Xiao Ming while stroking Ziyan's head. Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Ziyan's emotions visibly rose as she raised her head and said to Xiao Ming. I've made a new friend outside this time. A friend? This is a rare thing. Ziyan had always disdained to befriend ordinary people. Back then, it was thanks to 10,000 beast flame and alchemy that the two of them met in the first place. So Xiao Ming asked with interest, what's the other party's name? Medusa. Cough cough, Xiao Ming choked, but once he thought about it, Xiao Ming felt it made sense. The snake people was the one with the most treasures near the Jiama Empire, and if Ziyan was looking for heavenly treasures, she would definitely have her eyes on the snake people tribe's treasure. If he remembered correctly, in the original story, the two of them were very close. Medusa even often took Ziyan to steal other people's medicinal herbs. Now the two of them met and became good friends, which did not surprise Xiao Ming. Undoubtedly, Ziyan's words confirmed his thoughts. A month ago, because the medicinal herbs in the surrounding city, oh no, the medicinal herbs in the surrounding mountains were depleted by me, so I traveled to the desert to look for medicinal herbs. Then, when I was looking for medicinal herbs near the snake people tribe, I met Sister Medusa, and the other party gave me a lot of things. Ziyan took out a bunch of medicinal herbs from inside her storage ring, then her big eyes looked at Xiao Ming full of expectation. The meaning was obvious. Ziyan's story had a few omissions. She went out to look for medicinal herbs, but where she found them, only she herself knew. Xiao Ming sighed. Ziyan and Queen Medusa became friends, but still, he couldn't care less. He couldn't come and tell her, I have a problem with your new friend Medusa, you are not allowed to play with her. Ziyan was smart enough to know who to become friends with. So Xiao Ming merely said, I see, I'll help you refine these herbs into pills, but during this month, you haven't told her about me, have you? No. Although she didn't know why Xiao Ming was asking this, Ziyan answered truthfully. That's good. But before I refine your medicinal herbs, I have some things to do. You just came back from the desert, so go rest first. Okay. Nodding, Ziyan disappeared towards her room as Xiao Ming gathered Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin Xianer. Could you please let Hai Badong know that we're ready to leave Desert City now? MHM. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Meeting Yun Yun on the road. After Xiao Yixian informed Hai Badong started packing. In fact, what he needed to pack, Hai Badong had already finished packing. He only took a few more changes of clothes. He took nothing from the small store where he had stayed for decades. According to him, maybe one day in the future, when he was tired of the struggles, he would return to this place and spend the rest of his days in complete peace. Xiao Ming and the girls had nothing to pack either, so it didn't take them long to pack their bags. By the time Ziyan finished resting, noon had arrived. They had a simple lunch before leaving. After that, the group left Hai Badong's store and arrived at the outskirts of Desert City. Standing on top of a towering sand dune, Hai Badong took one last look at the huge city that sat on the boundary between the desert and the land, and sighed, looking slightly forlorn. After decades of living in seclusion, made him, who used to be indifferent, develop some feelings for this place. Turning slowly, Hai Badong looked at Xiao Ming to the side and asked, "Where are you going now?" "I have to go back to the clan first." Wutan City. Hai Badong already knew Xiao Ming's information and knew that he was a member of the Xiao family in Wutan City. Xiao Ming was not surprised, he simply nodded softly. "That's right, I wonder what arrangements Your Excellency the Ice Emperor has made. I have nowhere to go this time, so I'll follow you for a while. I owe you a great favor in addition to the rewards, so I can't just leave. By following you, I can also see what ways I can return the favor, otherwise, I'll always be uncomfortable. Hai Badong frowned and pondered for a moment, then said with a smile. By the way, there must be a mitre auction house in Wutan City, right? There is. Xiao Ming nodded his head and said. That's good, then, when the time comes, I can also contact that fellow mitre Teng Shan through the mitre auction house in Wutan City, so that the remaining rewards can be sent to you. You are free to do whatever you want. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Xiao Ming didn't care if Hai Badong followed him or not, as long as he sent him the promised rewards. However, it wasn't a bad idea to go with the flow and have an extra fighter, he wouldn't be in the way anyway. Come on then, at our speed, I think we should be able to reach Wutan City in 4 days. Hai Badong smiled as a faint cold mist emanated from his body, finally condensing into a pair of crystalline ice wings on his back. Xiao Ming nodded slightly, and with a slight shake between his back, silver wings, which were much larger than Hai Badong's ice wings, appeared on his back. Hai Badong's eyes roamed over the silver wings on Xiao Ming's back with a slightly strange look, and he couldn't help but ask, this must be a flying dough technique, right? That's right. Hai Badong smacked his lips in some astonishment at his words. He wasn't a brat who didn't know what he was talking about, he could clearly sense the extraordinary nature of these wings behind Xiao Ming. Apparently, these wings also had a magnifying effect on Do Emperor, they were something like the 9-level wings of the heavenly goose from the Gold Geese sect. Xiao Ming was really worthy of being an alchemist, he was so rich that he even had these things, Hai Badong thought enviously. Xiao Ming beckoned to Xiao Yixian, who was with Zia Yan and Qing Lin not far away. Xianer, I'll take you this time. Zia Yan, take Qing Lin with you. Besides the fact that he and Xiao Yixian were already familiar enough with each other, Xiao Yixian had toxins on the surface of her body, so Xiao Ming decided on this arrangement. Zia Yan and the girls naturally had no problem. Xiao Yixian took a few steps forward and felt a warm palm pressed against her waist, and immediately Xiao Ming's scent filled her nose. Before she could turn shy, Xiao Ming's voice reached her ears. Are you ready? Ready. This was Zia Yan's voice. As soon as the words fell, she felt a feeling of weightlessness, which made Xiao Yixian unconsciously hug Xiao Ming. Noticing Xiao Yixian's movement, Xiao Ming stopped and used his dou qi to form a protective barrier for her in front of them, then accelerated his speed again. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a stream of silver light and disappeared outside Desert City. And behind him, Zia Yan and Hai Badong also vibrated their dou qi wings and quickly caught up with him. Whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds rang out above the Magic Beast mountain range, attracting the attention of many magical beasts looking for food. When they looked up at the sky, the figures in the sky had already disappeared. The ones flying in the sky were none other than Xiao Ming and his group. The flying speed of a Dou King and Dou Emperor was naturally very fast, especially Xiao Ming, who had silver wings and could even move from Desert City to Wutan City in 2 days. However, because he had to wait for Hai Badong and Zia Yan, Xiao Ming suppressed some of his speed. Even so, after 3 days of flying, Xiao Ming and his group still arrived over the Magic Beast mountain range, and as soon as they crossed the Magic Beast mountain range, they would be able to see Wutan City. After flying through the air at high speed for a while, Xiao Ming suddenly stopped. And behind him, Zia Yan and Hai Badong saw him and also stopped beside him. What's wrong, Xiao Ming? Zia Yan, who was holding Qing Lin, asked in bewilderment. There seemed to be strong people fighting in the distance, I was thinking about whether to take a detour. Xiao Ming said after pondering for a while, pointing ahead. The sky Xiao Ming was pointing at had a subtle abnormal shade of purple and green. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to notice it. Oh? For someone to be described as strong by you, they must at least be in the Dou Emperor realm, right? Are there that many Dou Emperors in the Jiama Empire? Hai Badong, who was vibrating his cold ice wings beside him, asked with interest, knowing that Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist with strong soul power, he shouldn't be mistaken in his judgment. Could it be that old fellow Jia Tian besieging the Supreme Lord of the Magic Beast Mountain Range? No, the purple and green color, Jia Tian is an earth attribute Do Huang, this must be someone from the Misty Cloud sect. Hai Badong's analysis was very accurate. In response, Xiao Ming merely glanced at him. He had already recognized who were in the distance. Both Yun Yun and the Amethyst-Winged Lion King had been in contact with Xiao Ming, and Xiao Ming had already memorized their auras. So Hai Badong's analysis was correct. Of course, there were only a few Do emperors in the Jiama Empire, so it was really easy to guess. After expressing his analysis, Hai Badong said again, "Let's not take a detour, fighting at the Do emperor level is very rare. If we pass by, we will miss the fun. Anyway, we have 2 Do emperors and a Do king here, they won't dare to mess with us, and besides, it takes quite a long time to take a detour. Even if we don't join the fun, we can pass directly between them, they wouldn't dare to do anything." "Right, Xiao Ming, I remember over there was the little lion's house from last time, we can take advantage of them fighting to visit that little lion's house." Zia Yan laughed mischievously. It's not impossible." Xiao Ming nodded his head. "However, remember to hide your aura, otherwise, if those 2 discover us, we won't be able to steal the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's cave." After saying that, Xiao Ming lowered his flying altitude and took Xiao Yixian with him to fly through the forest towards the sky that contained the purple and green color. Above the blue sky, violent energy fluctuations constantly created a sound that was like muffled thunder. Green and purple colors almost filled half of the sky, and even the lazy white clouds had a 2-colored glow. Above the sky, a magical beast 7 or 8 meters long was covered in a layer of purple crystals, and when the daylight shone, the crystals glowed brightly, creating a blinding sight. The huge magical beast stood in the void, and an invisible pressure descended from the sky, looking very imposing. However, the broken flame-red spiral-tipped horn on the top of the lion's head weakened its royal aura by half. This magical beast was the Amethyst-Winged Lion King whose horn had been broken by Xiao Ming earlier. In front of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, Yun Yun was standing, wearing simple clothes that enveloped her voluptuous and delicate body. She held in her hand a strange-looking long sword that emitted a greenish glow, her white hair was gathered in a noble phoenix ornament, and her beautiful face was calm and serene. The roar of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King echoed across the mountain range. At the sound of the lion's roar, the amethyst crystal on its body shone brightly, and in the blink of an eye, furious purple flames burst out from its body, and the purple flames gradually churned and finally converged into a huge pillar of purple fire that shot up into the sky. With a flick of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's head, the huge pillar of purple fire flew straight towards Yun Yun. Yun Yun's hand was raised, and as she raised her palm, a small green tornado suddenly appeared in the sky. At first, the tornado was only 2 meters long, but after a few moments, the tornado soared with the wind and reached over a dozen meters in the blink of an eye. The huge green-colored tornado headed toward the Amethyst-Winged Lion King with a furious whistling wind. Where the tornado passed, the forest below became a field of yellow earth, and many magical beasts fled from it. The 2 attacks collided in midair, and the space was almost silent at the moment of their collision. Boom! A thunderous sound burst out of nowhere in the clear sky. The windstorm and the pillar of fire fiercely collided with each other, savagely releasing terrifying energy against each other, and where the 2 met space seemed to ripple slightly. Pang! After a few minutes of stalemate, the storm and pillar of fire finally collapsed in a dull sound that echoed through the mountain range as they ran out of energy. When the storm and pillar of fire dissipated, Yun Yun's green wings behind her vibrated, and her body turned into a beam of light, instantly crossing the turbulent area in an instant and appearing behind the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. The strange long sword in her hand moved rapidly, and on the tip of the sword, a wind blade formed, spinning at high speed, like a green orb with a blade on the outside. Ding ding! The long sword carrying the wind blade slashed the surface of the amethyst-winged Lion King's body, and a series of crisp sounds rang through the air. However, the sword's lightning cut only left white marks on the purple crystal layer, and the white marks only existed for a moment before completely dissipating. Oblivious to its opponent's ordinary attack, the amethyst-winged Lion King turned its head and a huge purple flame half a meter thick shot out from the red spiral-tipped horn on the top of its head. The fiery purple flame caused Yun Yun's eyebrows to furrow and her hand formed a strange hand seal, and a violent green wind surged in front of her body, which immediately whistled and deflected the huge purple flame. Overhead, Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King went back and forth, one green light and one purple light, fiercely colliding with each other. Not far from where the two were fighting, there was a mountain range, and at the top of the mountain range, the entrance of a large cave was hidden under the cover of tree branches. The figures of Xiao Ming and his group silently appeared at the entrance of the cave. "This is the place," Ziyan said with a smile as she looked at the cave entrance in front of her, and after she finished speaking, she couldn't wait to walk towards the cave. As the Supreme Lord of the Magic Beast Mountain Range, there were naturally minions guarding outside the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair. However, these magical beasts, which were only 4th rank at most, did not even qualify as punching bags in front of Ziyan. Because Ziyan was an ancient void dragon, she did not need to do anything, only relying on her aura, she could scare them to death. Therefore, Ziyan led Xiao Ming and the girls into the cave without any trouble. When they entered the cave, the light in the cave was not as dim as they had imagined, and on top of the surrounding mountain walls, there were occasional purple crystal blocks embedded. These crystal blocks were natural products of the cave, and in the human world, these purple crystal blocks were a prized decorative item, worth a lot of money. The interior of the deep and spacious cave was adorned with these purple crystal blocks, and it was extremely beautiful. Hehe, this lion also knows how to enjoy itself. Hai Badong looked at the beautiful cave and said with a sigh. High-ranked magical beasts are no different from normal people once they reach the 5th rank. Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. The group traversed the long cave passage and, a while later, 2 forks appeared on the path in front of them. The one on the right was empty, while on the left, a small amethyst-winged lion was looking from left to right. Suddenly, the little amethyst-winged lion saw Xiao Ming and his group. When it saw that a human had dared to enter its territory, the little amethyst-winged lion's eyes suddenly turned fierce, but after clearly seeing that among the crowd was Ziyan, the fierce look in its eyes quickly turned into a look of fear. With a groan, the little amethyst-winged lion tried to escape. "Stop!" Ziyan gave a command and the original little amethyst-winged lion's stride came to an abrupt halt. "What's going on here? Can you also control magical beasts?" Xiao Yixian, next to Ziyan, asked with some curiosity. That said, until now, Xiao Yixian really didn't know that Ziyan's original body was a magical beast. She only thought that Ziyan was a very talented human girl, although she hadn't really thought that a human girl eating raw medicinal herbs for lunch was not something very normal. To be honest, there was no one normal next to Xiao Ming, including her, so she couldn't be blamed either. "I taught this little lion a lesson last time," Ziyan said before approaching the little amethyst-winged lion and ordering. "Take us to your treasure." Under Ziyan's order, although the little amethyst-winged lion was very reluctant, it still led them to a cave that was filled with amethyst stones, with a platform of amethyst stones in the center of the cave. Roar! After roaring twice towards the platform, the little amethyst-winged lion looked a bit downcast as it made its way to the corner and plopped down there. It directly turned a blind eye to these humans who had come to raid its home. Ignoring the little amethyst-winged lion, Ziyan directly placed its hands on the stone platform and forcefully lifted it up. The seemingly thick and heavy amethyst stone platform instantly tipped over. Underneath the stone platform, several different colored magic cores as well as jade boxes appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes. From the energy contained in the magic cores, it could be seen that they must be 5th rank magic cores. What the jade boxes contained was unclear at the moment. Casually, Xiao Ming put the things in his storage ring and probed to make sure there were no treasures left here. Xiao Ming then led Zia Yan and the girls out of the cave, leaving only the little amethyst-winged lion where it was. When he came out of the cave, he saw that the battle over the sky had reached a climax. The entire earth was destroyed beyond recognition. Pang! Another collision sounded. Human woman, you have exhausted my little patience. The amethyst-winged Lion King's mighty growl shook the mountain forest. As long as the Lion King can exchange the purple spirit crystal with me, I won't bother you again in the future. After fighting fiercely for an unknown amount of time, Yun still looked elegant and noble. A ball of green-colored wind hovered over her as she said in a low voice. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. A roar of fury came from the giant mouth of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and the purple light from its body became more and more intense, and after a few moments, the intense light had the tendency to overwhelm the sunlight. The intense purple light on the amethyst-winged Lion King's body caused some of the magical beasts looking at it to quickly back away in fright. The strange situation on the amethyst-winged Lion King's body was also noticed by Yun, and as she felt the sudden strange surge of energy in the surrounding sky and earth, her face became more dignified, and a few meters around her, the fierce wind began to whistle. The purple light enveloped the sky and earth, and after a long time of preparation, the radiance suddenly subsided, and in the blink of an eye, the purple light in the sky was compressed into a pillar of deep purple light that was only half a meter long. It's actually a seal. Seeing the move made by the amethyst-winged Lion King, Hai Badong felt quite annoyed, as it reminded him of the time he was sealed by Medusa, and for a moment his face became much uglier. Amethyst seal. As the purple light flickered above the vault, the low roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King echoed continuously among the mountains. As the words fell, the pillar of deep purple light in the sky flashed like lightning. The speed of the pillar of light was so terrifying that it was almost like a flash. It only took an instant to appear in front of Yun. Furious Wind Soul Sealing Array. With a shout, the space in front of Yun fluctuated slightly, and countless dark green wind blades, which were over 3 meters in size, flashed out of the air, and then tangled with each other, forming a fierce cyclone, with raging winds, spiraling out at high speed. Boom! Wherever the pillar of purple light and the cyclone of wind blades passed, space distorted slightly and, in an instant, they collided loudly with terrifying force. As soon as the purple light pillar and the wind blade cyclone collided, the blade cyclone was clearly at a disadvantage, and in just a few moments, the blade cyclone burst into flames, while the purple light pillar was only slightly dark. After destroying the blade cyclone, the purple light pillar pierced through the dozens of wind shields Yun had placed and shot out towards her body with a devastating gesture. Extreme Wind Fallen Massacre. As soon as she was hit by the purple pillar of light, the strange long sword in Yun's hand trembled fiercely, and a profound light so small that it was almost the size of a thumb shot out instantly. Just as the light appeared, space shuddered several times. Ka! The light rushed toward the amethyst-winged Lion King's head and, being startled, the amethyst-winged Lion King lowered its head slightly and the light shot through its right eye and out the lower right side of its brain. The amethyst-winged Lion King felt a sharp pain from this blow, and a violent lion roar resounded. A deep purple sound wave suddenly spread out from its open mouth. When the sound wave spread out, the green-colored dochi remaining around Yun was quickly extinguished, while Yun, who was the target of the sound wave attack, let out a grunt and was knocked down to the ground. After this attack, the amethyst-winged Lion King's stance in the sky also became unstable. After struggling to hold on for a while, the wings on its back stopped flapping, and finally, its huge body crashed into the forest on the ground with a clatter. Ha! The two of them are defeated. Did they die together? Hai Badong looked at the result with a bit of astonishment, his old face full of surprise. One had to know that, at the level of a Dou Emperor, if the difference in strength was not too great, if either of them wanted to run, the other would not be able to stop it at all. Usually, other than a life and death dispute, not everyone would fight so desperately. A situation like Yun Yun and the Amethyst-Winged Lion King is really rare. After all, there is still the danger of the Magic Beast Mountain Range. By fighting like this, both parties, even if they didn't die, would end up as food for the greedy magical beasts. These two are not dead, but they are almost there. After his soul power surged from his forehead and probed for a while, Xiao Ming slowly said. In his perception, both the Amethyst-Winged Lion King and Yun Yun's aura were very weak. So what do we do now? Hai Badong asked Xiao Ming. Now that two powerful Dou emperors were defeated in front of them, was it better to kill them, save them, or ignore them? Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin also looked towards Xiao Ming. Zia Yan was indifferent, she had never cared about irrelevant people. After looking at Hai Bodong, Xiao Ming said after a moment of silence, that female Dou emperor is Yun Yun, the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect. If we save her, the Misty Cloud sect will owe us a great favor. Zia Yan, go pick her up. Zia Yan nodded and her wings emerged behind her and flew towards where Yun Yun had landed. As for the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, Xiao Ming looked at Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian standing next to him and continued, I happen to be missing a mount, so I'll trouble your excellency to bring it. The corners of Hai Badong's mouth twitched at his words. Was Xiao Ming treating him like a servant? He should go bring the mount himself. Sighing, speechless, Hai Badong didn't refuse and, with his two wings, flew straight towards the place where the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was. As he watched Hai Badong leave, Xiao Ming knew what Hai Badong was thinking, but he didn't care. Who told him to go into debt to an alchemist? Besides, Xiao Ming didn't do it just to tease him, he was also worried about Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin's safety. If that lion wasn't completely incapacitated and decided to attack them, wouldn't he be putting them in danger for nothing? Looking away from Hai Badong, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth curved into a smile. This time his luck was quite good. Yun Yun and the Amethyst-Winged Lion King had fought to the very end, allowing him to pick up a mount without making any effort. Actually, not even the Amethyst-Winged Lion King at its peak could escape him, and with the Amethyst-Winged Lion King half dead, he could handle it as he wished. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Subduing the Lion King. Quickly walking in front of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, Xiao Ming probed its aura. Compared to the previous probing with his ranged soul power, Xiao Ming discovered that the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's wounds were even more severe than he had assumed, with bright red blood continuously flowing from its head. If it weren't for the fact that the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was a magical beast and was terribly strong and resistant to blows, one fears that it would have died long ago. Looking at the dying Amethyst-Winged Lion King, Xiao Ming took out a vial of the 6th tier vitality pill from his ring and inserted it into the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's mouth. As soon as the vitality pill entered the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's mouth, it turned into a green light and disappeared. The next second, a subtle green light appeared on the surface of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's body, causing an immense vitality to emanate from it. Seeing the strong vitality emanating from the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's body, Hai Badong couldn't help but click his tongue several times. A 6th tier pill. Even commonly used 6th tier pills were extremely valuable, and 6th tier healing pills were used as life-saving items. He didn't have this kind of 6th tier pill, not even a 5th tier pill. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ming didn't even blink, and casually gave it to the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. The alchemists were indeed all rich people. Hai Badong's thoughts were unknown to Xiao Ming, and seeing that the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's head had stopped bleeding and its wounds had begun to heal, he nodded in satisfaction. The effect of the 6th tier pill was really good. The injuries the Amethyst-Winged Lion King had suffered were so terrible that the vitality pill might save its life, but it would be impossible for it to quickly recover its Dou Emperor battle power. Xiao Ming also had no intention of continuing to feed it pills, this was already enough. Getting up from the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's side, Xiao Ming turned to look at Zia Yan, who was flying quickly toward them, holding Yun Yun. After Zia Yan landed on the ground, the Yun Yun in her hand was handed over to Xiao Ming. Yun Yun's clothes were torn and tattered, and an inner armor was visible on her chest. Like the amethyst-winged Lion King, Yun Yun was also in a comatose state, but there was a difference. Although the amethyst-winged Lion King was on the verge of death, the prestige around it was still there, while Yun Yun was like an ordinary person. If one did not look closely, one could not perceive any fluctuation of Do Qi coming from her. This was the sealing effect of the amethyst-winged Lion King. In addition to her Do Qi being sealed, her aura was extremely weakened and a large amount of blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Were the internal organs shaken by the amethyst-winged Lion King's sound wave attack? Seeing Yun Yun's condition, Xiao Ming immediately placed her on the ground and took out another vitality pill from his storage ring, and inserted it into her mouth. As soon as the vitality pill entered her mouth, the effect was immediately visible, and the fresh blood flowing from the corner of her mouth immediately stopped. After examining Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Ming turned to say to Qing Lin, go and take out the amethyst-winged Lion King's cub. Ah! Of course. Hearing Xiao Ming's command, Qing Lin froze for a moment and then ran into the cave that she hadn't been out of for a long time. A moment later, Qing Lin took the lead and came out of the cave, and behind her, the two-headed flame spirit serpent, whose body had grown in size again, followed her with its tail dragging the little amethyst-winged lion. Young master, I brought it. Qing Lin approached Xiao Ming and bowed her head as she spoke, clearly implying something. That's our Qing Lin. Xiao Ming saw Qing Lin's actions and smiled as he stroked her little head. He then asked her to order the two-headed flame spirit serpent to lower the little amethyst-winged lion. Qing Lin, with a slightly flushed face, did as he asked and the two-headed flame spirit serpent let the little amethyst-winged lion go. As soon as the little amethyst-winged lion was placed on the ground, it immediately ran towards its father. He even let out a whimper from time to time, looking extremely sad. Apparently disturbed by the cries of the little amethyst-winged lion, the amethyst-winged Lion King's eyelids twitched and it finally slowly opened its eyes, and the moment it came to its senses, it found its own son sobbing and wailing in front of it, as if in mourning. Why are you making so much noise? I'm not dead yet. The voice of the amethyst-winged Lion King was incredibly weak, but one could still hear that it was annoyed. Seeing that the amethyst-winged Lion King could still speak, the little amethyst-winged Lion King immediately stopped howling and instead wagged its tail excitedly. It's true that you're not dead yet, Lion King, but that's not because you're strong. A male voice came from the right, and the amethyst-winged Lion King immediately turned its head in alarm. Who dares to? Two human Do Emperors. Looking at the people in front of it, the amethyst-winged Lion King's face changed drastically. It was too injured and had just woken up, so for a moment it didn't notice that there were people around it. What made it feel worse was not this, but that it recognized the human who was speaking, Xiao Ming, as the same one who had broken its horn earlier. This human was still a Do King half a year ago. How could it be that he was now a 3-star Do Emperor? How did this human cultivate? Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King who looked vigilant, Xiao Ming spread his hands and said with a smile, the Lion King doesn't need to be so vigilant, not to mention that you are now heavily injured. Even if you weren't injured, it wouldn't take much effort for us to deal with you. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the amethyst-winged Lion King looked at Ziyan and Hai Badong behind Xiao Ming and did not refute him. It couldn't beat this human half a year ago, and now that the counterpart was already a Do Emperor and was accompanied by a Do Emperor and a Do King, it really couldn't win. Tell me, what's your purpose for saving me? No big deal, I just want the Lion King to join my group and work for me. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Humph! Human, you're just dreaming. The amethyst-winged Lion King had ruled the Magic Beast mountain range for many years and was naturally proud, so when it heard Xiao Ming's words, its anger immediately surged. Oh, Lion King, you should think carefully before replying, otherwise I'm afraid the consequences won't be very good. Xiao Ming shook his head and said. Human, you dare to threaten me? Master Xiao Ming, I told you that magical beasts are wild and hard to tame, you shouldn't have wasted that 6th tier pill. You saved this amethyst-winged Lion King, but the other party doesn't know how to be grateful, I think it's better to kill it. Hai Badong spoke indifferently from the side. Right, Xiao Ming, this little lion was beaten until it was left half dead, its strength is so low, it doesn't seem to be of much use to have it. Ziyan had a look of disgust on her face. You. The amethyst-winged Lion King was stunned at Hai Badong and Ziyan's insulting words, and the words that were about to come out of its mouth came to an abrupt halt. It wasn't that it was afraid of dying, it was just that, if it died, what would happen to its son? The amethyst-winged Lion King was silent as it looked at its cub who had been licking its wounds. Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King, who seemed to have been affected, Xiao Ming asked. What do you think, Lion King, do you want to join my group? If you agree, I can refine a body transformation pill for you later. The amethyst-winged Lion King's heart trembled at his words. Body transformation pill, is this true? Naturally, it is true. The appeal of the body transformation pill to magical beasts was naturally obvious. After a moment of struggle, the amethyst-winged Lion King eventually lowered its proud head. It couldn't be helped, the situation forced it to accept the reality. Even if it disagreed, it had to agree. Human, I promise you, however, I want to take my son with me. It's only natural, you must recover first, and when you are well rested, we will leave the Magic Beast Mountain range. The amethyst-winged Lion King said nothing more, except that it looked at Yun Yun not far away out of the corner of its eye, with a hint of anger in its eyes, which quickly disappeared as it closed them to recover. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Yun Yun, returned to the Xiao family as the amethyst-winged Lion King recovered. Yun Yun, who was unconscious, finally had a reaction. With a soft groan, her tightly closed eyes slowly opened. When she opened her eyes, she looked around a little dazedly, and the first thing that caught her eye was the huge body of the amethyst-winged Lion King. This startled her and, as she was about to get up, she discovered that her whole body was numb. After struggling a bit, Yun Yun slowly closed her eyes and opened them a moment later, clenching her white teeth, as she whispered to herself, "Damn it, my do qi is sealed. However, I don't know why my wounds have recovered, but I can feel a strong medicinal power healing my body." Right after saying this, she saw Xiao Ming and the others. Xiao Ming and the others had naturally noticed Yun Yun's awakening, they just hadn't said anything, so Yun Yun, who was lying down, didn't notice them. Of course, there was also the reason that she had been attracted to the amethyst-winged Lion King. The moment she saw Xiao Ming, Yun Yun understood why there was a medicinal force in her body. Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist and must have 6th-tier pills on him. In conclusion, she had been saved by Xiao Ming. She knew how serious her injuries were, and if it wasn't for Xiao Ming, she probably wouldn't have seen the next day's sun. Thinking about this, Yun Yun bowed her head and looked at the handsome figure of Xiao Ming not far away. Her gaze was filled with gratitude as she softly said, "Yun Yun would like to thank Master Xiao Ming for helping me this time." Hearing Yun Yun's words, Xiao Ming approached her and squatted down in front of her. "No need to be polite, sect leader Yun, this is just a chance encounter, in the end, it's still your good fortune, don't you think so?" Yun Yun naturally did not take his words seriously, she continued to say gratefully, "Master Xiao Ming is joking, this time you saved my life, how could I not take it seriously?" Xiao Ming chuckled lightly and did not continue on this topic. After all, this time he was saving Yun Yun so that she would owe him a favor. Just being polite for a moment or two was enough. "Sect leader Yun, this time you fought against the amethyst-winged Lion King, and your 5 most vital internal organs were severely injured. At the same time, your do qi was also sealed. Although I saved you with a 6th-tier pill, it will still take you a few days to fully recover, so, if I may be so bold, I will keep you by my side for these few days." "Thank you, Master, I will be in your care for a while." Yun Yun had no problem to keep saying words of thanks, although it was useless to keep repeating them, it was necessary to prove it with practical actions. Xiao Ming nodded his head, then stood up and asked the amethyst-winged Lion King, who had opened his eyes during the conversation between the two earlier. "How is your recovery, can you fly? The medicinal effects of your pill are very strong, flying is naturally not a problem." Xiao Ming revealed a smile at its words. "Well then, prepare to take us from here and head to the outskirts of the Magic Beast Mountain range. Should we take that woman with us?" The amethyst-winged Lion King could let Xiao Ming use it as a mount, but it could not tolerate the idea of Yun Yun riding it. If it wasn't because this woman came to the Magic Beast Mountain range for no reason to look for trouble, how would I have ended up in this situation? In response, Xiao Ming just looked at it indifferently and said nothing. However, the amethyst-winged Lion King was speechless at this look, as it remembered that Xiao Ming was an existence who had beaten it to the ground when he was a Do King, and if it complained again, even if the other party didn't kill it, it would be beaten half dead. Just like it did in the past, it loved to teach its disobedient little brother a lesson. Very well. The amethyst-winged Lion King lowered its head and laid its body down. It was normal for the amethyst-winged Lion King to have petty feelings, but no matter how hostile the amethyst-winged Lion King is to Yun Yun, as a subordinate, it had to know how to obey. "Qinglin, help sect leader Yun Yun climb on the back of, it wouldn't be good to keep calling you amethyst-winged Lion King in the future, what's your name?" Xiao Ming asked. "Shizi. Xiao Ming. What a great name. Qinglin, help sect leader Yun climb on the back of. Shizi and wipe the blood off her face while you're at it. And by the way, cough cough, put a garment on her." Yun Yun, who was lying on the ground, heard Xiao Ming's words and immediately caught sight of herself, finding her clothes quite torn, and although they were not completely uncovered, they were not at all elegant either. Thinking about the fact that she was in this indecent state when Xiao Ming squatted in front of her just now, she immediately blushed with embarrassment. "Yes, young master." Upon receiving Xiao Ming's command, Qinglin immediately moved to complete the order. A few minutes later, with the roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King, they all disappeared into the distance. On the outskirts of the Magic Beast Mountain range, in Wutan City. Today, the gates of Wutan City were as busy as usual, with groups of mercenaries of all sizes coming and going, some entering and others returning from the Magic Beast Mountain range. A young mercenary looked up at the sky in the direction of the Magic Beast Mountain range and asked the elderly mercenary next to him, "Boss, what's that black dot in the sky? What else could it be besides flying magic beasts?" The old mercenary said impatiently. "Don't ask so many questions every day, will you? Read your mercenary manual, it's more useful than anything else." The curious young man smiled awkwardly at his words. "I just haven't had the time." "By the way, boss, you are very knowledgeable, can you tell me what kind of magical beast this is? How come it seems to be flying towards our Wutan City?" "Flying towards our Wutan City?" The old mercenary elder froze at his words and looked up. He just took a glance and couldn't help but let out a cry of horror. "Isn't that the amethyst-winged Lion King? The Supreme Lord of the Magic Beast Mountain Range? Holy shit, what is it doing here in Wutan City?" The old mercenary had been in the Magic Beast Mountain Range all his life and wouldn't believe he was making a mistake. Hearing his shout, many people also raised their heads. When they saw the magnificent amethyst-winged Lion King, glowing purple in the sunlight, they made terrified faces. Very few had seen the amethyst-winged Lion King, but its appearance was very recognizable. "Oh no, that's really the amethyst-winged Lion King. I wonder what the amethyst-winged Lion King is doing here in Wutan City. It wouldn't be here to massacre the city, would it? Run, the amethyst-winged Lion King has come to massacre the city." The commotion at the city gates quickly spread through Wutan City. Many people were running toward the outside of the city, and not a few were running toward the current Supreme Lord of Wutan City, the Xiao family. It was common knowledge that the Xiao family had a Do King guest. Therefore, many people wanted to go to the Xiao family for refuge. They did not expect that this Dou King would be able to defeat the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, but hoped that the Xiao family would mention Xiao Ming's name and thus frighten the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. A 6th-tier alchemist was not something that anyone could offend. However, all these people were stopped outside the gate by the Xiao family's guards. In the Xiao family's living room, many of the Xiao family's senior members gathered in one place. Xiao Zhan sat at the top, in the main seat, and looked at the crowd below, and asked, "Have you already gone to invite the honorable guest Xue Tian?" Elder Xiao Shan has gone to invite him. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 sturdy figures walked in. Seeing the figures, Xiao Zhan walked over to greet them with a joyful expression on his face. "Honorable guest Xue Tian, we have to rely on you this time." Xiao Zhan did not expect Xue Tian to be able to repel the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, just to hold on for a bit while they informed Xiao Ming's name. Unless the Amethyst-Winged Lion King did not want to remain in the Jiama Empire, it simply would not dare to touch the clan of a 6th-tier alchemist. Xue Tian merely nodded at his words and did not speak, acting very coldly. "Report to the clan head. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King has flown to Wutan City. And it seems to be flying towards us. Honorable guest Xue Tian." "I see." After saying that, Xue Tian headed to the living room. The people of the Xiao family looked at each other and followed him. There were many prominent Xiao family youths in the crowd: Xiao Ning, Xiao Mei and others, and Xiao Yan, the son of the clan head, was also among them. Looking at the nervous clansman, Xiao Yan asked inwardly with some doubt, "Master, what do you think the 6th-tier Amethyst-Winged Lion King is doing here in Wutan City?" "How should I know? The other party might be just passing by." Yao Lao's voice rang out. Xiao Yan was speechless. Everyone knew that the Amethyst-Winged Lion could be passing by, but no one dared to bet on this possibility because magical beasts of this level had their own territories and rarely went towards the human territory. "So, do you think guest Xue Tian can stop it?" "It would be difficult, knowing that, due to their bloodline, the level difference between magical beasts is much greater than that of humans. If it really comes to a fight, this guest Xue Tian from your family wouldn't be able to stop it. However, your Xiao family has a genius, and the name of the 6th-tier alchemist Xiao Ming can scare a lot of people," Yao Lao said with a smile. Xiao Yan's heart was not a bit elated inside when he heard this, because Yao Lao had once told him that he also had the qualifications to become an alchemist. And Xiao Yan's blood boiled at the thought that he might also be able to scare a Dou emperor with just the mention of his name in the future. After getting excited, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something and then asked, "Well, Master, I've always wanted to ask, what tier of alchemist are you? Are you higher than Xiao Ming?" "Xiao Ming?" Yao Lao smiled nonchalantly at his words and said proudly, "Although this cousin of yours is certainly very talented and can be said to be very impressive for achieving this at such a young age, his current alchemy skills are nothing in front of me. Furthermore, listening to your Xiao family's words, I can tell that his master is only an elder of Jianan Academy. Although Jianan Academy is famous on the continent, its alchemy department is nothing. The heritage of a master alchemist is very important. His future path of alchemy will be exceptionally difficult without the guidance of someone of a higher tier." Xiao Yan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air at his words. Xiao Ming was already a 6th tier, so, if Yao Lao said this, wouldn't he be a 7th tier, or even higher? Xiao Yan did not dare to imagine it, but inwardly, he felt happy in his heart. After all, who wouldn't be happy to have adored such a powerful master? During their conversation, the Xiao family followed Xue Tian until they reached a visible open space. Of course, not all the people from the Xiao family had come here, only some, such as Xiao Zhan and some elders, the others had already hidden. Xiao Yan chose to hide in the shadows to get some information. Half a second later, a huge magical beast that glowed with purple light appeared above the Xiao family. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Yun Yun's leaving intention. As soon as the Amethyst-Winged Lion King appeared, its incomparable might made Xiao Zhan and the others a little frightened. They couldn't help but swallow saliva. Is this the power of a 6th-tier magical beast? It's really terrifying. In the darkness, Xiao Yan looked at the amethyst-winged Lion King flying towards the crowd and was also a little frightened. It seems that this amethyst-winged Lion King has not come to disturb your Xiao clan. Ah, how do you know, Master? Xiao Yan was a little confused at his words. What was it doing stopping over the Xiao clan if it wasn't to look for trouble? It couldn't be that it was here to be a guest, right? At Xiao Yan's confusion, Yao Lao let out a laugh and did not reply directly, but kept it a secret. You'll find out later. In the field, under the gaze of Xiao Zhan as well as several elders, Xue Tian jumped and flew into the sky in front of the amethyst-winged Lion King. But in the next second, Xue Tian flew down as if nothing. He didn't even say a word. This left Xiao Zhan and the others puzzled. What had happened to the honored guest Xue Tian? This was different from what they had planned at first. Could it be that honored guest Xue Tian was afraid of this amethyst-winged Lion King? However, their doubts were soon dispelled. After Xue Tian landed, the amethyst-winged Lion King also followed suit and landed on the open ground. With the change in perspective, Xiao Zhan saw several figures on the amethyst-winged Lion King's back. The one at the head of the group was clearly the supreme elder of his Xiao family, Xiao Ming. That person is Xiao Ming. Xiao Yan also saw the white-clothed Xiao Ming on top of the lion's back and could not help but exclaim in shock. Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King at Xiao Ming's feet and then looking at Xiao Ming who had already jumped off the amethyst-winged Lion King's back, Xiao Yan felt that the world was so unreal at this moment. He had just sighed at the terror of a 6th-tier magical beast, and in the blink of an eye, this 6th-tier magical beast was being used as a mount under someone else's feet. This gap was too big. Looks like the amethyst-winged Lion King has been subdued by Xiao Ming. In the ring, Yao Lao said in a voice transmission. He really subdued it. How is that possible? Even a 6th-tier alchemist would find it difficult to subdue a powerful Do Emperor, right? You have to know that there are only 2 or 3 strong people of this level in the Jiama Empire. Besides, Xiao Ming's strength is that of a Do King, and it's too fanciful for a Do King to subdue a Do Emperor. He is already a Do Emperor, Yao Lao said with an emotional tone. What, a Do Emperor? Xiao Yan blinked. Yes, he is a Do Emperor. This kind of talent is also top-notch in the entire continent. I didn't expect that a golden phoenix like him could actually come out of this grass nest that is the Jiama Empire. Yao Lao's tone was not without emotion. Not only he is a Do Emperor, but that old man beside him is also a Do Emperor, and that sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect is also here, along with the amethyst-winged Lion King. Today in your Xiao family, there are 4 Do Emperor level powerhouses. Of course, along with Ling Ying who was still in the Xiao clan, there were 5 Do Emperors in total. Xiao Yan's pupils shrank when he heard this, and his head stiffened somewhat as he scanned around Xiao Ming, and indeed saw Hai Badong, who had an extraordinary aura, as well as Yun Yun, who seemed to be in a somewhat poor state. Seeing Yun Yun, Xiao Yan did not bother to be surprised and said with a frown, "What is Xiao Ming doing bringing Yun Yun for no reason?" Xiao Yan did not have a good impression of Yun Yun, the Nalan Yanran's master, especially since that day when she had brought up the matter of annulling the marriage in front of all the Xiao family members, acting aloof and calm. After that, he and Nalan Yanran made a 3-year agreement. It could be said that they maintained a hostile relationship. Xiao Yan, naturally, was not happy that Yun Yun came to the Xiao family once again. Of course, Xiao Yan was unhappy, but it was not Xiao Yan's turn to speak in the Xiao family. Especially since it was Xiao Ming who had brought back Yun Yun, his father the clan head would not dare to say anything. Just as Xiao Yan thought, after Xiao Zhan and the others saw Xiao Ming, they saw Yun Yun immediately afterwards. The elders were fine, while Xiao Zhan's face visibly stiffened for a few moments. However, Xiao Ming's return was always a happy event for the Xiao family, and he could only force a smile as he and the elders approached Xiao Ming. At this moment Xiao Ming was talking to Hai Badong. Won't Mr. Hai Badong stay in my Xiao family for a few days? No, I'd better go to Mitre auction house first. I'll contact that fellow Teng Shan and deliver the promised medicinal herbs to you, so I'll come to visit you soon in a couple of days. In that case, the decision is yours. Hehe, see you soon. With that, a pair of ice wings spread out behind Hai Badong and he left the place. This scene startled Xiao Zhan and the others. Supreme Elder, who was this person? Xiao Zhan asked in confusion. This man is one of the 10 strongest of the Jiama Empire, the Ice Emperor Hai Badong. We happened to coincide on this trip, so he owes me a favor, and if the Xiao family encounters any difficulties in the future, you can go find him at the Mitre family. Xiao Ming casually said. That man is the Ice Emperor. Astonishment showed on the faces of Xiao Zhan and the others. As long as they were not too young, they would not be oblivious to this other famous powerhouse of the Jiama Empire. The Ice Emperor, one of the 10 strongest of the previous generation of the Jiama Empire, was a solitary and arrogant man who was extremely good at ice dochi and once froze an entire city in a fit of rage. In the last tournament between the Jiama Empire and the Chu Yun Empire, he single-handedly fought a Do Emperor and a Do King without losing, astonishing the audience. After that tournament, the Ice Emperor gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, until now, the Ice Emperor's name only echoed as a person in the memory of the older generation of the Jiama Empire, and now the 10 strongest people of the younger generation had already taken away his former glory and splendor. They did not expect to meet this time with a powerful man who had disappeared from the Jiama Empire a long time ago. Moreover, this powerful person owed Xiao Ming a favor. It could be said that it was a happy event. Looking at the somewhat happy Xiao Zhan and the others, Xiao Ming shook his head and turned his head towards the tall Xiao Shan and asked. Nothing has happened to the family lately, right? No. Xiao Shan said with an honest smile. That's good, I will stay with the family for a few days, then I will go back to Jianan Academy to see my master. I haven't seen him for a long time. After a small talk or two, Xiao Ming bid farewell to the senior members of the Xiao family and left, along with Zia Yan and the others, back to his own small courtyard. Xiao Zhan and the Grand Elder, on the other hand, watched Xiao Ming's back from where they stood without following him. Only when Xiao Ming's figure disappeared did Xiao Zhan say to the rest of the elders, let all the clan members who are hiding to come out, and also spread the news of the Supreme Elder's return, to prevent the people of Wutan City from continuing to panic. A few days later, in one of the rooms in Xiao Ming's small courtyard, Yun Yun sat cross-legged. A few moments later, Yun Yun opened her eyes. It's time to leave the Xiao family. After a few days of healing, her strength had recovered to the original level and her injuries had almost recovered, so there was no point in remaining in the Xiao family. Leaving the room, Yun Yun saw Xiao Ming instructing 2 girls in their cultivation. During the past few days of staying by Xiao Ming's side, Yun Yun had been surprised several times. One of them was because of the girls surrounding Xiao Ming. Leaving aside Zia Yan, whom she had seen before, these Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, whom she had not seen before, had deeply shocked her, as they were both extremely talented. They were far superior to her disciple, Nalan Yan Ran. This made her wonder when so many monstrous talents had appeared in the Jiama Empire. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Hai Badong comes to the door. Seeing Yun Yun, Xiao Ming stopped instructing the girls and tell them to continue practicing on their own. Then, he went to the tea table in the courtyard and sat down on a stone chair next to it. Seeing this, Yun Yun also moved her long, slender legs and sat down next to Xiao Ming. Both of them had followed this little routine for the past few days. Sect leader Yun, your complexion has improved a lot these days. After lifting the teapot from the table and pouring 2 cups of tea, Xiao Ming picked up a cup and took a sip of the tea before saying it in a low voice. It's mostly thanks to your 6th tier pill that I was able to recover so quickly. As she said this, a look of gratitude appeared on Yun Yun's face. The amethyst-winged Lion King's attack had severely injured her internal organs, and with her do-chi sealed, if she hadn't met Xiao Ming, she probably would have died in the Magic Beast Mountain range. Every time she thought about this, the gratitude she felt for Xiao Ming grew deeper and deeper. Now, the seal on my body has also dissolved. Yun looked at Xiao Ming in front of her and said. At this, Xiao Ming's reaction was normal. After all, Yun's strength was easy for him to sense. Will you be leaving, sect leader Yun? As a sect leader, I have been out of the sect for many days, and if I don't return after a long time, it will cause a disturbance in the sect, so now is the time to return. Hearing these words, Xiao Ming felt a little emotional. It's really difficult for sect leader Yun sect to handle the huge Misty Cloud sect. It's not that difficult. The Misty Cloud sect still has elders to help with matters, I really don't have that much to deal with. Yun pulled her hair back and explained to Xiao Ming. The affairs of the Misty Cloud sect were divided into several areas, most of which were handled by the elders, so she just needed to understand the general direction, which wasn't really difficult. Xiao Ming only nodded at this and turned to ask. When does sect leader Yun intend to leave? A little later. Oh, then I hope you have a smooth trip. After waiting for a while, looking at Yun, who was still in front of him, acting a little hesitant to speak, Xiao Ming asked in a somewhat strange manner, Sect leader Yun, is there something difficult to say? After a moment of silence, Yun still said, I want to exchange an item with the amethyst-winged Lion King, I wonder if you can call it, Master Xiao Ming. What you want to exchange is the purple spirit crystal, right? How do you know? As soon as she uttered these words, Yun knew that she had asked a stupid question. Xiao Ming had been able to save her in time in the first place, so it was likely that he had already been present and heard her conversation with the amethyst-winged Lion King. Of course, it was also possible that the amethyst-winged Lion King had told him in the past few days. However, now that Xiao Ming knew her purpose, she did not hide it and spoke clearly, that's right, I want the purple spirit crystal, if it wasn't for this purple spirit crystal, I wouldn't have fought with the amethyst-winged Lion King to that extent. This purple spirit crystal doesn't do you much good, does it? You almost lost your life because of it this time. Xiao Ming looked at Yun and said. Unfortunately, the purple spirit crystal is the main ingredient for our sect's guest elder Guhi to refine a pill, which can increase strength, and it's for Yan Ran. I originally planned to exchange 3 5th-rank magic cores, as well as a high Xian Qi method with the amethyst-winged Lion King. However, you know the attitude of the magical beasts towards us humans, and that's why we ended up like this. Yun didn't hide anything and said it plainly. Hehe, so that's what happened. Xiao Ming laughed before saying, however, currently, the amethyst-winged Lion King no longer has the purple spirit crystal, as it is in my possession. The amethyst-winged Lion King's cave was raided by him, and all of its purple spirit crystals naturally fell into his hands. Hearing this, Yun revealed a joyful look, and then said, then I wonder if you can exchange it with me, Master. Saying these words, even with Yun's calm personality, she could not help but blush a little. After all, the pill made from this purple spirit crystal could enhance strength, and the object of the enhanced strength was her disciple, Nalan Yan Ran, who had a 3-year contract with the 3rd young master of the Xiao family. If Xiao Ming gave him this in return, it would look like he was helping the other side. However, Yun knew that Xiao Ming might not agree to this exchange, but she still wanted to give it a try. After all, she had spent a lot of time and effort for this purple spirit crystal, and even her life was on the line. Okay. What? Yun looked at him uncomprehendingly. I said I can exchange it, but I wonder what things the sect leader can offer in return. Facing the surprised Yun, Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. The purple spirit crystal was of no use to him anyway, so he could exchange it. As for helping the other side? No matter how good Nalan Yan Ran was, there was no way she was comparable to Xiao Yan, who had Yao Lao as his master and traveling companion. It wasn't a problem that he sold a purple spirit crystal. Hearing Xiao Ming's reply, Yun Yun's face showed joy. In addition to the 3 beast cores and the qi method I promised the Lion King earlier, I can also add 10 other precious medicinal herbs to exchange with you for the purple spirit crystal. Deal. Xiao Ming nodded his head. The purple spirit crystal was a crystal containing faded energy from the amethyst-winged Lion King, which was actually of little use to truly powerful people and not worth such a high price. Yun Yun overpaid for it. Seeing Xiao Ming take out a jade box from his ring and hand it to her, Yun Yun took it inside her ring without looking at it and took out 3 beast cores, as well as a qi method, and 3 smaller white jade boxes and placed them on the table. Looking at Yun Yun's actions, Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. Doesn't sect leader Yun need to inspect the goods? No need, I trust you. Finally obtaining the purple spirit crystal caused a smile to appear on Yun Yun's calm face. All these things are part of the exchange for the purple spirit crystal. I don't have that many precious herbs in my storage ring, only 3, but don't worry, I will personally send the rest of them when I return back to my sect. I trust sect leader Yun, but I will leave Jiama Empire in a couple of days to go to Jianan Academy. How about this? You can have your people deliver it to the elder Xiao Shan. This, okay. Xiao Ming's words left Yun Yun speechless, who had originally wanted to return to the Xiao clan to thank him again at some point, but thinking about the tense situation between the Xiao family and her last time, she desisted her thoughts. So she only added, you should come to visit my Misty Cloud sect when you have time. This. Xiao Ming blinked. Go to your Misty Cloud sect to meet the GG protector of the Hall of Souls. Wait, it's not impossible to go to the Misty Cloud sect. Counting time, Yun Shan had almost broken through the Dou ancestor at this time. Before being influenced by the Hall of Souls, Yun Shan was a man who knew right from wrong, did not blindly favor his own people, had a cool head, acted sensibly, and liked to cultivate. Only after being influenced by the Hall of Souls did his personality change so much. If Yun Shan had been told that the Hall of Souls had left a trace in his soul, then the possibility of Yun Shan and the protector of the Hall of Souls colluding would be minimized. Coupled with the fact that he had saved Yun Yun this time, the possibility of the Misty Cloud sect making a move against the Xiao clan in the future would also be reduced to the lowest point. When my strength improves a little more, I'll pay a visit to the Misty Cloud sect when I have time. Maybe I can find a way to capture that protector of the Hall of Souls. Xiao Ming thought. The protector of the Hall of Souls knew the exact location of the branch halls, and the branch halls of the Hall of Souls contained the condensed soul origin of the souls they captured. The soul origin could raise the soul realm, and Xiao Ming had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to raise the soul realm. He couldn't help but be a bit interested in this matter. Therefore, Xiao Ming smiled and said, when I have time in the future, I will definitely pay a visit to the Misty Cloud sect. It's a deal, Master Xiao Ming must not forget this matter. Hearing Xiao Ming's promise, Yun Yun was very happy. After chatting some more, Yun Yun got up and took her leave. Xiao Ming had not been sitting for long when Xiao Shan's voice came from outside the door. Is cousin here? Mr. Hai Badong and Miss Ya Fei are here. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, the start of another simulation. Hai Badong opened the door and saw Xiao Ming sitting in the courtyard drinking his tea. Not far away from him, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin were cultivating, so he hurriedly led Ya Fei towards Xiao Ming. Ha ha ha, it's been a few days since I've seen you, Master Xiao Ming, but you are still in your usual elegant style. I hadn't seen Mr. Hai Badong for a few days, but you've become much more youthful. After exchanging a polite greeting with Hai Badong, Xiao Ming invited Hai Badong, Ya Fei and Xiao Shan to sit down. After pouring 3 cups of tea, Xiao Ming smiled and asked Hai Badong, Ice Emperor, have you been given the rewards? Hai Badong nodded and turned to Ya Fei, who was standing beside him, and said in a low voice, why don't you quickly bring out what you have prepared? Today, Yafei was as attractive and charming as ever, and her voluptuous and exquisite body, wrapped in a red dress, was extremely provocative. After hearing Hai Badong's command, she removed a green ring from her finger and handed it to Xiao Ming in the most respectful manner. This ring contains the precious medicinal herbs that the Mitre family has mobilized from various branches by order of the Grand Elder, each of which is worth no less than 200,000 gold coins. This ring has 33 in total. 33 medicinal herbs worth at least 200,000 gold coins. There were not many powers in the entire Jiama Empire that could get them. This Mitre family was also worthy of being an important family specializing in business in the Jiama Empire. Calmly taking the herbs from Yafei's small and soft hand, Xiao Ming didn't bother to explore what was inside, but said, "I didn't expect Mr. Hai Badong to move so fast. I thought I would have to wait for you for 2 more days." "Oh, it wasn't me who mobilized these things, this Yafei girl was the one who did it." In response, Hai Badong said with a smile, during the past few days at the Mitre Auction House branch in Wutan City, he had also become familiar with the head of this branch, that is, Yafei. After a few days of observation, he found that she was quite capable and had a good head for business. Disregarding her poor cultivation talent, she could also be considered a rare talent. That was why he brought Yafei to see Xiao Ming this time. If it was another figure he didn't like, he wouldn't have paid much attention to it even though it was also from the Mitre family. Miss Yafei is really worthy of being someone who controls a Mitre branch at a young age. You are very capable." Xiao Ming smiled and praised. At Xiao Ming's praise, Yafei had a charming smile at the corner of her lips and said that she was just doing her part, then said nothing more. After chatting for a while, Hai Badong looked at Xiao Ming with some apprehension and said, "Master Xiao Ming, you also know that I was sealed for decades, and I just regained my strength through pills." When Hai Badong suddenly brought up this matter, Xiao Ming hummed and gestured with his eyes for him to continue. "You may not know that my previous realm was actually at 5-star Do Emperor, and this time, after using Breaking Adversity pill, I only recovered to 2-star. What do you mean?" asked Xiao Ming without raising his head after filling his cup of tea. "This. I know that you, alchemists, like to collect some strange and weird pill recipes with all kinds of effects. I just want to ask you if there is a pill that can restore my strength." Xiao Ming understood why Hai Badong asked him this question. It was because after one's strength reached Do Emperor, every 1-star breakthrough would take a long time. Hai Badong was previously a 5-star Do Emperor, so it would take him 5 or 6 years to reach that stage again in any case, and that was without him experiencing some kind of bottleneck. It is important to know that Hai Badong is of the same generation as Yun Shan and Jia Xingtian. Yun Shan in the Do Emperor realm and Jia Xingtian are now dying of old age, and although Hai Badong is a bit younger than them, he is not too far from the end of his lifespan either. This outcome, for Hai Badong, who had just finally regained his strength, was unacceptable, so he came to Xiao Ming for help. Xiao Ming thought about it and smiled, "Of course I have something." Ever since Xiao Ming had passed the 6th tier of alchemist, Jianan Academy's pill recipe storehouse had been completely open to him. Although he hadn't taken out many pill recipes, he had looked at quite a few, and along with the pill recipes he had obtained from the simulator and his master, Elder Huo, there were actually plenty of pill recipes that Xiao Ming knew of. Among them, there were indeed 1 or 2 that restored strength. Not to mention pill recipes, he even had a pill that restored the strength directly, which was a 2-colored 8th tier pill, fungus green pill. This pill could even restore the strength of a Do Venerate. However, he would not exchange something of this tier to Hai Badong. After all, Hai Badong could not afford the price. Hearing that Xiao Ming had a pill to restore his strength, Hai Badong was overjoyed. "I would like to." "I understand, follow the rules of the alchemists, these are the herbs." Before Hai Badong could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xiao Ming. Looking at the list of herbs in his hand, Hai Badong smiled and nodded. "Don't be happy so soon, the pill is ranked in the 6th tier and is called Spiritual Recovery Purple Pill. The herbs needed are not easy to find. Xiao Ming reminded Hai Badong, who had a big smile on his old face. After hearing this, Hai Badong was not worried. He had expected this. From the 5th tier, medicinal herbs were very hard to find. He put the paper with the names of the herbs on his ring, before taking his leave. Looking at Hai Badong, as well as at Yafei's back, Xiao Shan, who had remained silent, suddenly asked, "The matter of Mr. Hai Badong is over, when will you return to the academy, cousin?" "About this matter, we will leave tomorrow." After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming said. "Aren't you too anxious? Why don't you stay a few more days?" asked Xiao Shan while scratching his head. Speaking of which, Xiao Ming had stayed very little time in the Xiao family, and Xiao Shan was still a little regretful about this matter. "No, there are still many things to do. This trip to Jianan Academy, I might not be back for another 2 years." Xiao Ming shook his head. This. Xiao Shan couldn't help but blink at his words. "You're not even coming back for the coming-of-age ceremony." 16-year-old Xiao Ming's coming-of-age ceremony was already almost a year away, and Xiao Shan felt a bit dismayed by Xiao Ming's decision. For every family with an inheritance, a child's coming-of-age ceremony was a very important ceremony. It can't be helped. Xiao Ming shrugged his shoulders. He didn't have much to do in the Xiao family. Xiao Ming had only lived in the Xiao family for about 6 years, his direct lineage was basically dead, and of the 6 years, more than 4 years had been spent where the Xiao family orphans gathered. He had only spent a year or so enjoying the benefits of being a Xiao family genius. Although he had feelings for the Xiao family and a sense of identity, it was simply impossible for him to stay in the family all the time. It was fine if he was free, but if he was not, this so-called coming-of-age ceremony was not important enough to make a trip back to the family. When the matter of returning to the Jianan Academy was finished, he still planned to wander around the nearby empire and improve his strength a bit. After Xiao Shan sighed at Xiao Ming's choice, he did not say anything. After all, he also knew that Xiao Ming had always been obsessed with cultivation, and it was quite reasonable for him to make this decision. Because he might not see him for a long time, Xiao Shan stayed with Xiao Ming for quite some time before saying goodbye. During this time, Xiao Ming also told him that Yun Yun would send someone to deliver some things to the gate. Evening. The bright moon hung in the sky, with its misty light covering the whole earth. The stars glittered like dappled snow in a sky with a black background. The beautiful sea in the firmament was breathtaking. A gust of night breeze blew. Xiao Ming, who was soaking in the mountain hot spring, let out a sound of relaxation. "What I will miss most about the family are these hot springs at the back of the mountain, they really aren't bad at all." Xiao Ming, who was feeling relaxed, suddenly heard a voice sounding in his mind. "Ding! An opportunity for a life simulation has been detected, start the simulation." In response, Xiao Ming said softly, "Simulate it." Ding! The current number of simulations is 1. Start simulation. Day 1, you left the Xiao family with your friend Zia Yan. Day 2, you sit on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King, which you subdued not long ago, and cultivate for a whole day. Day 3, you sit on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King and cultivate for half a day. In the afternoon, you instruct Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin in their training. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, End of the simulation. Day 10, you stopped for a while at Black Seal City. Day 11, you met with your master, Elder Huo, and discovered that your master was still in the Peak Do Emperor, and that the zone-breaking pill you gave him did not allow him to break through. That night, your master announces that he will go into seclusion. Day 12, several elders from Jianan Academy came to your door, asking you to refine pills. You counted a total of 9 pills, 1 mighty Huang pill, 5 fighting spirit pills, and 3 zone-breaking pills. You didn't find it troublesome and agreed to refine them. Day 13, you and Hujia stroll through Jianan City. during which you introduced her to Xiao Yixian, Qinglin, and Ziai Yan, and realized that Hujia had a hint of hostility towards Xiao Yixian. Day 14, you meet your master again, who at this point has become a 6th-tier alchemist. Day 15, you instruct Xiao Yixian, who has the woeful poison body, and Qinglin, who has the triple jade green snake flower pupils, in their cultivation. Looking at the two of them, whose realms have grown a lot, you once again secretly sigh at the horror of special physiques. That day, you rummage for a long time in the Qi method hall and find a high Xian Qi method suitable for Qinglin cultivation. Day 21, you enter the secret room and take out the cold marrow twig and other medicinal materials, preparing to refine a pill. Day 40, you finish refining the pills and feel that your alchemy skills have improved. You leave the secret room, and give the pills you have made to the elders of Jianan Academy. The elders who have received their pills went into seclusion. Day 41, Han Feng, the 6th-tier alchemist of the Black Corner region, heard from somewhere that you possessed a heavenly flame, and gathered 8 Dou kings, 6 Dou emperors, and 1 Dou ancestor to come to the Jianan Academy and threaten you to hand over the heavenly flame to him, to which you laughed disdainfully. However, because there were elders in seclusion, the Jianan Academy did not have enough Dou Emperor-level fighters, so you had to fight alone against 5 Dou Emperors, and under the fierce battle, you were severely injured. Day 42, through the channels of Jianan Academy, you gather Dou Emperor and Dou King experts from outside in exchange for the mighty Huang Pill. Day 60, you obtained the Sea Heart Flame, as well as the Serene Sea Storage Ring from Han Feng, and inside the ring, you found several high-tier pill recipes and also saw a 10,000 beast cauldron, as well as a scroll with the poison pill method written on it. At night, you ordered the pill recipes from your storage ring, and arranged the 6th-tier pill recipes, the Soul Recovery Pill, the Mighty Huang Pill, and the Zone Breaking Pill in an orderly fashion. Day 61, you lead your troops to destroy the Ground Fire Sect and the Blood Sect. Day 61, you lead your troops to destroy the Dark Sky Sect and the 8 Gates. Day 72, after the previous rounds of battles, you feel that your cultivation has improved and you enter a secret room to seclude yourself. Day 82, you make your way to a 4-star Dou Emperor and, after the breakthrough, you take the mighty Huang Pill. Day 169, you have obtained the Asparagus Ice Fire Fruit from a 5th-rank magical beast. Day 270, you cultivated for a whole day. Day 271, you cultivated for a whole day. Day 321, you refined a low-grade 7th-tier antidote pill, Dongqing Pill, and resisted the thunder tribulation attracted by the pill. Resisting the tribulation was not so easy, and that's when you remembered the puppet refining method, Sky Demon Puppet, from the old ground demon ghost, belonging to the Demon Flame Valley. Day 350, you cultivated for a while, and you feel that this kind of peaceful cultivation is too slow. You talk to the first elder of the Jianan Academy, and express your desire to exchange the infant Fallen Heart Flame in your possession for the Academy's Fallen Heart Flame. Although the first elder showed great interest, extracting the heavenly flame would cause great harm to the alchemist itself, so Su Jian had some doubts. Day 351, you want to search for the monster core of the 7th Order's Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast through your master's connections. Day 352, you and the Deputy Headmaster's granddaughter stroll through the Outer Academy. Day 353, you had a conversation with First Elder Su, and once again expressed your desire to exchange the heavenly flame. Your master, Elder Huo, happened to hear about it and, furious, tried to teach you a gentle lesson. You sensed something was wrong and dodged a blow, and after explaining for a long time, you finally got First Elder Su Jian and your master, Elder Huo, to agree. Day 1490, you refined a 7th-tier pill. Day 1560, you argued with a Dou ancestor of Thunder Attribute. Day 2491, you are distressed by the difficulty to improve your soul ream. Day 2492, you ask around for items to help improve your soul realm. Day 3021, through a certain organization, you learn of the existence of something called spiritual sand, and begin to inquire where it is located. Day 3290, you learn that the spiritual sand is in the eastern region of the Central Plains and lead your group to its location. Day 3300, you sensed several people with powerful souls and thought something was wrong, but you stayed for the chance to make your way to the spirit realm. Day 3303, after a difficult search, you finally find the spiritual sand. Looking at the spiritual sand in front of you, you probe it and discover that there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. You hold the spiritual sand in front of you, and instantly, you felt your arm suffer a heavy blow and could no longer lift it. At the same time, someone next to you stealthily approached you to give you a sneak attack, but you were saved by Xiao Yixuan, who was by your side. Day 3334, you escaped from the place with the spiritual sand. Day 3335, you are being chased. Day 3336, you are chased and you control the spirit to kill many people. Day 3337, someone tried to poison you and you took a 7th tier antidote pill, the Dongqing pill. In the end, you escaped the chase. Day 3338, seeing a man who was also being chased, you hid in the shadows and watched them fight. During the fierce battle, you found out that you had seen the person being chased before, and after a long time, the person being chased died and his soul was extracted. Day 3650, you are unmotivated to cultivate and are looking for a way to regain mobility in your arms. End of simulation. Talent item is being selected. Available options: Talent Do Chi of Thunder Attribute, Poison Pill Method, Sky Demon Puppet Refinement Method. Analyzing the words in his mind, Xiao Ming's face shadowed for a moment. Why did it seem like he didn't do so well in his simulated life this time? As soon as it started, someone knocked on his door and he was seriously injured. In the end, he was looking for that spiritual what's its name and was stalked by ambushers. How did he know it was an ambush? Wasn't it obvious? After searching for something for a long time, the news suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the location also appeared, and then he encountered people with equally powerful souls in that territory, and finally, the souls of the people who died were extracted. What is this if not being ambushed? And this attack was not only aimed at him, there were more people who were also the target of the ambush. Xiao Ming felt that he and those few should have been targeted for a long time. The news of the spiritual sand was deliberately revealed to his ears, but in the simulator, due to the opportunity for a breakthrough in the soul realm, although he knew that there was something wrong, he could not care less. A/N, I wish you all a very Merry Christmas. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Sky Demon Puppet. After cursing himself for being so naive, Xiao Ming stopped muttering to himself and turned his attention to the options. Available options: Thunder Attribute Do Chi Talent, Poison Pill Method, Sky Demon Puppet Refinement Method. Of these three options, the Thunder Attribute Talent was the rarest of the three, but, to him, it was a bit unnecessary. Like now that he was able to control the spirit and use the Ice Do Chi after the spirit had swallowed the 10,000-year ice cold marrow of attribute ice, devouring a heaven and earth wonder with a thunder attribute could also allow him to possess a thunder attribute. Even if he had Do Chi of ice attribute, Xiao Ming rarely used it. The main reason was that his abilities were mainly focused on fire. It was already very difficult for him to master the art of fire, plus he had to study alchemy, so he had no time to dedicate to other attributes. If one day he needed Do Chi of Thunder attribute, Xiao Ming could simply find a heaven and earth wonder and devour it. Other than that, after hundreds of simulations, he met one of the places where a heaven and earth spiritual creature with thunder attribute was located. Because his chi method was enhanced by devouring wonders of heaven and earth, it was natural for them to appear in the simulations. Of course, these were not his main reasons. the main reason was that he did not know if the sudden addition of the thunder attribute to his body would have an impact on his alchemy. Disregarding the dou qi of thunder attribute, Xiao Ming looked at the poison pill method and the sky demon puppet refinement method. In a few days, that Han Feng will hand me the poison pill method, so there is nothing to think about between these two. Simulator, I choose the sky demon puppet refinement method. After speaking, an unusual rolled bamboo leaf appeared in front of him. The bamboo leaf was a grayish-brown color that looked very ordinary. As soon as the rolled bamboo leaf appeared, it fell into Xiao Ming's palm. Sitting slightly upright in the warm hot spring, Xiao Ming uncovered the thin thread of the bamboo leaf and slowly stretched it out. Then, 3 large, blood-red words, exuding cruelty, appeared under the scanning of his gaze, causing his heart to violently leap. Sky Demon Puppet. Slowly extending the bamboo leaf fully, the thin, blood-red letters contained in the bamboo leaf were exposed before his eyes. Sky Demon Puppet, this method is not a chi method, nor an ordinary dou technique, but a puppet technique handed down from ancient times. To make a Sky Demon Puppet, one has to gather 3 things, a body, a soul, and the core of a magic beast. The body is the weapon, the soul is the guide, and the core is the heart, along with, the end result is a demon puppet. There are 3 levels of demon puppets, sky, ground, and man. The difference between them will depend on the materials and flame with which they are refined. A demon puppet will possess an endless amount of strength and will have no emotion and feel no pain. It will basically be a killing machine. This Sky Demon Puppet is a good thing, as long as there are enough materials, I can refine a lot of strong guards. However, none of these materials are easy to find. However, a Dou ancestor level body, that's something that should be available soon. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed and he no longer continued to look at the specific method of refining the demon sky puppet, but directly threw it into his storage ring. After continuing to be comfortably submerged for a while longer, Xiao Ming came out from inside the hot spring, put on his clothes, and headed down the mountain. Xiao Ming walked very slowly as he made his way to his backyard. On his way back to his small courtyard, Xiao Ming passed several courtyards, one of which was Xiao Yan's courtyard. Xiao Ming was passing through Xiao Yan's courtyard when he saw a figure standing furtively at the entrance. And at that moment, that figure happened to turn his head and saw Xiao Ming, and instantly, that figure froze in place. Looking at the figure, Xiao Ming said indifferently, "Cousin Xiao Yan, are you going out at this hour, or did you just come back?" Cough cough, so it's the Supreme Elder, I just came back from cultivating on the back mountain. Xiao Yan somehow remembered that when he was a child, there was a time when Xiao Ming had also bumped into him in the middle of the night. Thinking about that time he had been caught by Xiao Ming, Xiao Yan spoke with a slightly embarrassed expression and could not help but mutter to himself. He shouldn't think I'm still the same as I was that time, should he? After all these years, he should have forgotten about it a long time ago. Xiao Ming glanced at Xiao Yan's clothes and found that they were somewhat thick and heavy, and really looked like he had just finished exercising. He nodded calmly and inwardly had to say that Xiao Yan had really worked hard on his cultivation after experiencing the care given by the Xiao family members. Cousin Xiao Yan is very diligent, no wonder your strength has been progressing so fast lately, remember to rest well. After saying this, Xiao Ming casually looked at the storage ring in his hand before leaving. Xiao Ming's action made Xiao Yan startled, and after Xiao Ming's back disappeared from his gaze, he immediately pushed the door and returned to his room. Sitting on top of the bed, he asked, somewhat suspiciously to Yao Lao in the storage ring, "Did Xiao Ming just find out about your presence, master?" An old voice echoed from inside the bone flame ring. "Well, you can't say that, he had actually discovered my existence a long time ago." "What?" Xiao Yan was sharply startled at his words, "A long time ago? Wouldn't that mean that he already knew the reason why my dou qi had disappeared and deliberately concealed the situation so that I could continue to enjoy being a waste?" "Oh, not so soon, although his soul power is very powerful. But I have the bone flame ring, so with my intention to hide, he didn't find anything that time he examined your body. The first time he found me was when you had your marriage annulled. Yao Lao said confidently. Hearing these words, the trace of hostility that had just arisen in Xiao Yan's heart slowly disappeared. If it really was as Yao Lao had said, then it had not been a deliberate intention, and it was him using a villain's heart to measure a horse's belly. TL, using despicable thoughts to speculate on a decent person's mind. Moreover, Xiao Ming had no grudge or hatred for him, so it did not seem that he had no reason to do such a thing to him. However, Xiao Ming was actually able to discover my mysterious and unpredictable master. A sixth-tier alchemist is so terrifying. Xiao Yan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Master, now that Xiao Ming knows about your existence, will it cause any trouble? After all, now you... Alas, what are you afraid of? I see that Xiao Ming has good character and the demeanor of a great man, you don't have to worry about him finding me out. Besides, your realm is progressing so fast and he ignores me, so I guess he knows I'm helping you. That's also true. Xiao Ming, who had left, didn't know that his casual actions had made Xiao Yan suspicious for a while. Returning to his room, he quickly sat down on his bed and began to cultivate. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Arriving at Black Seal City again early next morning. Xiao Ming got up early in the morning and left the Xiao family with Zia Yan, Xiao Yixian, and Qing Lin on the amethyst-winged Lion King. Xiao Ming did not inform anyone of his departure. But there was someone who found out the first moment he left. In the backyard of the Xiao family, in a small, elegant, and unique courtyard. The figure of a black shadow was half kneeling on the ground, his old face was tilted down, and his hoarse voice reached the ears of the young woman in front of him. Miss, that Xiao Ming is already gone. Oh? He's leaving again. Gu Suner's face was unperturbed as if the matter was indifferent to her. Only after a while, Ling Ying heard Gu Suner's clear voice again. Old Ling, Xiao Ming has already broken through Do Emperor and was previously a sixth-tier alchemist, do you think he found you? This. Ling Ying, although he was confident in his concealment technique, he hesitated for a moment after thinking about Xiao Ming's monstrous ability, I don't know. However, if he had found me, he would have attacked me long ago. Gu Suner nodded slightly at his words, that was true in theory, in the Do-Chi continent, no one would let a powerful person of unknown origin lurk inside their own home. However, this did not apply to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming ignored Ling Ying simply because he knew who he was. It's good that Xiao Ming has left the Xiao clan, then my hands won't be tied when I search for the Tou Shi ancient god's jade. If Xiao Ming stayed in the Xiao clan for a long time, with the sole power of a sixth-tier alchemist, he would be able to observe the entire Xiao clan with a casual probe. In recent days, even Ling Ying, who was good at hiding, had left for a few days to avoid Xiao Ming's sharp eyes. In such a situation, how could she find the Tou Shi ancient god's jade? Therefore, Xiao Ming's departure was beneficial to Gu Suner. Hearing Gu Suner's words, Ling Ying seemed to have thought of something and spoke. Miss, news came from the clan a few days ago. Gu Suner's eyebrows furrowed slightly at his words, then relaxed. What kind of news? The clan said that you have been searching for the Tou Shi ancient god's jade for so long without finding it, and now that you are almost an adult, they asked you to stop searching for it and return to the clan for the coming-of-age ceremony first, and that they would arrange for others to search for the Xiao family's Tou Shi ancient god's jade. Gu Suner listened to his words and her pretty face frowned again. It was not that Gu Suner was reluctant to leave the Xiao clan, Gu Suner did not like anyone within the Xiao clan, so naturally, she did not have those emotions. She was only displeased that her clan was rushing to get her back before she had even found the ancient jade. Another aspect was that she knew that the people in her own family had always looked down on the Xiao family. Anyone else would not have been as soft on the Xiao family as she was. Most likely they would take a harsh approach against the Xiao family. In any case, it could be said that she had been in the Xiao family for more than 10 years. She did not approve of her family's way of doing things. However, no matter how much she thought about it, Gu Suner had no reason to refuse. After all, she had been away from the clan for too long and it was time for her to return. Let's wait until we find the ancient jade before returning. Looking at the face of his young miss, Ling Ying, who had watched Gu Suner grow up, could easily guess what she was thinking. So he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss, do you think the ancient jade might be in Xiao Ming's hands?" Ling Ying's words made her remember. "It's possible," Gu Suner said. The reason why she didn't think that the ancient jade was in Xiao Ming before was that Xiao Ming had left the clan when he was 6 years old. At that time, the other party was too young, so naturally, there was no need for suspicion. But now that Xiao Ming was the supreme elder of the Xiao family, it was very likely that he had taken that precious treasure with him. Thinking that the Tuoshi ancient god's jade might be in Xiao Ming's hands, even with Gu Suner's calm personality, she had a bit of a headache. Xiao Ming was now a Dou emperor and a 6th-tier alchemist, so if she wanted to get the ancient jade from him, the manpower she had around her would definitely not be enough. Gu Suner let out a light sigh and stopped thinking about it. "Let's stay for another 3 months, if we still don't find Tuoshi ancient god's jade, we will return to the Gu realm." "As you order, miss. You can leave." 10 days later. Above the endless great plain of the Black Corner region, a huge purple shadow flashed rapidly from the distance. At the back of the shadow, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged. A moment later, Qing Lin approached Xiao Ming and shook his arm. "Young master, we have arrived at Black Seal City." Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes and nodded to Qing Lin, who stood beside him, before standing up and walking in front of the amethyst-winged Lion King. A huge mountain ridge appeared before his eyes. At the foot of that mountain range, a huge city made of coal-black rocks appeared in a vague outline, and at the 4 gates on the sides of the city could faintly be seen small black dots, like ants, converging and pouring into the huge city. Looking at Black Seal City in the distance, a small smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth. "Shizi, stop at Black Seal City." "Understood." The amethyst-winged lion's thunderous voice rang out, and after uttering the words, its wings vibrated fiercely and its speed increased a notch towards Black Seal City. Overhead, the sudden appearance of the huge magical beast was quickly detected by the guards of Black Seal City. Gazing into the sky at the purple glow of the majestic amethyst-winged Lion King, the soldiers on the city walls were horrified. "A magical beast is attacking the city. Quickly hide, it's a 6th-rank magical beast." The appearance of the amethyst-winged Lion King caused some agitation in Black Seal City. In a matter of moments, the amethyst-winged Lion King arrived over Black Seal City. To the surprise of the inhabitants of Black Seal City, the amethyst-winged Lion King did not attack them but landed directly in the city. This act of the amethyst-winged Lion King got people talking. What is going on here? Could it be that this lion belongs to Black Corner region and just came to buy something? No way, there are all kinds of races in the Black Corner region, magical beasts that haven't transformed are rare. We have to hurry and sneak out. Black Seal City is the residence of the 8 gates, this lion came strutting in, the thing might get big later. The 8 gates barracks. In the middle of the spacious hall, several elders were sitting with somewhat anxious expressions. "A 6th-rank magical beast has just arrived in the city, what shall we do about it? We don't know what its purpose is this time, in case it attacks our 8 gates, the sect master just left 2 hours ago, and there is no existence within the sect that can resist it." As these men spoke anxiously, a voice was heard from outside the nearby gate and a figure rushed in and knelt down on one knee. Reporting to the elders, a young man has descended from the magical beast's back, and looking at his appearance, he appears to be Xiao Ming, an elder from the alchemy department of the Jianan Academy. Xiao Ming's appearance had circulated among the great forces of Black Corner region when he had ascended as a 6th-tier alchemist, and it was no wonder he was recognized. "What? Is it really him? Isn't he a Dou King? How did he get a 6th-tier magical beast?" The elders were a bit shocked when they heard the report of the person who had come. When they came to their senses, they felt relieved. This was because they had not offended anyone from the Jianan Academy. So they believed that Xiao Ming would not attack them. "All right, you guys retreat, don't bother with that Xiao Ming." Those snooping officers also retreat so as not to cause displeasure to the other side. In front of the cartography pavilion, Xiao Ming sighed. He had just scanned Black Seal City with his soul power, and there was no presence of Yuan Yi, the Eight Gates sect leader, in the city. Yuan Yi was only a 2-star Do Emperor. If Yuan Yi was here, he could have liquidated Yuan Yi today. He clearly remembered that the Eight Gates were among the sects he had destroyed in the simulation. Obviously, this Yuan Yi must have joined Han Feng's plan to attack the Jianan Academy. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Obtaining another Heavenly Flame Remnant map. Now that Yuan Yi was not at Black Seal City, Xiao Ming was no longer thinking of making any move. Stopping his thoughts, Xiao Ming looked at the amethyst-winged Lion King in front of him, as well as Xiao Yixian and the other girls beside him. "Wait here for a moment, I'm going inside to buy something." The amethyst-winged Lion King and the girls nodded at his words. Seeing this, Xiao Ming ignored the eyes with different emotions coming from the street and entered through the doors of the cartography pavilion. On the street, the amethyst-winged Lion King saw Xiao Ming's back disappear and fiercely emitted its aura to the surroundings. In an instant, the various sneak peeks disappeared without a trace. "Hee, a bunch of trash dares to look at this king." Seeing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King said inwardly with disdain. In the past, it would have killed all those people who dared to look at it, but now, without Xiao Ming's orders, it didn't dare to do anything rashly. Inside the cartography pavilion, the female sales clerks, who were huddled in a corner, saw Xiao Ming with fearful yet curious eyes. Some had heated looks in their eyes, even showing more skin, seeking to get his attention. Administrator Bai, who was among the sales clerks, whom Xiao Ming had once met, could not stop his legs from trembling as he looked at Xiao Ming, who had entered the cartography pavilion. Administrator Bai was in a panic. He had just witnessed through the door the scene where this man commanded a 6th-rank magical beast. He did not know why such a powerful man, capable of taming a 6th-rank magical beast, had come to his little store. However, at this moment, he was the one in charge of the pavilion, so although he was a bit shy, he still approached Xiao Ming and showed a flattering smile. "Greetings, Your Excellency, I wonder if there is anything I can do for you on your visit to our little store." "You?" Xiao Ming had just spoken when Ziyan walked through the door and came directly to his side. "Xiao Ming, it's too boring outside, I've come to keep you company." Holding Xiao Ming's hand, Ziyan scanned the place until her eyes stopped on the group of sales clerks for a moment, then she lifted her little head and looked at Xiao Ming, blinking her big purple eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Ming smiled and stroked her little head, without saying anything, then turned his head towards Administrator Bai and continued speaking. "You are Administrator Bai, am I right?" Xiao Ming's memory had always been good. 7 years ago, he had once obtained another poison flame remnant map here, and he still had a small impression of Administrator Bai who was talking to him right now. He not only remembered Administrator Bai, but also the scantily clad sales clerk, who was one of the sales clerks huddled in a corner, looking at him. Xiao Ming had an impression of Administrator Bai, but Administrator Bai had no impression of him. After all, Xiao Ming was dressed in black robes at that time. So, after hearing Xiao Ming say his surname, Administrator Bai was surprised and asked in a somewhat trembling tone. "This little one is indeed surnamed Bai?" Looking at Administrator Bai's overly frightened look, Xiao Ming understood what he was thinking. The Black Corner region was incredibly chaotic, and almost everyone who mingled here had at least one human life on their backs, and when a stranger came to the door and said one's name, 9 times out of 10 it wouldn't be good news. It was no wonder this Administrator Bai was a little scared. Xiao Ming did not bother to say much to Administrator Bai and directly said, "I heard that you have a heavenly flame remnant map here, I will buy it, take it out. Hearing this, Administrator Bai let out a sigh of relief and felt his legs no longer trembling so much. He wiped the fake sweat from his head. So Your Excellency is looking for the Heavenly Flame Remnant map, we have it here, I'll get it out right away. With that, Administrator Bai ran to one of the side doors. Only a moment later, Administrator Bai ran out again, sweating profusely. Only when he arrived in front of Xiao Ming did he stop and respectfully handed him a map with both hands. This is the Heavenly Flame Remnant map that Your Excellency wants. Xiao Ming glanced at it and did not take it, as he checked that what Administrator Bai had brought out was the remnant map of the Nether Poison Flame, and said with a frown, "Not this one. Not this one." Administrator Bai felt embarrassed by his words. This was the only Heavenly Flame Remnant map they sold here. Only this map had been sold twice, so hadn't this person heard about it somewhere and come looking for it? There was a powerful person who could crush him to death purchasing things from him. When he brought what he thought the person wanted, it was not what the person was looking for. Now what could he do? Administrator Bai didn't know what to do, and stammered for half a day before carefully saying, "Your Excellency, our cartography pavilion only has this remnant map." Looking at Administrator Bai's sweaty face, afraid that he would kill him at the first word, Xiao Ming suddenly thought of something. There was a high probability that these people would not recognize the purifying demonic lotus flame remnant map as a heavenly flame remnant map. He had been thinking about obtaining the heavenly flame remnant map before, and had asked for it directly. Understanding where his mistake had been, Xiao Ming spoke again, "Since there are no other heavenly flame remnant maps, then bring me all the old maps from your store. Move quickly, or I'll tear down your nasty little store." At Xiao Ming's side, Ziai Yan backed his words as her small body leaned on his arm, her eyes glaring in disgust at the group of scantily clad sales clerks. Although Ziai Yan looked delicate and cute, there was no one in the cartography pavilion who did not take her words seriously. Many of the female sales clerks, seeing Ziai Yan's eyes looking at them with disgust, could not prevent their legs from faltering, making them fall to the ground on their buttocks, not daring to turn to look at the handsome young man again. Hearing this threat, Administrator Bai hastily nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Your Excellencies, wait a moment, I'll be right back. And you pile of shameless women, stop soiling His Excellency's sight." After chasing the female sales clerks out of the room, Administrator Bai smiled flatteringly at Ziai Yan and then re-entered through the same side door as before. A moment later, Administrator Bai came out again. He approached Xiao Ming, who was already seated next to the table, and with a wave of his hands, a white light shone. In the blink of an eye, a stack of remnant maps over half a meter high appeared on the table. "Your Excellency, these are all the remnant maps in this store," Administrator Bai said with a nod and a bow. Xiao Ming nodded softly, his eyes slowly scanning the pile of maps, and with a wave of his hand, he pulled out a piece of tattered and torn ancient cloth from them. Unfolding the tattered map, those familiar traces appeared under Xiao Ming's gaze. "He, another fragment in hand, only the last one is missing, but that one is a bit hard to find," thought Xiao Ming. The exact possessor of the last remnant map of the purifying demonic lotus flame was unknown, but its cultivation level was definitely higher than his current one, and it also knew the true value of the remnant map. The last one would be the hardest to obtain of all the fragments. Xiao Ming also didn't ask how much this map cost and put it directly into his star ring. He then took out a purple card from it and threw it on the table. "There are 200,000 gold coins here, is it enough to buy one of your maps?" "That's enough." Administrator Bai picked up the card and said with a flattering smile, he couldn't say it wasn't enough, even if it really wasn't. Xiao Ming had already exceeded his expectations by paying for the map, and had even given him 200,000 gold coins. Wouldn't it be too stupid of him to say it wasn't enough? As he watched Administrator Bai quickly put away the deposit card, Xiao Ming stood up and walked out of the mapping pavilion hand in hand with Ziai Yan. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, arriving at Jianan City on the main street, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, who had been waiting for a while, saw Xiao Ming walking out holding hands with Zia Yan, and a smile appeared on their faces. "Young master, is it all done?" Qing Lin asked. Why were you two standing at the door of the store?" Xiao Ming asked curiously. "We were just a little tired from the flight, so we decided to get off Shizai for a moment." It was Xiao Yixian who replied with a smile. "I see, it's almost time for us to arrive." Xiao Ming nodded and then motioned to Shizai. Seeing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King hurried over and leaned its body down so that everyone could climb onto its back. After Xiao Ming started to climb onto the Lion King's back, Zia Yan, who was hand in hand next to him, turned to look at Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, and nodded her head, implying something. After seeing her gesture, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin looked at each other and then hurried to climb onto Shizi's back. After Xiao Ming and the girls climbed on its back, Shizi's wings slowly flapped and its whole body soared, causing a large black shadow to appear on the ground, and a moment later, there was no trace of it left in the sky. Shortly after the amethyst-winged Lion King disappeared, a few people dressed in the costumes of the various Black Corner region forces suddenly appeared at the entrance to the cartography pavilion, and instead of entering directly, they looked at each other. They all understood each other's purpose for coming here, and it was to learn the reason why an existence like Xiao Ming would enter this small store. After looking at each other, without needing to say anything else, all these people entered the cartography pavilion together with a great unspoken understanding. Not to mention what happened in Black Seal City after Xiao Ming's departure. Under Shizi's extremely fast flight, Xiao Ming and the others were getting closer and closer to Jianan City. In the afternoon, the waning sun painted the ground with a reddish hue, and the sky was flooded with beautiful fiery clouds. The entrance gate to Jianan Academy, Jianan City. A dozen men and women dressed in blue uniforms stood at the city gate, and on the chest of those uniforms, they all wore an azure insignia with a dagger stained with crimson blood. This was the symbol of the law enforcement unit of the Jianan Academy. In front of these men and women, there were also people from Black Corner region who had a fierce look on their faces. It seemed that the law enforcement unit was in Jianan City today to maintain law and order as usual. "Stop wasting our time, hurry up and take this pill." After urging them on and watching the people in front of him take the pill, Yinling allowed them to enter. As he was about to give the next orders to the students, he suddenly noticed the appearance of a tall old man, dressed in red, with white hair and beard. Next to the old man, there was a red-haired young man dressed in black and blood red. Seeing the old man, Yinling could not help but freeze for a moment. Wasn't this Commander Wu Tianlang? Why had he suddenly appeared at the entrance of Jianan City? Without much thought, he approached the old man and respectfully asked, "Commander, why did you come out?" Wu Tianlang looked at Yinling and calmly said, "Yinling, so you are on duty today. I need you to evacuate all the students. There is a strong aura flying toward us this time." A strong aura? Yinling was surprised to hear those words. The commander was a peak Do Emperor existence, so anyone who could be described as strong by him had to be a Do Emperor at the very least, right? Thinking about this, Yinling hurriedly nodded his head and prepared to turn around to evacuate the students. However, just after they finished speaking, a sound of air breaking came from the sky. A gigantic creature appeared at the entrance of Jianan City accompanied by sounds of exclamations. 6th rank Amethyst-Winged Lion King. The Amethyst-Winged Lion clan boasted some of the most distinctive features among 6th rank magical beasts, and Wu Tianlang, who had seen many things in his life, recognized it at a glance. As Wu Tianlang gazed at the scene, he could not help but sigh. The speed of the Do Emperor magical beast was too fast. No time had passed at all since he had sensed the other party's aura, and the other party had already arrived in Jianan City. "Commander, what do we do now?" Yinling quickly approached Wu Tianlang and asked in a low voice. Despite asking this, there was little fear on Yinling's face. After all, there was a corpse of a Dou Emperor hanging from the Death Spirit tree outside, and the Jianan Academy would not be afraid of a Dou Emperor level magical beast. Especially when there was the Jianan Academy's commander standing beside him, a peak Dou Emperor existence, knowing that Wu Tianlang was also among the strongest in his own stage. If Yinling did not panic, of course, Wu Tianlang did not panic either. He had asked Yinling to evacuate the students, just to keep them safe. We should get closer and take a look. I hadn't noticed before, but now that I'm closer, by the aura, there are a few more people on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King. And there's an aura among those people that feels very familiar. Before the two could reach the amethyst-winged Lion King, a man suddenly came down from the magical beast's back. Looking at that person, both Yinling and Wu Tianlang froze for a moment, and then a joyful look appeared on their faces. Xiao Ming! Elder Xiao! Hearing the shouts, Xiao Ming looked their way, just in time to see the two people. Commander Wu, Tutor Yinling. Seeing the two, Xiao Ming also revealed a smile as he walked towards them until finally stood in front of them. Ha ha ha, so it's you kid, I was just saying something about the amethyst-winged Lion King carrying a familiar aura on it. Once you left the academy, you were gone for more than half a year, this is something that the elders of our academy must miss. Wu Tianlang stroked his beard and laughed. By the way, I heard from old Huo that you had returned to your family, how is everything back home? Speaking of which, most of the elders of Jianan Academy had been friends with Elder Huo for many years, and although Xiao Ming was also an elder, they were still considered Xiao Ming's elders after all. Thank you for your concern, Commander, everything is fine at home. After smiling and exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Tianlang merely pointed at the amethyst-winged Lion King. What's with this amethyst-winged Lion King? Shizai is the subordinate I recruited from the Jiama Empire this time. Both of them were surprised to hear that Xiao Ming had taken the amethyst-winged Lion King as his subordinate. After all, a 6th-rank magical beast would normally not become subservient to a powerhouse of the same rank. For Xiao Ming to be able to subordinate a magical beast of the same rank, it was a sign of his ability. Wait, a magical beast of the same rank? This thought arose in Wu Tianlang's mind, then he carefully looked at Xiao Ming and lost his voice. In just this time period of half a year, you're already a Dou Emperor. Because he was too shocked, Wu Tianlang's voice was very loud. It directly caused a commotion among the surrounding students who were sniffing around. What, a Dou Emperor? My goodness, he looks younger than me. Dou Emperor is my lifelong goal, and someone else reached it in their teens. Is there such a big gap between people? It was just a bit of luck. Xiao Ming waved his hand and continued. It's not worth mentioning. Besides, behind the amethyst-winged Lion King's back, the two girls, other than Ziai Yan, are the geniuses I've encountered this time, and in terms of their talents, both of them are above me. Wu Tianyang and Yinling heard his words and just thought Xiao Ming was joking. Alas, don't be modest, your cultivation speed is obvious to everyone. Originally, I came to think that the obstacle from Dou King to Dou Emperor would slow you down for a while, but I didn't expect this surprise. Wu Tianlang sounded very excited. Yinling laughed, right, in the entire Black Corner region as well as the surrounding area, who doesn't know your reputation as the first genius of Jianan Academy? To say that someone is more talented than you, I can believe it, but this time you went out and brought back two of them, if this is really true, then your luck is really good. Seeing that he was not believed, Xiao Ming did not bother to explain. Outsiders have to register to enter the academy, this also applies to me, right? You're an academy elder, do you think we wouldn't trust you? I'll just write down their names later. Wu Tianlang waved his hand, since he was in charge of the law enforcement unit in the first place, this was nothing but a minor problem for him. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Countermeasures. After chatting with Wu Tianlang and the others for a while, Xiao Ming returned to Shizi's back. With the flapping of the amethyst-winged Lion King's wings, his group quickly became a small dot in the eyes of Wu Tianlang and the others. Looking at that small dot, the red-haired youth who had followed Wu Tianlang earlier walked quickly to his side and spoke. Adoptive father, that person was Xiao Ming. Wu Hao had heard of Xiao Ming's name for a long time. When he was 7 years old, Xiao Ming was already a legendary figure in Jianan Academy. However, because he had been raised by his foster father in the law enforcement unit, he had never been able to see Xiao Ming in person. Didn't you hear everything just now? It was indeed him. I remember you always wanted to meet him before and had him as your goal. This time you met Xiao Ming in person, how do you feel about it? Wu Tianlang glanced at Wu Hao, who had a smell of blood around him. This adopted son of his was influenced by him and always had a keen interest in cultivation as well as fighting. He is very strong. Wu Hao's face was serious, and his hoarse voice rang out. Hearing these words, Wu Tianlang couldn't help but be speechless. How could he not be strong? He was a Dou emperor. Not to mention people of the same age, even the group of Dou King elders from the Jianan Academy were not comparable in front of Xiao Ming. I really want to fight against these kinds of monstrous characters, even though I feel like I will definitely lose. A hint of longing appeared in Wu Hao's eyes. However, I am not qualified now. In the future, I will have to work twice as hard to achieve this, even if it takes decades of effort. Not bad, the courage is commendable. Wu Tianlang stroked his beard and then patted Wu Hao's shoulder in encouragement. On Shizi's back, Xiao Ming did not know that he was considered an objective by Wu Hao. Nor would he care to know, when he was still a student at Jianan Academy, he did not know how many people had him as an objective. The amethyst-winged Lion King streaked across the sky, leaving a trail through the white clouds. An hour later, Jianan City, Jianan Academy, the deputy headmaster's office. Hu Gan was sitting on a chair and let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Your strength has also improved very quickly. During the time you were away, Hu Jia was bugging me every day. After hearing what this girl said earlier, I thought it would be another year or two before you returned to the academy. In front of Hu Gan's desk, Xiao Ming was sitting alone. When he heard what Hu Gan said, he smiled. This time when I went home, things went relatively well, so I came back earlier. How is Hu Jia? What can happen to her inside the academy? Hu Gan waved his hand and shook his head. Xiao Ming nodded his head in understanding and then said, well, Deputy Headmaster, where is my master? I haven't seen him in his courtyard before. The first thing Xiao Ming did when he returned to Jianan Academy had been to visit his master. However, no one was there. After that, he went to the Deputy Headmaster's place after arranging where Qing Lin, as well as Xiao Yixian, and Shi Ziyi would stay. Your master is in seclusion, didn't you give him a zone-breaking pill earlier? A few days after you left, he ran to the inner academy and secluded himself there. Whether he manages to break through to Dou Ancestor or not, counting down the time, it's almost time for him to come out. Hu Gan explained, with a hint of envy shining in his eyes as he talked about the zone-breaking pill. He too had been trapped in the Peak Dou Emperor for many years, but he did not dare to try to break through it easily. After all, if one failed to break through, there would be a chance for the realm to fall, and might even leave behind hidden wounds. I see. Xiao Ming nodded his head in understanding. Based on the contents of the simulator, Xiao Ming knew that if there was no accident, he would be able to see his master tomorrow. Only that his master would most likely not be able to break through to Dou Ancestor. But no matter what, with the zone-breaking pill, his master's cultivation realm would not go down. If he couldn't break through the Dou Ancestor this time, he would prepare a few more zone-breaking pills. Wasn't his master's breakthrough assured? Just as Xiao Ming was thinking this, Hu Gan in front of him suddenly said, this, about the zone-breaking pill you gave to your master. That pill should have been refined by you, shouldn't it? Although the pill was not refined by him but obtained in the simulator, it was not something he could explain, so Xiao Ming simply nodded his head and said, "Yes, I can refine the zone-breaking pill. I even helped the Jiama imperial family to refine one when I returned to the Jiama Empire this time. The success rate would be around 40 to 50%, more or less." 40 to 50%, that high? Hearing this, Hu Gan couldn't help but feel puzzled, but then he was filled with joy. "I've saved up several medicinal materials over the years, it's just that our academy didn't have a 6th-tier alchemist, let alone one who could refine a zone-breaking pill, so this time that you came back, do you have the time to help me refine a zone-breaking pill?" "No problem, you can send the medicinal ingredients tomorrow, I can refine it eventually, however, I do not guarantee success, I will not be responsible if it fails then," Xiao Ming said with a smile and did not mention the question of remuneration. Hu Gan had seen him grow up, helping him refine a pill was no big deal. "Naturally, I know the rules of the alchemists, and I won't blame you if it fails." Hu Gan shook his head. Xiao Ming did not mention the matter of remuneration, but as an elder, Hu Gan still had to mention it. "I have obtained a Dido technique of wood attribute earlier, consider it as payment for your hard work, I will send it tomorrow along with the medicinal materials. Let's talk about the reward later." Xiao Ming shook his head, "I am here to meet you, Deputy Headmaster, because I still have an important matter I need to report." Seeing Xiao Ming's face was somewhat serious, Hu Gan was surprised. "What's wrong? You also know that I possess a heavenly flame, right? This news is not unknown to Han Feng." "Medicine Emperor Han Feng? He wouldn't do anything even if he knew, right? He already has a heavenly flame, it's not possible for him to come and steal yours. How can one person have two heavenly flames at the same time? Even so, I heard that he is about to make a surprise attack on Jianan Academy." Xiao Ming spread his hands and said, "Just relying on him?" Hu Gan revealed a hint of disdain. Medicine Emperor Han Feng was very famous, but it wasn't enough in front of Jianan Academy. "Of course not, there are probably also strong people from the 8 Gates, the Blood Sect, and maybe Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver." Hearing that Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver might appear, Hu Gan's face changed a little because of this. The so-called Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver were the two strongest people in the black ranking of the Black Corner region. The two of them were twin brothers, plus their cultivation techniques were identical, therefore, if they were separated, their strength would only be similar to that of a Peak Do Emperor powerhouse, but if they fought together, they would complement each other, and even if they faced a Do Ancestor powerhouse, they would have a high chance of winning. Therefore, the reputation of these two people was extremely great among the most powerful people in the Black Corner region, and even Hu Gan was a little afraid of them. Hehe, really worthy of being the Medicine Emperor, even the heads of those forces, the Blood Sect and the 8 Gates, can be invited. Since he has been in Black Corner region for many years, his influence is not in vain." Hu Gan said with a frown. Of course, this did not mean that he was afraid. He then said in a cold voice, "Don't worry, you are from Jianan Academy, in the Jianan Academy, no one can harm you, at least these people from Black Corner region are not qualified. Tomorrow, I will go to the inner academy and discuss it with the first elder Sujian, I will make sure that if these people come, they will never come out again." A/N, the name of the following technique has been corrected, Intermediate Dichi Method, 3 Beast Savage Skill mentioned in Chapter 78. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Medicine Emperor Han Feng. After hearing him, Xiao Ming slowly nodded his head, then added as if remembering something, "Other than the ones I mentioned, there might be an unknown Do Ancestor powerhouse that will also appear." "Oh? That might be a bit troublesome." Hu Gan frowned slightly this time. If what Xiao Ming said was true, then the other party would have the equivalent of 2 Do Ancestor level fighters. Although the Jianan Academy had the Qianbai 2 elders, 2 9-star Do Ancestors in addition to First Elder Sujian, a 3-star Do Ancestor. But these two elders only cultivated all day and never appeared except when the academy was in some life and death moment. This left them with only the fighting strength of the first elder Sujian. It would be very difficult for them to take on Han Feng. Although Hu Gan felt that it would be difficult, he did not say anything about giving up. The Jianan Academy had never abandoned someone. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say some words of comfort, he saw Xiao Ming sitting in front of him smiling calmly. No need to worry so much, Deputy Headmaster, when the time comes, just let me take care of Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver. Leave them to you. He didn't think Xiao Ming's strength was low. Xiao Ming was a very experienced cultivator who had returned from his training in the Black Corner region at the age of 8, so naturally, he wouldn't be weak in terms of combat, but Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver could rival a Dou ancestor. Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver are not really Dou ancestors, although they can join forces and have an explosive power equivalent to a Dou ancestor. This is only because they both cultivate the same Qi method and are twin brothers, so they work well together and can become complementary at close range. This tactic is still very easy to break, Xiao Ming said confidently. Xiao Ming was also not talking big. If it was a real Dou ancestor powerhouse, he would definitely not offer to attack it. But against Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, he had no fear. The three-beast savage skill of the Mulan Valley was also capable of allowing the peak Dou emperors to fight against a Dou ancestor. This kind of ability was achieved through energy transfer, and to stop this kind of combined attack formation, it was only enough to destroy the connection of the linked people. Similarly, for Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, who rely on cooperation to enhance their battle power, this method could also be used. Aren't they using the Qi method to tacitly cooperate? If they can't achieve tacit understanding, I'll see how they can rival a Dou ancestor. Seeing that Xiao Ming was confident, Hu Gan asked, "Are you sure? You also know that even if you break the opponent's cooperation, these two people are still peak Dou emperor powerhouses. That's not a problem. Even if I can't break their cooperation, it's still possible to entangle them for a while. By then, when you deal with the rest of the Black Corner region's intruders, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver will naturally be defeated." Xiao Ming laughed and said. Hearing Xiao Ming says this, Hu Gan did not question him further but said excitedly, "You are so confident that you can rival Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver being in the 3-star Dou Emperor, so I'm afraid you obtained some extraordinary opportunity this time, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled and shook his head. "Forget it, why talk about it? Do you know the exact time Han Feng and the others will arrive?" "I probably do." Xiao Ming didn't say too much or give the exact hour, he only gave an approximate time. After all, it was possible that Han Feng would suddenly change his mind one day and advance or delay the hour, then he would feel embarrassed at that moment. It wasn't as if he hadn't experienced this kind of thing that happened in the simulator and then didn't happen in reality. It's good enough that you have an approximate time. This kind of thing is a conspiracy after all, and I still don't know how you are so well informed. Hu Gan said with a smile, "It will definitely be interesting to see how that Han Feng guy reacts when he arrives at the academy and finds out that we've been waiting for him for a long time." Hearing this, Xiao Ming also smiled faintly. No matter whether Han Feng's reaction was funny or not, he would die that day anyway. Han Feng had an evil mind, he could kill his own master for the sake of the flame mantra, and he was backed by the Hall of Souls. It would be better for everyone if these kinds of people were dead. Well, maybe by taking that guy's soul, I could exchange it for some high-tier alchemy inheritance from Yao Lao, Xiao Ming thought. Alright, that's it for today, we'll meet First Elder Su tomorrow to talk about the specific details. Hu Gan said as he stood up. Xiao Ming nodded his chin and also stood up after him. Good, now that you're back, remember to meet with Hujia when you have time. Speaking of which, she now spends most of her day cultivating, and other than you, she has no other friends within the academy. Saying this, Hu Gan sighed lightly. I will. Hehe, then I'll entrust it to you. Seeing Xiao Ming's promise, a smile appeared on Hu Gan's face again. Meanwhile, in the Black Corner region, Feng City. Feng City was located beyond the extensive mountain range of the inner academy of Jianan Academy. This city was not very large, but it occupied an important position in the Black Corner region for the sole reason that the medicine emperor of the Black Corner region, Han Feng, resided here. As the number one alchemist in the Black Corner region, Han Feng, who was already a 6th-tier alchemist, had a high status in the hearts of many powers and even powerful people. This city was named after Han Feng, and in the chaotic and murder-filled Black Corner region, only a few people could enjoy this honor, and Han Feng was one of them. In the middle of the city, there is a bamboo forest very different from the noisy outdoor market. The bamboo forest was so heavily defended that ordinary people would be indiscriminately attacked if they approached a certain area, let alone enter it. Deep in the bamboo forest, there is a bamboo building, lushly colored like emerald, imbued with a faint fragrance. In the bamboo building, in a brightly lit room, a man sitting cross-legged in front of the window, wearing a set of alchemist robes, and on the back of his robe, there is a finely crafted word Feng. The man seemed to be engrossed in a recipe in his hand, looking unperturbed, appearing to be deep in concentration. In the midst of his quiet contemplation, the man with his head down suddenly raised his head and said, "Any news?" As soon as the voice was heard, a ghostly figure came out and finally appeared in the bamboo house, kneeling on one knee, in a hoarse but respectful voice, "Master, there is news from the 8 gates of Black Seal City that Xiao Ming, the elder of the alchemy department of Jianan Academy, has obtained a map in the cartography pavilion that is suspected to be a remnant map of the heavenly flame." Oh! Hearing this, Han Feng didn't bother with the remnant map, but said, "Xiao Ming returned to Jianan Academy. Has it been confirmed what the strong-ranking student who was captured a while ago said? That person is already going crazy, but he confirmed the news that Xiao Ming is holding a heavenly flame. He overheard it from the mouths of the Jianan Academy elders." At these words, Han Feng, who had been calm, sketched a delighted smile. "Ha ha ha ha, very good. Originally, I just wanted to rip the news of the inner academy out of his mouth. I didn't expect you to get another harvest, Han Beng, you've done well this time." Chapter 168, Chapter 168, The Red-Haired Girl. After laughing out loud, Han Feng gradually calmed down. "Take these tokens and inform the Ground Fire Sect, the 8 Gates, the Blood Sect, and the Dark Sky Sect to report to their leaders that I will need their help in the near future. Furthermore, these 2 tokens, you will personally send them to that place and inform those 2 misters." Han Feng nonchalantly waved several strangely shaped tokens, tossing them to the kneeling figure, who caught them as quick as lightning and had just put them away in his storage ring when 2 more tokens, 1 gold and 1 silver, flew out towards him. Receiving the somewhat special gold and silver tokens with both hands, Han Beng, who had remained expressionless, showed a slightly trembling face and said in a low voice, "Master, will you invite them? They don't even see ordinary people, so I'm afraid, if we invite them this time, Master will have to offer something that will stir their hearts. Do as I say, if I achieve my goal, whatever they want naturally won't be a problem." The man waved his hand casually. "Not just the 2 of them, this time, I happen to have befriended a powerful Dou ancestor who roams throughout the continent, and I will have to personally invite him here. This time, not only the heavenly flame in Xiao Ming's hand but even that mysterious heavenly flame inside the Jianan Academy, I will also obtain it." "Yes." Hearing that, the figure no longer hesitated and replied respectfully, and then his figure quickly plunged into the darkness before disappearing. Gazing at the disappearing black shadow, the man slowly exhaled a sigh and slowly approached the window, gazing at the distant mountain range, and in his eyes, a deep blue flame suddenly emerged. "The heavenly flames, hey, I've been looking for them for so many years. I didn't expect that this time I could really get the news of one more. As long as I can get the heavenly flame from Xiao Ming and the one from Jianan Academy, then devour and refine them, my strength will definitely soar." Dou ancestor or. A look of anticipation, mixed with madness, appeared on Han Feng's face, his palms clenched tightly. And under this agitated mood, his forehead suddenly furrowed, his palms covered his chest, and he abruptly coughed a couple of times. His aura at this moment had become a bit messy. Noticing that the sea heart flame in his body had slightly stirred, Han Feng immediately calmed his mind and mobilized his soul power to suppress its movement. After a long while, Han Feng exhaled slightly and opened his eyes in anger, then cursed. "Damn old bastard, back then, if you had given me the flame mantra to practice, everything would have been fine, and you wouldn't have died, causing me to cultivate this incomplete chi method. Now I can only make up for it on my own. What malicious heart bullshit! My alchemy talent is much stronger than yours." These words were uttered in a low voice, but judging from his tightly clenched fist, one can imagine the anger and hatred in his heart. The next day, early in the morning, in Xiao Ming's small courtyard, Xiao Ming pushed the door and walked out of his room. At this moment, inside the courtyard, the two girls, Qinglin and Xiao Yixian, had finished their morning practice and were just stretching their bodies. They were wearing tight clothes for their morning exercises, and both Qinglin and Xiao Yixian looked incredibly attractive. Qinglin was wearing a short green camisole, which exposed her two long, slender arms. As she stretched, she showed her tenderness and a slight charm began to emanate from her petite body. Xiao Yixian, on the other hand, was dressed in tight white shorts, and in the early morning lighting, her skin looked dazzling. It had to be mentioned that Xiao Yixian's body, after taking the medicinal bath, had started to develop more, and was slowly becoming shapelier, together with her slender waist, gave her a fairy-like appearance. Seeing this touching scene, Xiao Ming's footsteps stopped, and his eyes lit up. After Xiao Ming stepped out, the two women stopped stretching and turned to look toward him. Seeing her young master, Qinglin showed a joyful expression as she immediately trotted toward him. Small beads of sweat fell from her cheeks, and a slight blush tinged her face. Noticing Xiao Ming's eyes, Xiao Yixian showed a shy expression, but inwardly, a sense of delight flooded her body. She quickly fixed her messy hair and walked towards him with a touching smile. As the two approached him, Xiao Ming only felt two unique scents flood his nose. The first to arrive was Qinglin, who smiled and said, "Young master, you are finally awake." Having just finished her training, Qinglin's voice sounded with an irregular tone. Hearing this, Xiao Ming pretended to feel helpless. "What can I do? Lately, you girls are getting up earlier and earlier, I can see that you have been working very hard on your cultivation." He then changed his tone, as a smile graced his face, "That's why I'm very proud of you too." He, thanks for the compliment, young master. Qinglin just wants to become stronger so that I can help young master faster in the future." Hearing Xiao Ming's compliment, Qinglin became emotional and replied what was in her heart. At her side, Xiao Yixian, who had just arrived, took out a towel and wiped the beads of sweat on Qinglin's little face, while saying softly, "What Qinglin said is true, Xiao Ming, we both want to support you, we don't want to be a burden to you anymore, you gave us a home, and we want to protect it by your side." The blush on Xiao Yixian's face increased after saying this, her eyes did not dare to look away, so she concentrated on wiping Qinglin's little face. These words made Xiao Ming stunned, and his eyes flashed with unfamiliar emotions. "In that case, you must keep working this hard, maybe one day in the future, I will also need you to protect me." "Young master, I will work hard." Escaping from Xiao Yixian's hands, Qinglin immediately replied. Folding the towel in her hands, Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Ming's handsome face and nodded shyly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming smiled tenderly, while inwardly, he thought of how to help them get better faster. "Although Qinglin's strength is growing rapidly, I don't know much about how to develop the triple jade green snake flower pupils, which is a small obstacle to Qinglin's growth. In this sense, Heavenly Snake Mansion is the expert, maybe I should find the time to send Qinglin to Heavenly Snake Mansion to take their inheritance." Xiener would also take quite some time if she wants to grow to a level where she can help me in a short period of time. It seems I need to find the nether poison flame as soon as possible. With the help of the nether poison flame, not only will we solve the problem of her woeful poison body erupting, the toxins that have been accumulated by the nether poison flame for thousands of years will also allow her strength to increase immensely. Creak. Xiao Ming was thinking about it when the door to the room opened. Ziyi Yan, who was dressed in white, walked out in a daze. After seeing Xiao Ming, her eyes lit up. Seeing Xiao Ming early in the morning always made her feel much better. So she approached him and rested her sleepy little face on his stomach as she said, "Xiao Ming, good morning." Xiao Ming carried her in his arms and returned the greeting, then, looking at the three women, he said, "Today I will go to the inner academy to meet my master, will you join me?" The young master's teacher. Hearing these words, Qinglin and Xiao Yixian looked at each other before quickly nodding with their eyes lighting up. They wanted to see what kind of powerful figure Xiao Ming's master was that could really teach someone as outstanding as Xiao Ming. Seeing Ziyi Yan who did not say anything, Xiao Ming pinched her cheek, as he said, "In that case, Ziyi Yan, you will also come with us, you have not been back for a long time, First Elder Su must have missed you a lot." "It's only been a few days, what's there to miss?" Ziyi Yan whispered but nodded her head before burying it in Xiao Ming's chest. Compared to humans, Ziyi Yan, who was a magical beast, had a longer concept of time. This half a year was no different for her than a day or two for humans. Still, she agreed. After all, wherever Xiao Ming went, she also wanted to go. Moreover, hearing Xiao Ming's words reminded her of the medicinal herbs in the inner academy's herb warehouse. Ziyi Yan suddenly craved, oh no, she missed First Elder Su a little. Seeing Ziyi Yan nod, Xiao Ming smiled, stroked her little head, and prepared to continue talking. Knock knock. The sound of the front door of the courtyard rang out. Xiao Ming no longer continued speaking but paused for a moment, and in the next instant, a happy smile appeared on his face. He put Ziyi Yan down first and under the curious gaze of the girls, opened the door. The courtyard door opened and in front of the eyes of Xiao Ming and the girls, appeared a young woman dressed in red, with a slender figure and slight flashes of fierceness between her eyebrows. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Meeting and Mixed Feelings. Xiao Ming. Grandpa didn't lie to me, you're really back. Looking at Xiao Ming who was opening the door, a joyful look appeared on Hu Jia's face as she turned into a shadow and pounced on him. Her hands wrapped around Xiao Ming's neck, her head buried in the curve of his neck, inhaling his scent heavily, her whole body pressed tightly against him. The girls beside him looked at Hu Jia in Xiao Ming's arms, and their eyes widened in surprise, even Ziyi Yan was no exception. Where did this woman come from? I hadn't heard Xiao Ming say that he had a friend in the outer academy. At 15 years old, Hu Jia was quite a beauty. With the fact that she seemed to be well endowed, Xiao Ming could feel two softnesses squeezing into his chest and a pleasant scent flooded his nose. Looking into the surprised eyes of the girls beside him, Xiao Ming coughed lightly. Ahem, Hu Jia, could you let go of me first? Hu Jia listened to his words and only after inhaling a little more, reluctantly moved her slender arms that were around his neck apart. Her face blushed slightly and she spoke happily. Hehe, Xiao Ming, I'm sorry, I haven't seen you in a long time, I got too excited. Hu Jia explained with a smile, then added, pretending to be annoyed. I heard from Grandpa that you came back yesterday, why didn't you come to see me, did you forget about me? How could I forget you? When I came back yesterday, it was already evening, so I just paid a visit to the deputy headmaster. Xiao Ming explained. When Hu Jia heard his words, she inwardly pouted, what did it matter if it was evening, but she didn't say anything else. Instead, she moved her head to look at the three girls who were staring at her, somewhat surprised. She had only had Xiao Ming in her eyes just now, and she hadn't expected the three girls beside him to all be so pretty, not losing to her at all. The two younger girls were fine, however, the girl in white, with a graceful figure and an ethereal, fairy-like appearance, made her pale a little in comparison. When had Xiao Ming ever had so many women around him? Hu Jie was alarmed and immediately asked, Xiao Ming, who are these three? They are Qing Lin, Xiao Yixian, and Ziai Yan respectively. Xiao Ming introduced them, and also introduced Hu Jie to the girls. Through the introduction, the girls had a preliminary understanding between them, and they learned that Hu Jie was the first person to meet Xiao Ming among them. They had known each other since they were children, so it was normal for them to be so close, right? However, they were no longer children. Xiao Yixian, in particular, had a strange look on her face when she looked at Hu Jie. A certain hostility arose from Hu Jie as she looked at the girls who had suddenly appeared and were so close to her best friend. However, Hu Jie said nothing on the surface. After greeting each other, none of them said anything else. When a strange atmosphere was about to fill the air, Ziai Yan blinked her big eyes and said, Xiao Ming, weren't we going back to the inner academy? Hurry up and take us there. We will, but Xiener and Qinglin still need to change their clothes. In the meantime, let's wait for them on Shizi's back. Finished speaking, Xiao Ming blew a whistle under the gaze of the girls. A few seconds after the whistle blew, a fierce wind picked up and the amethyst-winged Lion King flapped its wings and slowly landed in the courtyard. The amethyst-winged Lion King had been arranged by Xiao Ming to stay in a small courtyard not far away because of its enormous size. Ziai Yan took Xiao Ming's hand and directed him towards the amethyst-winged Lion King's back. Hu Jie, seeing this, stepped forward and silently took his other hand, saying that she wanted to accompany him a little longer before he left. Seeing her little movement, Ziai Yan was immediately annoyed, and when she was about to tell her off, she noticed the look Hu Jie was giving Xiao Ming, which caused her to swallow the words she was about to say, and just walked silently after a loud humph. Xiao Yixian finally came out of her thoughts and after looking at Hu Jie's back with complicated emotions, she signaled to Qing Lin, and together, they hurried to a room to change their sweaty clothes. A few minutes later, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin came out with a new pair of clothes, giving them a refreshed appearance. After the girls climbed onto Shizi's back, Xiao Ming came down with Hu Jie and said goodbye to her. Xiao Ming, do you have to go to the inner academy already? Hu Jie asked softly as she looked at him with reluctance in her eyes. I'm sorry Hu Jie, but a few things came up that I have to deal with. I promise I'll go out with you next time, how about it? Xiao Ming said with a slight sigh. For this girl, who was his first female friend, Xiao Ming was naturally willing to spend more time with her. However, it was true that he had important matters to deal with, who made a greedy bastard prepare to attack him. Hearing Xiao Ming say that there was something he had to take care of, even though Hu Jie still wanted to stay with him a little longer, she didn't insist anymore. Instead, she hugged him again, as she softly said, "Don't forget your promise." "I won't." Xiao Ming smiled and hugged her as well. While hugging Xiao Ming, Hu Jie's eyes stayed on Xiao Yixian, who was perched on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King, for a few moments. Hu Jie didn't take so long this time, and after a few seconds, she released Xiao Ming, and stayed where she was, watching him leave. With the flapping of wings from the amethyst-winged Lion King's back, Xiao Ming and the girls slowly disappeared from Hu Jie's sight. When Xiao Ming disappeared, Hu Jie did not leave immediately, but pushed open the door to Xiao Ming's room and entered. During Xiao Ming's absence, his room had always been tidied by her, and she was very familiar with the furnishings of this room. If anyone familiar with her knew that the usually cold and aloof number one beauty of the outer academy was voluntarily cleaning a boy's room, they would have been dumbfounded. Arriving at Xiao Ming's bed and lying down slowly, Hu Jie hugged his pillow and took a deep breath, looking intoxicated. After a while, only a delicate voice was heard in the quiet room. "Of course, your scent still lingers here." During the flight of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Ming met Deputy Headmaster Hu Gan, who had been waiting for a long time. After Xiao Ming's greeting, Hu Gan landed on the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Hehe, I didn't expect that you would be able to obtain a 6th rank magical beast as a mount. Standing on the amethyst-winged Lion King's back, Hu Gan spoke excitedly. Xiao Ming had yet to say anything, and hearing Hu Gan's words, Shi Ziyi felt somewhat displeased, and its indignant voice resounded like thunder. Old man, I am not a mount, I am a subordinate. Well, a mount or a subordinate, both forms give the same thing. Hu Gan said nonchalantly. What do you mean they are the same? A mount is a pet, a subordinate is not. Even if I am carrying a human, it doesn't mean I'm a pet. Can this old man speak well? The amethyst-winged Lion King cursed inwardly. If it wasn't for Xiao Ming and the girls, it would have definitely thrown the old man off it. Humph. It's true that Shi Ziyi is a subordinate. Xiao Ming explained with a slight cough. Hearing Xiao Ming say this, the amethyst-winged Lion King did not say anything else. Instead, its wings vibrated and its speed accelerated immensely. Under the amethyst-winged Lion King's full-power flight, the canyon where the inner academy was located soon appeared in front of Xiao Ming and the others. Through a special magic seal, Xiao Ming and his group entered the barrier smoothly. During this time, they also met 2 familiar elders and exchanged greetings. After passing through the inner academy barrier, led by Xiao Ming and Hu Gan, the group headed straight to First Elder Su Jian's office. The 2 of them, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, were considered outstanding geniuses that Xiao Ming, as an elder, had brought in from outside and needed to report, so they also followed Xiao Ming. Ziyi Yan naturally didn't need an introduction, and only Shi Ziyi required Xiao Ming to find it a place to stay temporarily. Shi Ziyi was also happy with the arrangement. Xiao Ming and Hu Gan were not afraid that First Elder Su would not be in his office. Hu Gan had informed Su Jian in advance through a special contact between the outer and inner academy. When they arrived at the First Elder's study, Su Jian had been waiting in his chair for a long time. In the classy old study, there was not only Su Jian, but also Xiao Ming's master, Elder Huo. And when Xiao Ming and his group entered the door, they saw the 2 people talking to each other. The sound of the door made Su Jian and Elder Huo stop talking and they both looked at the door. Su Jian looked at the one leading the group, Hu Gan, and shook his head wordlessly. Old Hu, you are still so rude, you don't even knock on the door. Old Su, we've known each other for so long, what's the point of being polite? Besides, didn't I inform you yesterday? Hu Gan walked to a seat and sat down, laughing. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, A Simple Plan You. Hearing this, Su Jian slightly shook his head helplessly and said nothing more. They had known each other for a long time, and there was really no need to be too polite, especially since Su Jian didn't pay too much attention to this aspect either. The conversation between the 2 did not affect Elder Huo beside him, who fixed his gaze on Xiao Ming, who entered the study immediately after Hu Gan. Xiao Ming stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Master, First Elder Su. Behind him, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin also bowed to Su Jian and Elder Huo. Only Ziyi Yan strutted towards Su Jian and greeted him nonchalantly before looking for a chair to sit on. At Ziyi Yan's behavior, Su Jian merely smiled kindly, while the others knew Ziyi Yan's identity, so they did not care. You're back, have you finished with the family matters? Elder Huo looked at Xiao Ming's extraordinary bearing, and his face, which had been stiff, revealed a smile. Elder Huo, formerly known as Huo Li, was a lonely person and usually didn't smile much, but only when facing his only disciple, Xiao Ming, did he usually have a smile on his face. Everything is fine, Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. Old Huo, your old face doesn't even smile when you talk to us, old people, but the moment your precious disciple comes back, you smile non-stop. Hu Gan looked at Elder Huo's smile and said speechlessly. Hehe, if you had a disciple like mine, you would also be smiling every day. Elder Huo said. These words made Su Jian next to him nod his head. Xiao Ming had been at the inner academy for 6 years, and to say the least, it could be said that he had watched him grow up. Xiao Ming was diligent in his cultivation and was never arrogant and domineering just because he was strong. If he had such a disciple, he would have smiled every day. Thinking about this, he suddenly noticed Xiao Ming's increasing strength. Hey! In less than a year, your cultivation realm has reached Do Emperor. Su Jian said in surprise. It was just a lucky encounter. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. He, old Huo, looks like the disciple will surpass the master in no time. Xiao Ming's calmness caused Su Jian to nod in satisfaction before he laughed again. Who cares? In the path of alchemy, he has long since surpassed me, his master, and now he just has to catch up in the cultivation realm. Elder Huo was not worried, instead, he was happy that Xiao Ming had achieved so much. Old Huo, shouldn't you be in seclusion to break through to Do Ancestor? Now that you show up here, didn't you manage to break through it? Hu Gan asked. In his perception, Elder Huo's aura was not much stronger than before. Sigh, it's true that I failed. This Do Ancestor really isn't that easy to break through. Fortunately, I had the zone breaking pill, otherwise, perhaps my strength would have dropped a bit this time. Speaking of which, Elder Huo was also a bit depressed. He had originally felt that he was close to success, but at the last moment, he fell short. Breakthroughs are inherently full of uncertainty, so you must look on the bright side. First, Hu Gan consoled him, and then added, that said, with the pill's effect of preserving strength even if the breakthrough fails, the zone-breaking pill really lives up to its name as a 6th-tier pinnacle pill, no wonder people want it so much. This is why a 6th-tier alchemist has such a powerful appeal that even Han Feng, a Do Emperor, dares to attack our Jianan Academy. Everyone's faces turned serious as they reached this point. Xiao Ming first led Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin to a place for them to sit, then he went to sit beside his master. Xiao Ming, how certain are you about the information that Han Feng will attack? Asked Su Jian. 80 to 90%. Xiao Ming pondered. Humph. That arrogant Han Feng is lawless, just because he has some strength, he already wants to plot against my disciple, he has to ask me first. Elder Huo beside him snorted coldly. Although Elder Huo's alchemy skills were only 5th tier, the alchemy department had produced many alchemists under him over the years. Combined with the contacts he had accumulated in his early years, if he was truly given time to prepare, the number of powerful people he could mobilize would not be much worse than Han Feng. That Han Feng is really a bit ignorant of his own ability, he actually doesn't put us in his eyes and dares to try to snatch the heavenly flame in the Jianan Academy, he is completely delusional. Su Jian agreed, not to mention that his target, Xiao Ming, was a 6th-tier alchemist like him, and was also inside the Jianan Academy, which had many strong people, and no one knew who had given him the courage to invade the Jianan Academy. Did Han Feng really not know what he was doing? Of course, he did. The reason for all of this was simply because the heavenly flame was too tempting for him. The heavenly flames were his hope of advancing in strength. Han Feng, despite his extraordinary talent, had been stuck at the peak Do Emperor for years because of the flame mantra. So, 2 heavenly flames were enough reason for him to take the risk. Especially since the Jianan Academy had, on the surface, only one Do ancestor. And this was the reason why Su Jian and the others felt a bit annoyed. If it wasn't for those old men hiding and cultivating every day without showing their faces, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Su Jian thought of the Jianbai 2 elders who were hiding to cultivate and couldn't help but complain. Especially how elusive the headmaster had been for decades, Su Jian also felt particularly speechless. Sometimes he wondered if the headmaster died outside, or else, he wouldn't have taken so long to return. Listening to Xiao Ming's conversation with the elders, Xiao Yixian suddenly felt extremely powerless. When Xiao Ming needed support, she was not able to do anything to help him, instead, she would only become a burden. As a result, she lowered her head in dejection. After a brief speech, Su Jian spoke to Xiao Ming and the others about countermeasures. Why don't we liquidate Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver first? Anyway, we know the location of their seclusion. Su Jian suggested. No, we had no conflicts with them in the past. This will easily alert the snake. If you make Han Feng abandon his plan of a direct attack and instead secretly stalk my disciple, it will be troublesome. Elder Huo directly refused. After some more deliberation and discussion, the final decision was the ambush plan. This plan was quite simple. The Jianan Academy had one outer academy elder, the department head of the alchemy department, Elder Huo, the commander of the law enforcement unit, Wu Tianlang and Hu Gan. 4 Peak Do Emperor. Adding Xiao Ming, a total of 5 Do Emperor. In addition, there are also dozens of Do King elders, and finally, a 3-star Do ancestor, Su Jian. Most of them would not be coming out in the near future, and then they would spread the word about Xiao Ming's recent refining of the pills needed by the elders at the inner academy in a discreet manner. Han Feng would definitely seek out Xiao Ming's location when he wanted to take the heavenly flame, they just needed to keep an eye on him. When Han Feng and the others appeared, Su Jian would block the Do ancestor that might appear, while Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver would be held by Xiao Ming. The rest would be left in the hands of Hu Gan and the others. It was impossible for Han Feng to find so many powerful high-level Do Emperor and dozens of Do King in the Black Corner region that would match the strength of Hu Gan and the others, no matter how hard he searched. Once the people in the Black Corner region were taken care of, Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver, as well as the Do ancestor, would either retire or stay. As for Han Feng, the perpetrator, neither Xiao Ming, nor Su Jian, nor anyone else, had any intention of letting him go. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Master-Disciple Conversation. After discussing the plan to deal with Han Feng, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Su Jian, Hu Gan, as well as Elder Huo, finally turned their attention to Xiao Yixian and Qing Linear, who are the two of them. Su Jian opened his mouth and asked, regarding the 2 women that Xiao Ming had brought back. He had only given them a quick glance, and now that the previous matter was settled, he, as the person in charge of the inner academy, was the one who had to ask about them. Hearing these words, Xiao Yixian lifted her head, and together with Qing Lin, noticing that the elders were staring at them, they couldn't help but become nervous. Those 2 are the ones I brought from outside, both of them are exceptionally talented. Seeing the nervousness of the 2, Xiao Ming gave them a smile and calmly explained. The inner academy elder can bring talented people to the inner academy. First elder, I wasn't wrong to do so, right? So it's like this. I thought you had enlightened yourself after you went out and old Huo was going to have 2 daughters-in-law from his apprentice, he. Su Jian shook his head and laughed. These words made the nervous Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin blush slightly. Xiao Ming coughed a little. If it was Xiao Yixian, it was fine, but with Qing Lin's age, did he look like a beast? Thinking about the old pervert, Hai Badong, Xiao Ming wondered if all old people became like this with age. Not knowing what Xiao Ming was thinking about him, Su Jian continued to ask, however, for you to praise them for being talented, what are their most outstanding qualities? Su Jian asked again with some curiosity. He had the strength of a Do ancestor, and the strength of the 2 women, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, could not be hidden under his gaze. It was true that the woman in white possessed the strength of a 9-star Do master at a young age, and the girl in green was now 12 or 13 years old and possessed the strength of a 9-star Do Ji Qi. They could beat 99% of the students of the Jianan Academy. This was indeed considered a genius. However, in the eyes of Xiao Ming, who was a 6-year-old Do master, an 8-year-old Do grandmaster, and a 15-year-old Do emperor, this should be nothing, right? Why did Xiao Ming seem to hold the 2 in such high regard? Su Jian was a bit puzzled, as was Elder Huo beside him, and Hu Gan. Seeing their puzzled looks, after thinking about it, everyone would know sooner or later anyway, so he simply stopped hiding it. Both of them have special physiques. Xiao Yixian has the woeful poison body, and Qinglin has the triple jade green snake flower pupils. Su Jian and the others had ventured to the continent for many years and their knowledge was extraordinary, so they had naturally heard of the names of these two special physiques. As soon as Xiao Ming's words were said, the expressions of the three people became agitated, before revealing an incredulous look. "Is this true?" asked Su Jian. "Naturally it's true." Xiao Ming nodded with conviction. "You must know the horror of these two special physiques and understand why I said they have exceptional natural talent, right? The fact that they are not as strong now is purely due to the time they lost earlier. These two physiques are really terrifying and can be called monstrous, no wonder you hold them in such high esteem." To the side, Hu Gan marveled. The Sky Serpent Mansion once had a headmaster who was the possessor of the triple jade green snake flower pupils, and the Sky Serpent Mansion during that period could be considered the hegemon of the northwestern region. This woeful poison body is also not bad, however, this physique is a bit difficult to deal with. Every possessor of the woeful poison body has died a miserable death," said Su Jian with a frown. The woeful poison body might erupt, and once it did, with Xiao Yixian's current strength, nothing would happen to them, but the students would not be able to resist that kind of poisonous gas. The face of Elder Huo, who was seated, became serious when he heard the name of this woeful poison body and said, "Also, there are records of people who had the woeful poison body who radically changed their personalities and became evil poison masters, poisoning cities for pleasure. Xiao Ming, it is not safe for you to have taken her in." From her seat, Xiao Yixian listened to the words of Su Jian and Xiao Ming's master, which made her lower her head again, her delicate hands clenched tightly. She felt so helpless at this moment. Not only was she unable to help Xiao Ming to deal with the powerful people coming to threaten him, but she was also being a nuisance to him at this moment. Even his master was questioning him about her. Under these negative thoughts, her mood began to decline rapidly, to the point where she even thought for a moment that the words she had said to him this morning were nothing but a joke. Xiao Ming felt a little weirded out by his master's words of rejection, but when he sensed the change in Xiao Yixian's emotions, he no longer had time to think and immediately spoke. "Xiener would never be such a person, she has always been a gentle and persevering girl, moreover, she has been very diligent in her cultivation, and it won't be long before she becomes a pillar of the Jianan Academy. Her woeful poison body has already been controlled by me, it won't erupt for the time being, and I already have a complete solution for it. That's why I wish to ask the Academy for help to permanently solve the woeful poison body's issue. I am still missing a monster core of a 7th rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast, and I would like to ask about it through the Academy's channels." Xiao Ming said the monster core of the 7th rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast would serve as insurance, so it was best to get it if one could. Hearing how Xiao Ming defended and cared for her, to the point of asking the Academy for help, the dark clouds in Xiao Yixian's mind instantly cleared, replaced by a warm feeling running through her heart. And when she lifted her face slightly, she realized that her little sister Qinglin had come to her side, and with a smile, she said softly, "Sister Xiener, trust in young master." After hearing her words, a look of realization appeared on Xiao Yixian's face. After nodding at Qinglin with a smile, Xiao Yixian fixed her hair and regained her usual calm personality. It's just that every time she looked at Xiao Ming, a determined look appeared on her face, as if she had decided something. The elders, of course, had also noticed Xiao Yixian's internal struggle, and when they saw the speed at which she composed her mood, they could not help but nod internally in satisfaction. She was worthy of Xiao Ming taking care of her as he was doing. For a poison master, controlling emotions was a critical factor, and it was more so for her, who had a special physique that was extremely dangerous, both to herself and the others around her. However, they were not at all dissatisfied with her previous behavior. Instead, she earned the kind gaze of the elders that were present. "Oh? Do you have a method for the woeful poison body?" Continuing the conversation, Su Jian spoke in a surprised tone as he heard Xiao Ming say of a method to control the woeful poison body and could not help but continue to ask. What exactly did you experience this time you went out? I found out by chance. Xiao Ming shook his head with no intention of explaining further. Ziyan, who was sitting on a chair and wiggling her little legs, rolled her eyes when she heard Xiao Ming's answer. During the time they had been away, she had basically been by Xiao Ming's side the whole time. She knew very well what opportunities Xiao Ming came across. And none of them had to do with this method. However, knowing was one thing, Ziyan would never say anything about it. Oh, having the woeful poison body's special physique will increase her cultivation quickly, but she has to undergo torture that is unbearable for normal people. We can see that she is a very persevering girl, but it is also good for her that you have a solution. Now, about the 7th rank Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast Monster Core, I'm going to help you look for it. However, with this rank of Monster Core, also being of a specific magical beast, the difficulty of finding it will be quite high, so you should be mentally prepared. Xiao Ming nodded his head to show that he understood. Afterward, the elders in a tacit understanding did not talk about Qinglin and Xiao Yixian's physique again. Instead, they pulled Xiao Ming to talk about things concerning their cultivation. During this time, Ziyan felt bored and wanted to slip away. But before she could succeed, she was caught by Xiao Ming to subsequently be assigned to take Xiao Yixian and Qinglin to his courtyard. Half an hour after Ziyan left, Xiao Ming and the elders finally finished their conversation. They then left the first elder's study. The two of them, Xiao Ming and Elder Huo, walked along the quiet path, neither of them spoke, and just enjoyed a moment of silence. After a while, Elder Huo turned to look at his disciple, and a smile appeared on his old face. You have found two good women this time. Xiao Ming turned to look at him, somewhat puzzled but replied in agreement. Of course, Master must know by now that both of them have a higher talent than me. Elder Huo shook his head and said, Brat, I'm not talking about their talents, I'm talking about their characters. The girl with the special pupils, even though she was very nervous, never doubted you and completely trusted your arrangements. And about the girl? Xiao Yixian, right? Elder Huo paused, as his tone became somewhat emotional. She genuinely cares about you, kid. We all could see her powerlessness from the moment we all brought up the topic of the powerhouses that would attack you. Do you think your master wouldn't worry about you being seduced by some ambitious woman when you went outside? For this reason, we let them listen to the whole conversation just now. That's why I was a bit hard on her. I wanted to evaluate her character. After all, it's true that her physique is dangerous. Although it's possible that after this, she might hate your master now. She is not someone like that, master. Xiao Ming had a realization and finally understood his master's abnormal behavior. Likewise, it was possible that all the elders had similar thoughts. They both did well. Didn't you see old Hu's face? He looked seriously worried about his granddaughter, he. Xiao Ming listened attentively to his master's analysis until the last part caused black lines to appear on his forehead. Master, since when did you become so teasing? Said Xiao Ming speechlessly. Of course, I am happy that you have made good friends, including Ziyan and the Hujia girl, but I hope you won't disappoint them, or I'll have to teach you a gentle lesson. Elder Huo said with a smile that was not a smile. Despite knowing that his master was joking, Xiao Ming suddenly thought back to this morning's scene and replied seriously. I won't, master. Some time later, Xiao Ming looked at Elder Huo's aged face and said. Master, you've been stuck in the 5th tier of alchemist for a long time, right? Indeed. Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Elder Huo was a bit stunned and then replied with a sigh. Counting time, I have been trapped for almost 20 years. Elder Huo and Fama were very similar, with the same Do Emperor strength, the same 5th tier peak alchemist. The accumulation of both of them in their alchemist skills should be enough, but they simply could not move to the 6th tier. If there was someone to guide them, they could overcome this obstacle. But the alchemy department of the Jianan Academy was similar to what Yao Lao had said. The inheritance was there, but it wasn't much, and Jianan Academy's alchemy department wasn't strong if one looked at the entire continent. Why are you suddenly bringing up this topic now? At Elder Huo's hesitation, Xiao Ming smiled mysteriously. Next, he took out a plant contained in a jade pot from his star ring. When the plant appeared, a faint mind-soothing fragrance immediately filled the area surrounding the two of them. Smelling the fragrance, Elder Huo's eyes instantly stopped on the plant in Xiao Ming's hand. The plant was green in color, and on the top of the plant, a flower with 7 colors was slowly blooming, and when the flower unfolded, Elder Huo was a little surprised to realize that the 7 colors were gradually changing, giving it a magical appearance. This is the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Saliva. Hehe, worthy of being the master, you recognized this medicinal material at a glance. Brat, have you already forgotten who taught you the art of alchemy? Elder Huo said speechlessly. The 7 Illusions Green Spirit Saliva is incredibly precious, where did you get it from? This is the reward others gave me after I helped them cure their illnesses. Xiao Ming smiled and handed the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Saliva to Elder Huo. This is no longer of much use to me. This 7 Illusions Green Spirit Saliva can be stored in the storage ring, but I have to let it bask in the sun for at least an hour a day, otherwise it will automatically wither, which is a nuisance, so it's better for you to use it, Master. Boy! Elder Huo sighed lightly. Was the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Saliva really useless to Xiao Ming? It was not. In fact, it was still useful to him, although it could not allow Xiao Ming's soul, which was already at the perfection of the mortal realm, to advance any further. The 7 Illusions Green Spirit Saliva also had the effect of restoring the soul. How could it be a nuisance as Xiao Ming had said? He was obviously only saying it out of fear that he would reject it. For a moment, Elder Huo was relieved that this disciple had not been accepted in vain. Master, accept it quickly. Fine. Under Xiao Ming's insistence, Elder Huo still accepted the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Saliva. Firstly, he really needed this medicinal herb. With this medicinal herb, his soul power was bound to soar and he would soon be able to break through the 6th tier alchemist. Secondly, this was his disciple's intention, and there was really no need to reject it. As he watched his master put away the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Saliva he had given him in his storage ring, Xiao Ming took out another bottle of jade from his storage ring. What is that? Elder Huo looked at the jade bottle in Xiao Ming's hand that emitted subtle fluctuations, as well as a faint fragrance, and clearly contained a high-level pill, and was somewhat puzzled. This is a zone-breaking pill. Xiao Ming smiled. Didn't Master fail to break through? With this extra zone-breaking pill, after we finish resolving the Hanfeng matter, Master can try to break through again. Zone-breaking pills are hard to refine and herbs hard to find. Where did you get so many zone-breaking pills from? Elder Huo did not immediately take the pill. This time when I came back to the family, I happened to help the Jiama imperial family refine this zone-breaking pill and I had a lot of extra medicinal materials left over. I still have another one here besides this one. Next time, if you keep failing, I will give it to you, so accept this one quickly. Xiao Ming urged. When Elder Huo heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Looking at Xiao Ming's rich guy attitude, he felt that now it was Xiao Ming who was teasing him. A 6th tier pinnacle pill of such efficacy as zone-breaking pill had no fixed market price, and each of them could be auctioned for a sky-high price. Especially for a peak power Do Emperor, this pill was more attractive than anything else, and his disciple actually said that he had several of them. Even Elder Huo, who was an alchemist, was surprised, as this exceeded the wealth of an ordinary 6th tier alchemist. However, Elder Huo did not delve deeper and, after a moment of surprise, took the jade bottle from Xiao Ming's hand. Hehe, with this pill, I will definitely be able to break through the Do ancestor next time. I don't need another one, since the last time I tried to break through, I fell just short of breaking through. I also believe that this breakthrough won't be difficult for Master. Xiao Ming laughed. Speaking so kindly now, you didn't seem like you meant it before. Elder Huo shook his head and laughed. Since you've been gone for a long time, accompany me for a walk around the inner academy and tell me about your experiences outside.